trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen. And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
Of the presentations that they allowed me to see, I was able to see, but I know that there's a lot of goodies that even I haven't seen yet. We're celebrating 10 years of React Conf. Now, there's only been 8 events, but this is 10 years of React Conf. The tech is tuned up. The presentations are all ready to go. Everything is ready. And it's my job to just invite you in to be a really big part of this event, because we can't do it without you. We're excited that you're here, and we want to help you have the best React Conf ever. And that's my job. So I'm going to tell you a little bit a story about me. I'm Chan. Hello. I'm your MC. You can call me Chan because that's my name. 10 years ago, I was just really excited about this tiny little library. And they were having this event for just 200 people at the Facebook campus in the cafeteria. And they didn't do a lottery system back then. It was just 200 tickets, first come, first serve. Didn't matter who you were. And I was just this like bright-eyed little React nerd. I'm like, I'm gonna get a ticket. I'm gonna get a ticket. I'm just waiting. It's like 11:59, and I got a ticket. I was so excited to join the first React Conf, and it was a really life-changing moment for me. And I hope that no matter if this is your first or your 8th React Conf, that this really becomes a pivotal moment in your career, because these are fabulous, fabulous people. So yeah, one of the things that I think that you can do to really like show up is just set an intent. So take a moment and decide, what do I want these 2 days to look like for me? What's something that I want to do? Is there a creator that I want to reach out to and have a conversation? Maybe do a collab. Is there an open source author that I've always wanted to like get closer to, learn from? Are there speakers that I want to talk to and like take some knowledge back to my team? Take a moment and decide for yourself what these 2 days are going to look like. What is a little bit outside of your comfort zone that you can do to really make this a memorable 2 days? And if we can do that, I think this is going to be absolutely fabulous 2 days for all of us. We're going to have a blast. Are you ready? You ready? Okay, one more time. Are you ready to make the best React Conf ever? Let's go. All right, so we have a couple housekeeping things that I want to make sure that you all know. We have to talk about a code of conduct. We have one. I know it's always like a little bit like, oh, talk about. Basically, it boils down to like show respect for the people in your life. Show respect to the people that you're around. Make space for them. Listen to them, and everything's going to be fine. We're not trying to. You're all adults. We're all trying to just have a good time this week. Second, we have a Discord. It is for everyone, both the people in this room and the people online. Jorge is doing an awesome job on stream, and we'll be continuing to do that, interviewing speakers and all that stuff. So there's a ton of content, both for you to watch later and for our friends online. But if you have questions as they come up, as speakers or speakers are saying things that you're excited to learn more about, you can pop questions into Discord and get those answered. It might take a little bit of time, but it's a really great place to ask those questions and get some answers. All right, finally, we have a Wordly. If you would like some assistance in the, what are those called? Captions, I think. Captions, subtitles, those will be available on your device. And yeah, ready for you if you need them, when you need them, at your disposal. So we have a QR code for that, ready to go. Okay, cool. So 10 years ago, when I was at my first React Conf, I had the privilege of meeting some really incredible people that have become dear friends of mine. Many of them will be on stage, and it is a real honor to be able to be here and be your MC and host this event. One of the people that I met was Tomo, and he was the original lead for the React team. And he set this incredible tone that felt totally different to me at the time of what a React library and community and team could be. It was all about kindness and optimism, future-looking, but not leaving anyone behind. Creating a library that could stand the test of time, be innovative, but also take the time to make sure that apps were supported long-term. This was totally different than anything I'd experienced before, and I just fell in love with the way that he was leading this community. And so when he retired, I was like, oh man, is React cooked? Are we done? Like, have we hit our peak? Are we done? Like, it's just gonna fall off a cliff. Who knows what's gonna happen? And fortunately, that did not happen. We have seen in the last 5 years just some incredible growth in the team, in our community, in this event. And it's not just due to one person, it's because all of you want to be here. All of you want to meet each other and get together and spend time learning together. But there's one person who has really, more than anyone, carried on the torch of what Tomo set out with the team at Facebook at the time. And that is Seth Webster. He has done an incredible job leading this team, finding people to partner with in this community to create incredible events like this. So, actually, let's kick this thing off with a bang. I want to have everyone stand up. We're going to introduce our first speaker of the day. We're going to kick this thing off. I want you to give your most raucous, obnoxious round of applause. Let's annoy everyone in nearby radius, and welcome to the stage for our first talk of the day, our friend and head of React, Seth Webster.
Yo, can you hear me now? How we doing? I hope you guys are as excited as I am to be here today. I want to start by saying how amazing it is for us to be here. We did it last year, and we did it a second year in a row. How amazing is that? First of all, I wanted to check out the group here. Whose first React Conf is this by a raising of hands? Oh my God, there's so many. Everybody who's been to a React Conf before, give a huge round of applause to our first timers. It's amazing to be here with everybody. You guys are what make React what it is. Every year this conference, every year when we do it in a row, reminds me of what's special about React. That it's not just a library; it's a huge community effort, one that has changed how people think about the web and beyond. Thank you, Michael, for the introduction. When I stepped back in 2021 into leading this team, I quickly learned something that still grounds me today, which is React is not really about the code. It's about the people. People building, teaching, struggling, collaborating. No shortage of interesting conversations on X. And ultimately creating together. Like, that's the magic. And without you, React is nothing more than some really cool functions and syntax. With you, React has literally become the foundation of language on the web and mobile. So in recognition of that, I want to say thank you to everybody in this room for doing that work every day. Over the next couple days, you're going to see talks that, and demos that push the boundaries of what's possible. You'll hear from teams that are rewriting the rules of performance, developer experience, accessibility, and design. You'll see how the ecosystem is moving forward and innovating in ways we never could have imagined. And my hope is ultimately very simple, that you leave here not only inspired by the technology, but reminded of the why behind this work. We do this work every day to help other people bring their ideas to life. I'm sure a lot of you are out there bringing your ideas to life, but as we create the foundation of React, we do this to help you and everyone else manifest their ideas. So thank you for being here, for building, for teaching, and for pushing React forward. Let's make this conference an unforgettable one by welcoming to the stage the first talk of the keynote, my good friend, Mr. Joe Savona.
Good morning. It's great to be here. It's a lot of first-time React Conf attendees. That's awesome. So again, my name is Joe Savona. I'm on the React team at Meta. We've got a lot of awesome things to share with you today. But before we dive into the new stuff, at last year's conference, we announced the release candidate of React 19. Things didn't quite go as we intended. During the release candidate period, we got feedback from several folks in the community about one particular change included in the RC to the way that React handles rendering when one sibling of a suspense boundary suspends. In React 18, when one sibling suspended because it was fetching data, React wouldn't immediately show the fallback. Instead, it would continue trying to render the other children, which meant that if they were fetching data, those fetches could be kicked off early. And then at the end, we would finally show a fallback. So this meant that we were fetching more data early, which is good, but hurting the user experience by delaying the fallback. So for React 19, we wanted to show that fallback earlier, but our initial approach meant that siblings didn't pre-render at all, which could delay the loading of data. So based on your feedback, we've implemented something even better than the original 18 behavior or the original 19 RC behavior. In React 19, when a component suspends, we immediately show the fallback, improving the user experience. But rather than wait for that initial fetch to resolve before we try other siblings, we immediately schedule a pre-warming of the remaining siblings. So we're still showing the fallback, but while that's happening, we're starting to render, pre-warm the other siblings to fetch their data too. So to summarize, sibling pre-warming allows React to show fallbacks earlier while continuing to prefetch as much data as possible early. I'd like to give a huge shout out to Andrew Clark in particular, who painstakingly implemented these optimizations. Really incredible engineering work. Yeah. And I'd also like to thank those of you in the community who flagged this to us and gave us this feedback so we could improve React. This is exactly why we released canaries and why we have release candidates, to get this kind of feedback. Now, another big change since the last conference is to the React docs. We've gotten a lot of feedback from many of you. Opinionated, passionate, sometimes angry, rarely happy feedback about the docs. In particular, about one aspect of the docs, which is, what do I do when a framework isn't a good fit for my application? So we heard your feedback, maybe not as quickly as you might have liked, maybe somewhat begrudgingly, but we heard it, we internalized it. It took some time, we had to sit and go on some long walks and process. But based on your input, we've added a new page to the docs that walks through how to build a React app from scratch. And this page highlights several great options, including Parcel, Vite, and RS Build. So for both of these cases, we'd like to thank everyone in the community who gave us feedback and who helped make React, our docs, better for everyone. So seriously, thank you. Yeah, give yourselves a round of applause. This is great. This is exactly how open source is supposed to work. So this is the process working, right? So since 19, we released 19.1, which includes support for owner stacks in development. So this is a development-only feature. Now, you may be familiar with component stacks, which kind of show you where in the UI tree an issue occurred. But often, the issue might be occurring because of a component created elsewhere. And so owner stacks can give you a bit more precise information about the source of an error. So if you're debugging, definitely check out this API. It's also been an exciting year for the community, and I'd like to take a moment to celebrate. Traditionally, when we look at the community section of the Keynote, we share a whole bunch of download stats. This year, by all accounts, everything is looking really good, and one number in particular stood out. As of a few weeks ago, React's lifetime download count on NPM has reached, wait for it, oh, I have to click. Yeah, 6 billion lifetime downloads, which is just a staggering number of downloads. So thank you for continuing to use React. Looking beyond React, this year also saw a number of really exciting releases in the community. And in particular, this was the year that server components became mainstream and just achieved widespread support throughout the ecosystem. Expo, Next, Parcel, React Router, Redwood, Tanstack, Vite, Waku. These are in alphabetical order in case you have any questions around the prioritization. Just keep it simple. They all support server components. So just really, really incredible to see this coming along. Now, obviously, server components are not the right fit for every application, but it's incredible to see the level of support this has throughout the ecosystem. So we'd like to say thank you to everyone working on these frameworks, building libraries, creating tutorials, teaching your colleagues, answering questions, and showing up here today. React is nothing without the community, so thank you all. But in addition to those of us humans in the crowd, we've also got some other folks showing up as colleagues today. Since our last conference, large language models and agents have dramatically improved and are quickly becoming a common part of how we all work. I'm sure many of you have different feelings about AI. I certainly have mixed feelings. LLMs and agents are just clearly here to stay. One early takeaway from experimenting with LLMs and agents is that what makes React great for humans also makes it great for AI, because it turns out our context window is not that long either. Thank you for those of you who laughed. I appreciate it. Yes. So React's declarative composable approach helps us reason locally, and this appears to work for AI as well. So AI is new, it's scary, it's exciting, it's a lot of things. But ultimately, we see it as another tool to help us deliver on our mission, which is to make it easy for anyone to build great user experiences. It's just another tool like linters, auto-completion, or developer tools. All right. So that's an update since last time. Next, we'd like to share what we've been working on this year. Our work this year has focused on two key themes in service of that mission: raising the bar for responsive user experiences. We've got some really, really amazing stuff to show you this year. And yeah, this just continues to kind of push the ceiling of the kind of user experience we can deliver. And at the same time, we've worked to lower the barrier to entry. It isn't enough that we have these amazing features. We want to make sure that everyone can take full advantage of them. So with that, to talk through some of our latest features on responsive UI, I'd like to hand things over to Mofe.
Hey everyone. I'm Mofe. I work on the React team at Meta. Super excited to be here today. Wow, that's a lot of people. In case you haven't heard about the latest news in React, I'd love to tell you. Hang on, maybe it's easier if I just, what's new in React? React 19.2. Woo! So we just released React 19.2 last week, and as you see, everyone's talking about it. If this is old news to you and you've already upgraded, great, thank you. Try it out. Let us know what you think. If you haven't, well, I'll bet you want to after today. React 19.2 has a ton of exciting new features. First, we have two new APIs in the runtime, Activity and UseEffectIt. We also added partial pre-rendering and performance tracks, which are new capabilities for React servers and dev tools. First, let's talk about Activity. This feature has a lot of depth, so we're going to spend most of our time here. Activity lets you hide and restore the UI and internal state of its children. You can pass it a mode, hidden or visible, and children which React will hide or reveal. Now, some of you may be wondering if you can just do the same thing with CSS, like setting display none. I want to show you the most exciting part of this feature, because Activity is not just about setting visibility in the DOM. We're going to walk through it by using it in a very simple movie app. Well, first, look at how the app performs without activity, add activity, and then compare. So without activity, this is the root component of my app. I have a client-side router, which lets you navigate between movie gallery and a movie detail, depending on which route is selected. We always return both movie gallery and a movie detail and manually hide one of them with CSS. We also have a theme provider, which is shared between both views, since setting light or dark theme should affect my entire app. So this is the app. Let's talk about why we're always returning both views, both gallery and a detail view. Because I want to have a single application with persistent state, I want to be able to edit the search filter, click into a movie detail, gotta wait for it to load, and then navigate back. When I navigate back, I want my changed search filter to still be there. I could write my own resumption logic, but that can get really complicated. So with this, I don't have to wait. I don't have to set the search filter. I also don't have to wait for an entire page load on every navigation. Since the other page is always available, navigating back and forth is super fast. We can even re-render in the background, like if the user hovers over a movie card. OK, so now we'll walk through a user interaction, and I want to see how this app performs. We can reset the app to the details view, declutter some visuals, and also add a timeline at the bottom to visualize when React does work. So say the user clicks to toggle the theme. A click event handler will run and do two things. First, it runs a blocking render to show immediate feedback to the user. So on the right, we'll draw the work in progress component tree for this render. And that's the highlighted theme toggle button. On the bottom, we can see time spent rendering, one time slice for each component. This render finishes very quickly, and the work in progress tree paints to the DOM. So we're going to show time spent committing on purple on the bottom. So the second thing that happens is that React will schedule a full theme refresh to change the entire app to light theme. And that's a lot of work that runs, right? We're painting both the hidden view, the gallery view, and the detail view to light theme. And when this render is finally done, React can commit and paint. So if we were to look at the performance of this theme toggle, IMP is good because we're following React best practices. We're placing expensive updates inside of transitions. But if we looked at how long it took to actually show my page in light theme, well, that's not as good. This had to wait for every component to update, even ones that we know are not visible. So can we do better? Step one's done. Let's change the app to add activity. First, we'll import it, then replace this manual stuff with activity, and then, wait, that's all. We're done. Moving on. So what's the performance of the same theme toggle interaction now that we're using activity? To better understand what's going on, we're actually going to split the bottom timeline view to show different priority levels used by the React scheduler. We'll first show time spent rendering visible content. This is blocking renders, updates from transitions, really anything that's affecting content on screen. And also time spent working on activity hidden components. Because React knows that activity hidden components can never be seen by the user, it would defer updates to that content. So hidden is React's lowest priority level. It runs when there's truly nothing else to do. OK, so let's get to it. Again, we receive a click from the user to toggle the color theme, and the exact same event handler runs. We first re-render in Paint to show immediate feedback, and then we actually start updating the app to light theme. And this is where it starts to get interesting. Because remember that we wrapped the gallery view in an activity hidden component. This work will get deferred until there's nothing better to do. And React will also schedule a higher priority render to update just the visible part of the screen. And that's what immediately runs. And commits. So now this is a much better experience than before. It took less time to change the light theme because we didn't also have to update the hidden view. Now that there's nothing better to do, React will start rendering the gallery view in the background. First the search bar, coloring the border. But wait, React is fast, but this user is really good at clicking. They move their mouse and we receive another click event. This click happened in the middle of the hidden priority work. So we'll defer that to prioritize showing an optimistic rating update. This finishes super fast, and again, when there's nothing else left to do, React will resume the activity hidden work that was interrupted. This time, it completes and finally commits the hidden gallery view, now in a light theme. So if we look at the performance of this interaction, IMP stays low, and the total time to paint a theme toggle is also much faster. If I were to compare the activity version of my app with the original one, it's much faster now. So activity is not just about visibility. It's a lot more than that. To summarize, activity hidden components are visually hidden, update with the lowest priority, persist, react, and DOM state, and their effects are left unmounted so the inactive parts of your app don't need to pay for expensive synchronization. And they're also not server rendered or hydrated. Of course, activity visible components are visually visible and rendered with the default priority. So if you want to learn more about how to use activity and how it integrates with newer features, be sure to check out Chan Strickland's talk later today. OK, so let's talk about the other parts of React 19. UseEffect is a new API we're releasing to give users more fine-grained control over their effects. It's a more advanced hook, so be sure to read through the docs if you're planning to use it. 19.2 also adds a new server feature called partial pre-rendering. This lets you render the static parts of your app and serve it from a CDN. Then later, when resolving a client request, we can resume rendering the shell to fill it in with dynamic content. What this means is that server-side renderers can use cache resources to let the user see a shell much faster. And finally, we're releasing a new profiling tool called Performance Tracks. This lives in the Chromium Performance panel and lets you see a timeline of all the work done in React. The scheduler track is a more detailed version of the timeline view we just used to understand activity. Blocking, transition, suspense, and idle, those are all different priorities used by the React scheduler. And the component track gives you a flame view graph of component renders and effects. If you want to understand how to use performance tracks better, please check out Ruslan's talk. So this sums up what's new in React 19.2. To tell you more about what's coming in React, I hand you off to Jack Pope.
Thank you, Mo Fei. Let's give her one more round of applause. Hey, everyone. My name is Jack. It's so great to be here today. If you're wondering what the team's working on next, it's a good question. And frankly, as a new manager, I wonder the same thing every morning when I wake up. Are they actually working or just adding cat memes to my slides? So I grilled them, and this is what they told me. It's been a really ambitious year for our team, and our work doesn't stop at React 19.2. In fact, React uses multiple stages and release channels to allow features to move from ideas into public APIs. So as we begin running experiments, we'll release features into experimental. And after they're well tested there, they may graduate into Canary. Now, Canary is the last stop for a feature before it could make itself into a Semver stable release. So I really encourage any framework or library authors out there in particular to keep an eye on Canary and provide feedback when things land there. Now, speaking of Canary, I am thrilled to announce that the team landed 2 new features here yesterday. After many years of research and some amazing feats of engineering by Sebastian Markbeige, I'm thrilled to announce that View Transition is now ready for you to try. And additionally, we've added refs to fragments to power a new composition model for platform APIs. So I'm going to start with View Transition. But before we get into the specifics of the API, let's take a moment to go over animated transitions. So animated transitions visually connect our changes in the UI. They help the user understand what's happening and where to focus their attention. So page navigation animations like this one can provide a sense of place in the application. It's easier to understand where you're going and where you've been. And in another example, this element can animate from one view into another. And animations like these create a sense of continuity. Rather than a large modal just flashing in and taking over the page, we can reduce some of the cognitive load by anchoring that UI change. One last example is the reordering of items in a list. When your order changes instantly, it might be hard to tell exactly what just happened. But with animated reordering, it's much easier to follow along. Now, historically, high-quality animations like these have been really difficult to achieve. When I worked on Instagram.com, I had designers all the time requesting features just like these. And I always wanted to build them. But due to the complexity and some of the performance trade-offs, they'd always just end up getting cut at the end of a project, leaving me super frustrated. And then in 2023, Chrome released the View Transition API. And I was really excited by all the demos they showed and all the promise of native browser support. Finally, with just a few lines of JavaScript and CSS, we can animate transitions on both single and multi-page applications. The browser creates snapshots of the UI, runs your callback, and then animates to the new UI using CSS animations. And this is a really powerful primitive, but there can be a few problems with using Start View Transition directly, mainly with timing and scoping. So it can be difficult to snapshot at the right time. With React, if you use this directly, you need to use React DOM/sync API so that the DOM can update immediately with your new state applied. And this would unfortunately just deopt any concurrent rendering that may have been part of this update. So if you're doing something async, say a page navigation that has to load in new data, you'll end up animating to force fallbacks rather than your final content. And to understand scoping, let's take a look at this gallery interaction. By default, with Start View Transition, the entire root will animate, causing your page to be non-interactive in the meantime. And you can get around this by adding view transition name attributes to the specific elements that you'd like to animate. But if you leave these around, they could get picked up by future, potentially unrelated view transitions. And so it's important to add them at the time of the update and clean them up. But what if React could just solve all of these problems for you? So meet View Transition, a new component from React. It's the first animations API built directly into React, and it's deeply integrated with all of our features. View Transition is a declarative API that uses a set of heuristics to determine what and how to animate. And here we can see the immediate difference in the programming model when using the View Transition component. React handles applying the View Transition name as well as removing it, and it will also call Start View Transition for us at just the right time. Additionally, it handles our scoping problem. Because React manages all of the View Transition names, it can decide which elements to activate when an update comes through. And it will activate the smallest subset of View Transition components necessary based on that update. So in our gallery here, we'll only animate the movie poster in the center and leave the rest of the page open for responsive interaction. So that's what to animate. But how about when? How would we trigger this view transition? The triggers here are start transition, use deferred value, and suspense. And through these APIs, React's concurrent rendering model integrates seamlessly with your animations. And that brings along all the benefits of batched updates and our async coordination. So in the gallery example, clicking the next button will call a start transition with an async action. The router change would update the current movie index, resulting in a DOM mutation to switch out that movie poster. The view transition component will detect the mutation of its child and activate an update animation. Now, without specifying any class names here, the browser's default animation will be used, typically a crossfade. And we could customize the effect further by adding the update class name, and then using CSS to style the view transition pseudo elements. And additionally, we might want to customize based on the type of interaction that triggered our update. So in the case of the gallery, there's two possible interactions here. We can click Next or Previous. And if we wanted that element to slide to the right or left just like this, depending on which type of action we took, we can do so by using a new API, Add Transition Type. So let's see what using Add Transition Type looks like. Within our action, we'll just add the next movie poster type. And then within our view transition component, we can replace that update class name with an object. Here, the keys align to transition types, which then map to our class names. And now we can use CSS to create that sliding effect to the right or left, depending on each class name. So far, I've been describing update animations, but there are three other categories. We also have enter animations, which trigger when a component with view transition at the top level is mounted, revealed from suspense, or revealed from activity. We have exit animations, when a component with view transition at the top level is unmounted or hidden with activity. And finally, my favorite part, we have share animations. With share animations, we can implement magic move-like effects with just a few lines of code. These activate when you have a pair of view transition components that have matching names, and one is hidden while another one appears in the same update. So with enter, exit, update, and share animations powered by React transitions and suspense, there is so much possibility. And this truly raises the ceiling on UX for React applications. So as Mofe mentioned, Chance is going to be speaking more about view transition right after the keynote, so be sure to stick around for that. Now, that wraps up view transition. As Joe told us earlier, we don't just want to make it possible to create great applications with React. We also want to make it easier to do so. And that brings me to fragment refs. With fragment refs, we're introducing a new way to compose platform behavior that can significantly lower the complexity of your product code. Because as we review product code, we observe a lot of friction when it comes to working with platform APIs. I'm talking about things like setting up event listeners, attaching intersection observers, maybe applying focus, etc. And there are a handful of APIs and patterns used to achieve this today. But it can be difficult to compose this behavior. We see a lot of different framework-level abstractions, doing things with custom hooks, render props, higher-order components, components that make you wrap another div or other element around your children to take a ref in the right place. So let's take a look at an example. Here we have a scrollable movie grid, which needs some on-scroll behavior. So in fairly typical fashion, we'll create a ref and then use a use effect to call add event listener and remove event listener, and finally pass that ref down to the movie grid. Now, thanks to hooks, this type of behavior can already be shared amongst components, and many apps are doing this today. So here we've created a custom hook abstraction called useEventHandler, and this returns a ref that you can then pass to any element. So if we go back to our component and refactor, we can see that things are greatly simplified. But what happens when we introduce additional behavior? For example, here we're also adding a useImpression hook because we need to log an impression whenever a movie grid enters a viewport. And we're also taking a ref from the parent and forwarding that down to movie grid as well. So now we must merge the refs. And in many examples we see in production apps today, it's far more complicated than this. We have a mix of patterns. Many of them force you to wrap extra layout elements around your children. And we'll pass multiple refs around the tree, merging them at various levels. could there be a better way to handle this complexity? Enter fragment refs. We believe that when it comes to platform APIs, the vast majority of logic and the effects and refs that power them can live in shared abstractions. And then product code should easily be able to compose this behavior as needed. Fragment refs make this possible and offer a new way to compose platform capabilities. The ref value in the case of a fragment is called a fragment instance. And a fragment instance exposes a series of operations to help you leverage platform APIs without breaking encapsulation. So on the fragment instance, we have a series of operations, such as event operations, like add event listener, remove event listener, dispatch event. We have layout operations, such as compare document position, get client recs. We can do focus management with focus and blur. And we can attach intersection or resize observers to our children using observe using. For a full list of these operations, please check out the docs. So let's go back to our scrollable movie grid and now take advantage of fragment refs. Here I've created 2 fragment-based components that implement the same behavior we saw earlier, but under the hood, taking advantage of those fragment instances. So we have a scroll handler fragment, which we simply now pass an on-scroll handler and let it do the rest. And we have an impression fragment, where we can pass a callback that will be triggered every time the movie grid enters a viewport. So we can achieve this functionality, just like we started with, without having to think about effects or refs locally within the product code. And additionally, since we removed find DOM node in React 19, some apps have still had difficulty interacting with components they don't own. Maybe these components are user-defined, or they might come from a design system that you don't have full control over to update to take a ref just where you need it. But with fragment refs, we can interact with the host nodes rendered by any component. In this example, we focus this input component that came from a third-party library just by wrapping in a fragment and calling focus on that fragment instance. So to summarize, fragment refs offer a powerful new composition pattern in React. And platform capabilities can be integrated at the framework, library, or design system levels, and then used throughout your product code. And that's without requiring additional element wrappers or even having control of your child components. So as you can see, we have a lot of exciting new features in React. As Mofe shared, React 19.2 released last week with activity, use effect event, performance tracks, and partial pre-rendering. And as of yesterday, in Canary, we now have view transition and fragment refs. And additionally, we're still in early research and development of a number of other features. These are things like suspense list, concurrent stores, gesture animations, and much more. And we'll be thrilled to share updates on those as soon as we have more to share. So I'm so excited to see what you build with everything new in React. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Lauren for an update on React Compiler.
Hello. Can I get a quick show of hands? Who loves hydration? Hydration lovers? Great. And that's why I'm gonna hydrate myself right now. And we should all hydrate as well. Stay hydrated. Okay, thank you, Jack. It's really great being back at React Conf. And we have so much to share with you today and not a whole lot of time, so let's get right into it. So the first thing I want to talk about is pretty serious, okay? Need all of you to take this seriously. Put your phones down, put your laptop down, put your water bottles down. We're done hydrating. Are you all ready? Very excited to announce very excited to announce React compiler is now available. You can't npm install it yet. We'll release that later today, so don't take your laptops out. But yes, very exciting milestone. And so many people contributed to the compiler over the past couple of years, and we really appreciate all of their efforts bringing their compiler to life. So can we get a big round of applause for Joe, Mofe, and of course, thanks to me as well. So after the keynote and after I do the release, you can get started using the compiler in your applications by installing Babel plugin React Compiler, as well as the new ESLint plugin. The plugin has new compiler-powered rules, which are independent of the compiler. So even if you haven't adopted the compiler yet, the linter's new rules will work out of the box to help you find rule of React violations that you should probably fix. And an important note, if your ESLint config previously only specified exhaustive depths and rules of hooks, you want to update your config to reference the recommended rule preset so that you get all of the new rules as well. Otherwise, you might not actually see them. Now, I don't know if there's anyone who hasn't heard about the compiler, but if you're sitting there confused, like, what is she talking about? The compiler is a build tool that works on every platform that can run React. It auto-optimizes your components and hooks and lets you focus on what really matters. It's also designed to work out of the box without any code rewrites, which is pretty cool. And it works with the latest version of React 19, as well as 17 and 18. So that's pretty cool, right? Thank you. So it's easy to think of the compiler as something that just adds memoization for you. But it's much more than that. It also deeply understands your code and helps you write better React. So make sure you download the ESLint plugin and check that out after the talk. So one thing as well I don't think is appreciated enough is that you can use the compiler anywhere where you can use React. So for example, last year at React Conf, I did a live demo of adding the compiler to Blue Sky, which is an Expo app. So the same Blue Sky product code runs on both web and mobile. And thankfully, after the talk, I submitted a PR to Blue Sky, and thankfully, it got merged. Thank you, Dan, for reviewing my code. Woo. So Blue Sky was actually the first application outside of Meta to use the compiler in production all the way back in May 2024. So they were on the bleeding edge. And I just think that that's so exciting to see the richness of the React ecosystem, where you see React running across so many different types of screens, like web, mobile, TVs, even your terminal or your refrigerator. And the exciting thing is that React compiler can run on all of them as well. But let's take a quick look at automatic memoization as well. Like, what exactly does that mean? So one of the core premises of React is writing declarative code. You write code that describes what your component does, and then React handles the rest. And if you look at this code, it's fairly simple to understand. The component receives some data, it processes it, then it renders each item, and then you can click on each item. Now, while React is fast enough in the vast majority of cases, you do run into situations where components just re-render too often that it can hurt performance. So for a moment, let's just all pretend the compiler doesn't exist. I haven't given this talk yet. And you've profiled your application, and you found that this component is just rendering way too much. So if you wanted to solve this problem today, you'd have to reach for our best friends, use Memo, use callback, and React.memo. But it's really easy to get wrong. It's also difficult to maintain over time, and it just looks kind of ugly, right? And if you look at the code, look at the boxes that I drew, you actually see that I forgot to memoize something. Can anyone spot it? Anyone? See my bug? It's hard, right? It's over here. Because we used an arrow function, this recreates the function on every render, so we missed the case. But the really nice thing about the compiler is that you can just forget what I just said, like you don't have to remember that. And it lets you go back to writing your code in a very natural way, and the compiler just takes care of the rest. And even, yeah, thank you. And it even handles that arrow function for me, so I don't have to change the way that I write my code. We can just write our apps in the same declarative way that makes React so intuitive, and let React and the compiler work behind the scenes to keep our apps fast and responsive. So automatic memoization, very nice win. It's going to save so much time, let you delete a lot of code, and you just get a performant app out of the box. You don't have to rewrite anything, and even if you're not on the latest version of React, you can still use the compiler. But the thing I'm excited about is that the compiler is more than just a tool for adding memoization. And later today, you'll see Cody from Sanity share a case study of how he's been using the compiler's linter to find some latent issues that were hiding in their large and complex React application. But let's take a look at some of them as well. So the compiler uses its deep understanding of your code and its knowledge of the rules of React to provide detailed diagnostics and a cat arresting you for breaking the rules of React. No, that's not actually a feature. Not yet, at least. And here you'll see that there's a pattern that's actually really bad for performance, where you call set state inside of an effect. Now, if you're not familiar with this pattern, the reason it's bad is because the effect runs after React commits the changes, and then it schedules another render through set state. And that's really, really inefficient. But the really great thing is that the compiler and the linter can detect cases like this and warn you and flag them to you ahead of time. So for example, here we can see that the linter tells us that, hey, don't do this, and instead calculate the value of full name during render. Let's look at another example. If you've ever used a ref in React, you'll know that it lets you remember some information, and whenever that information gets updated, it doesn't re-render the component. But since React doesn't know when the ref changes, even reading it while rendering can cause some unexpected behavior in your component. And this is another case where the compiler can detect this pattern and tell you that, hey, you've accessed the ref during render, and that you probably shouldn't do that, or you'll be arrested by the cat. So let's look at something a little more interesting. So most people know, I hope, that you shouldn't call set state in render, because set state doesn't run immediately. It queues up an update for the next render, which means that this code will lead to an infinite loop. And you can see that the compiler will tell you exactly that this code causes an infinite loop. But the code we've been looking at has been pretty simple so far. What if we could trick the linter by wrapping our set state in a function? Like, can the linter still detect this? And unfortunately, yes, it still can, so we're all going to jail. And this is where the compiler's deep understanding of your code comes into play. The compiler is built with an architecture similar to something you might see in, say, the Chrome V8 engine. And what that means is that the compiler's analysis isn't just limited to syntactical problems. It actually knows here, in this example, that calling onClick in render is actually calling setState in render. And it does this through very careful compiler passes that track all of the different values as they flow throughout your component. Another pattern that we've seen that's actually pretty dangerous and easy to make a mistake is when you call setState during render, but the setter comes from the parent. So in addition to the compiler's analysis, it can also make use of other heuristics to determine if code is safe or not. And here, we rely on the naming of the function to infer that it might be calling setState from a parent in render. And in practice, we found this assumption to be really useful. And this was actually inspired by a real sev or outage at Meta, where someone accidentally called a setState in render and crashed the application. So that's been a lot. And there's a lot more rules that I can show you as well. But we don't have a lot of time. And make sure you download the ESM plugin. And we can maybe find you some some issues that are hiding in your application. So that's a glimpse of what React Compiler is. It's what we think the future of how React apps are built. It raises the floor for performance. It makes your product code so much easier to write and maintain. But again, the most exciting thing about the compiler for me is that it's a platform for us to build more and more intelligence and static analysis to help humans and maybe even AIs write better React code. And so our official recommendation is that all new applications should start using the compiler from day one. We recommend existing applications use the compiler and adopt the compiler as well, but it's OK to take your time, just not too much time. And again, for the 8th time, all apps should use the linter because it's independent of the compiler. And even if you're not quite ready to roll out the compiler to production, you can still use the linter and get all of those benefits in your application. For existing apps, we've written a new guide on how to adopt the compiler incrementally, so you can roll that out to your users with confidence. And I highly recommend checking these docs out, because I wrote it. So please read it. Thank you. And OK, if you're sitting there like, can I really trust Lauren up here with her jokes and all? But if you watched React Conf last year, Mo-Fei actually shared these numbers last year about our experience using the compiler on some Meta applications. So here, these numbers are from the Meta Quest store, the store where you purchase apps for the Meta Quest. And there, we saw initial load and cross-page navigations improve by up to 12%. And some interactions were even more than twice as fast as before. And this all happened while memory usage stayed neutral. While we definitely can't guarantee the same results or similar results for your application, this app was very carefully manually memoized. So we do recommend trying out the compiler, and seeing if it actually gives you some nice wins, even if you've already spent a lot of time with manual memoization. As part of the stable release, we've also worked with the Expo, Vite, and Next.js teams to either enable the compiler by default for new applications, which is the case for Expo, or expose an option for you to pick a React compiler-enabled template, which is the case for Vite and Next.js. We highly encourage everyone to start your application with the compiler so you can get all of those benefits from day one, and just really focus on building out features that your users want instead of just worrying about memoization. And again, if you're not using one of those frameworks, you can install the compiler packages directly. So, couldn't resist. With this stable release, compiler is now a foundation for the future of React. And over the coming years, we expect to see more and more React features that build upon both the compiler and the runtime to just really raise the bar for developer and user experience in writing React. So I hope all of you get a chance to try out the compiler after the talk, and maybe even ship it into production. And if you run into any issues, please look for any of us, Joe, Mo-Fei, and myself, or send us a DM on Twitter, and we'll try to help you out. And finally, be sure to check out both of these talks later. Cody, again, is going to talk about his experience using the compiler as one of our earliest adopters. And then Joe is going to share some explorations about performance that we've done, and that's really exciting. So thank you very much for listening and tolerating my horrible jokes. And I'd like to welcome Seth back to the stage.
How's everybody doing? What do we think about those announcements? It's pretty good, pretty good. Last year when we had the conference, we had 5 years of things to share, but you can see the team has been hard at work anyway. At React Conf, we have a bit of a tradition. We show you some of the most exciting, ambitious, mind-bending demos across the ecosystem of our products. And then just before we let you go, we come out here and we're like, oh, there's one more thing. Wait, what? we don't do that. Apple, September. Got it. Okay. Last year I spoke to you guys from this stage about the power of community, the power of our community, the power of this community. And it's true that since the beginning, since we open sourced React, but in spirit before, that the heart of what makes React is our community. React is your React. Our community is the foundation of what makes React so cool, so special, so capable. And when I joined the team 6 years ago, I knew I'd found something special, something bigger than technology, bigger than code. I'd found a place to realize my lifelong North Star, my lifelong ambition, which is to help others bring their ideas to life. I knew I had found a place to manifest. In short, I had found something really special long after many of you had discovered it. After you'd been building for many years the bedrock, the foundation of what makes React what it is today. The most popular declarative UI framework in the history of software. Huge. You did that. Google and Apple and Meta, not to mention the mobile and web at large, have all been influenced by the ideas that you have created. That's a huge legacy to leave when it comes to like software history. And I just want to celebrate that you did that. You know, otherwise React is nothing but a novel, declarative, reconciling framework, a library. And JSX is really cool, not to mention fast refresh and code we just saw that optimizes itself. But what the React community has built is really some of the most amazing technology out there. And without it, React is just basically some really cool, really hard to read, and impossible to understand code. What brings it to life is you. You are what gives us the energy every day to show up and do everything we can with all of our hearts and all of our blood and all of our sweat and all of our tears to help other people bring their ideas to life. That React, this React, is bigger than us all. And it is important to me and to you and to the world that until something better comes along, React is protected and that its bright, progressive future is secured, that it remains open, that it remains with our community. So today, I am actually excited, and I do have one more thing to share with you. I'm incredibly excited to announce that we have officially formed the React Foundation. For nearly a decade, Meta has been an incredible steward of React, with love and sweat and no small amount of debate, with incredible open source contributors, maintainers, and the incredible community sitting in this room. And around the world, of course, but as React has grown into one of the most important technologies in software history, it needs a home built for the next 15 years and beyond. The React Foundation will ensure that React remains independent, community-driven, and built for everyone. It gives React a structure that outlives any one company, person, or team. It means that React's future is no longer just ours to shape, it's yours. This is a huge milestone for me personally. I, in addition to so many others, have been working on this for many years, and the team has demonstrated incredible internal adaptation to make this possible. When we started on this path years ago, we simply were not ready to operate as a foundation. We'd been operating as a meta, a scrappy meta team, right? With all the meta things that comes along with that. And so over the past number of years, as you've seen with the staging systems and the RFCs and so forth, we've moved into a place where we can now interface with the community in a much more compatible way with the foundation. This is a huge milestone for React. It's also a huge milestone for open source as a whole. It's a statement that the ideas that we develop and build together deserve to last. They deserve to grow and flourish, and they deserve to belong to everyone. So here is my invitation to you, that alongside the generous support of Meta, Amazon, Expo, CallStack, Microsoft, Software Mansion, and Vercels, join us in shaping the vision and the future of what it means to be a foundation with React. React has always been about the people, And now with you and the React Foundation, it will always belong to you. Crazy, intuitive, creative, beautiful people. Thank you for getting us to this point. I want to bring back to the stage our master of ceremonies, Mr. Michael Chan. Oh, man.
React Foundation, that is wild. Absolutely wild. I remember like a handful of years ago when we were just here arguing about licenses and whatnot. And man, Foundation, we've come a long way. Super excited. Okay, so I have a little bit of a problem, and I'm gonna need your help. So usually at these events, I'm sitting right here, and I'm going ham. I'm laughing, I'm clapping, I'm doing everything on cue. And so since I can't be out here this time, right there, I'm gonna need your help. So we're gonna do a little bit of practice. I'm gonna show you how to be a very bold audience for our incredible speakers. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna tell some terrible jokes based on the presentations that we saw. I'm gonna give you a little cue like this, and that means laugh. And then I'm gonna give you another cue. I'm gonna talk about something exciting, and I'm gonna do this, and that means applaud, okay? And this is just a warm-up so that everyone can enjoy the rest of this conference being bold audience participants. Okay, so let's go. So, super cool presentations, right? I'm super excited to use capture owner stack and go into the strip tonight and capture some of that casino owner stacks. Okay. Let's try another one. Okay, but let's be honest, really, as introverted as I am, I'm just gonna use, these APIs are so new, I don't even know how to refer to them. I'm just gonna turn from activity mode visible to activity mode hidden. Great. Close. This is the humble beginning. Okay, now applause, super easy. We can get to that. Let's do that real quick. It is absolutely incredible that we saw all of those bundlers finally able to utilize React server components. Let's hear it for React server components and all of our bundler friends. Come on. That's an incredible amount of coordination and teamwork. I know a lot of times we see these projects as competitors. They are not. We're all building a better React ecosystem together. So, with that, we have a handful of announcements. We noticed that there were a handful of people sitting standing in the back, looking for a seat. There are plenty of seats. If there is a seat next to you, could you please raise your hand? And then just, it looks like maybe some of those people dissipated, actually. They've vanished. Mode hidden. Okay, so anyway, they're not there anymore, but if they were, they would have a place to sit. Thank you for helping me with that. Okay, Wi-Fi. Many of you have been asking about Wi-Fi, and I'm here to give you the keys to the proverbial kingdom. The Wi-Fi network is Weston Meeting, and the password is ReactConf with a capital R, and all of the rest of those letters are lowercase. All lowercase? We have some breaking news. A kind person in the front has tried all lowercase, and that seems to work. So, maybe try it both ways. It works either way. All caps, you're good. Type in whatever you want, and you're gonna be fine. The key is Weston Meeting. That's the one for us. Great. Okay, we have heard so many cool things about Vue transitions. I am very excited to see these APIs land. And we have no one better to talk about this than a very good friend of mine, someone who is just a cracked, goated React developer. Oh my gosh. Contributed and authored projects like Radix, React Router, Remix, so many projects that you know and love. A very good friend, someone that shows me up all of the time at our company, WorkOS, where we work together. I just want to invite to the stage, and please join me with a raucous round of applause, my friend and yours, Chance Strickland.
Hello, 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 React Conf. This is wild. I've been out there. It's my first time up here, and it's just the wildest journey because like React, like it changed my life. I think it changed a lot of people's lives, and it's just like it's such a meaningful project to me, and it's such an honor to be able to talk to you today about some new features coming to React. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. So, you know, we heard that the heart of React is the community. And, you know, I had a different thing in mind when I planned this talk, but I can't really argue with that. So we'll talk about what the lungs of React might be, like breathing life into the project from an early age. And like, you know, back in 2013 when it was first announced, and we all saw it and had various opinions on it, but the folks who were most drawn to it, I think I would argue that the lungs of React is the core component model, and what's at the core of that, if nothing but composition and the declarative API. And I think that was true from the start. And you know, over the years, React has grown up a lot. It's changed a lot. Every year we get up here and we talk about new features, and you know, like all of the just kind of paradigm shifts over the years. And you know, a lot of people have feelings about that, right? Particularly recently, you hear a lot of chat in their community and how much React has changed and how hard it can be and all of these things. But you know, I just want to like back up for a moment and talk about this, like the lungs, like the thing that sort of has maintained that through line throughout the years and all the change. And you know, in 2018, this guy got on stage, a good friend of mine named Ryan, and he talked about this new paradigm called hooks, and kind of walked us through like a refactoring from class components to hooks, and again, felt different, but at the end of the day, what were hooks if not a way to make logic more declarative and more composable? And then later on that year, it was a big year for React, we got an introduction from Dan to suspense. And what was suspense? Suspense was a way to make asynchronous stuff more composable and more declarative. This has been a consistent theme throughout the project, and of course in 2022 nobody got on stage because there was a little thing going on and we had to take a few years off. But you know what happened? We got our first implementations of React Server components, and this was like the big thing that everyone talked about and everyone was sort of like scared of and freaked out, and we still hear a little bit about that. But what did server components give us if not a way to cross the network? And this is just the wildest thing to me still. I'm like, every time I look into it, I just get so just hyped, because crossing the network through components and serializing functions is like what are we even doing here? But it made crossing that network barrier more composable and more declarative. And that is just something that continues through to this day. And so I want to talk to you about some APIs that make other hard things more composable, more declarative, and I'm excited about React just sort of continuing that path forward with these things. So we'll go into a demo, and I'm going to do something that is incredibly ill-advised for my first React Conf talk, and I'm going to live code some stuff for you. And I'm realizing that I need some technical support here. Okay. There is a non-responsive mouse situation, so I can't get to my demo. Sorry about that, but hey, we're doing it live. There we go. Awesome. Thanks so much. Cool, so we're going to do some live coding. And here we've got, I haven't done anything yet, you don't have to clap yet. But here we've got a little app that is going to play us some music videos, and we'll just take a little quick tour of the app itself. We've got a little sidebar. You can open and close the sidebar, and we've got a little search here. I can filter through some of the videos. I can hide that. I can click into a video. I can check out albums. So that's kind of like the core of the app. It's just a little video player. And we're going to talk about some features that we might want to add and some improvements we might want to make. So the first thing we're going to jump into is we got some feedback from a user, and they said, you know, I really like the search feature, but one of the things that could be better is if I go ahead and search for an album, and I'm sort of in this search state, and you know, now I want to go and actually look for you know, a video for a minute. I'm going to close this up and you know, look through the videos. I'm going to open this back up, and I would expect to see that my search is still sort of there, but it's not, right? It gets wiped away. And so how might we fix that? So traditionally in React, so we think about what we're actually looking at here. We've got an input field, and we want to maintain its state despite the fact that we are not actually rendering it. So this is our sort of our sidebar here, and we can see that we've got a toggle, and we're only showing the children. In this case, the children is our library if show sidebar is toggled on. And because we're conditionally rendering this thing, it unmounts and remounts, which resets all of the state in the component. And so how would we do this in React? We would, of course, lift state to the nearest parent, right? And then we would pass it down. And the nearest parent in this case is our sidebar. But here's the thing. I'm looking at this code. I'm seeing that sidebar doesn't actually know anything about the library to be rendering anything, right? It is just a composable sidebar component, and it could have you know, anything it wants in there. We don't really want to change that. So how do we manage state here and try and pass it? Well, we could have context, but that's kind of weird because, again, we could have multiple things in here, and what if there was another stateful component and we had the same issue, and then we're lifting that up, and now we've created this weird coupling between the state of random children and our sidebar, and that's not ideal. So we don't want to lift state up. So this is where you know, activity comes in, and Amofe taught us a little bit about the API here, and so we're going to bring in the activity component, and we're going to just pull this guy up here, and we're no longer going to conditionally render this. We're going to switch the mode here. Let's first import this, and we're going to say when show sidebar is true, we're going to show it, and otherwise we're going to hide it, right? And so now we take a look at this guy, do a quick refresh, and see that if we search for something, close it up, open it back, boom, we still have our state here. And what's really interesting about this is not actually all React state. This is actually an uncontrolled input component. So this is just the DOM managing this state. And what's happening is you type in here, and there's this debounce function call that triggers an onSubmit function in the form that it's nested in. So you don't even have to control the state, really. So we get to maintain our React state, which is the filtered list of videos or albums, and then we also get to manage or maintain our DOM state, which you can also see is true if we do something like scroll, right? If I scroll down here, and now I'm at the bottom, and I close this up and then reopen it, we see we've also maintained our scroll position, which is pretty cool. We didn't have that before. And so we've maintained all of our DOM state, all of our React state, and we didn't have to do any weird piping through of state to add, we didn't create any coupling, right? The library didn't have to change any of its implementation details. I think that's really, really cool. And you look at this code and you're like, oh, well, what's the big deal? We're just conditionally showing or hiding a thing. And to me, this is the big deal. But there is a little bit more we can do with activity, right? So if we click into one of these videos, I'm going to close this up for a moment. And one thing that you might have to deal with is we have this thumbnail. And if I click on the thumbnail, let's go ahead and take a look at our network tab real quick. If I click on the thumbnail, what's going to happen is we are going to, let's go ahead and let's do that again so we can filter and see. So when I click, so right now we have no media request. And if I click on this guy, we're going to request the video, right? And it's pretty fast because I'm not, this is all just local. Let's go ahead and slow it down a little bit and try that again. Actually, let's not slow it down just yet because it's going to take forever to actually bundle. So yeah, let's go ahead and say slow 4G. And now if I click this guy, we're going to see a loader, right? And that's fine, but like, that could happen. That is what it is. We deal with it. We've got a loading indicator. But I don't love that. So why don't we go into the video here, and we have this conditional rendering of the actual video element. So let's go ahead and change this as well and pop this video into our activity component. And instead of this, we will just go, we'll still conditionally render the thumbnail here. We don't need to change anything about that. Cool. And then we want to import that. And then what's going on here? Whoops. That's should be that. Boom. All right. And so now we want to say should render player, then will be visible. Otherwise, will be hidden. Missed live coding. It's fun. So let's go ahead and stop throttling here. Let's save this. We'll get a reload. And again, we've got our thumbnail. But check this out. Before I even clicked anything, the video request has already been made. And so it's loading in the background. This is a really cool feature of Activity, is because it's just rendering things under the hood and sticking them right in the DOM. The video has a preload prop on it, and we can go ahead and start loading that video in the background so that when we slow down our network here and click on it, we get a much faster response. And we didn't see that loading screen, which I think is pretty cool. And this is traditionally the point in the live code where people start clapping. So I just want to mildly prompt you to, you can clap for React, but clap for me because I'm still kind of nervous. So makes me feel good about myself. Cool, so that was Activity. Let's jump into some other features we can add into our app. Let's turn this off and go back to, let's go back, actually, let's just take a, we'll stick with this view for now, okay? And so something we want to do here is we have this like theater mode feature where if I click into it, as you see, it sort of expands. I call this theater mode because that's what I think YouTube calls it, and I just copied them. So we are going to, this is, it just kind of goes instantly, but we might want like a smoother animation of this thing. So, one thing we might do, we heard a little bit about view transitions, and they're really cool. And we know, of course, implementing them in, implementing them from scratch with just plain old vanilla JS is going to be a bit of an annoyance. So first of all, if I go into my server component and I need to, wire up this client behavior, and I'm probably going to pull in a use effect here because this is where the video is being rendered, right? So here's our player, and if we want to transition it, we need to pass a ref and go in here and set this up. So we would maybe have like, use ref. And immediately, if you've used server components, this is going to be a problem because can't call hooks in a server component, makes no sense. And an effect doesn't run on the server, makes no sense. So that's not going to work. We can't actually start using all of the DOM APIs to wire up our view transition here. So, we might go into the video player and start wiring it up or setting it up here because this is a client component. But again, this could be anywhere in our app, and we might only want to animate it here in the route where we know that we've got this kind of like theater mode thing, right? And so yeah, so like, what do? Well, we all saw the API. We bring in a view transition, right? And I'm going to pull this guy up there, and I'm going to just save this guy and reload, and we're going to click it, and oh wait, nothing happened. Well, why did nothing happen? Well, nothing happened because view transitions, if we think of the API for view transitions in the browser, we have something like document.start view transition, right? And then this is where we would actually wire up our logic. We would say, like we want to trigger the start view transition, and when we do that, we want to like update some state in React so that we start rendering things. We'll just say update state for now, and we're going to pass in updated state. But here's the thing. Start view transitions is an asynchronous function. It waits for the next frame to do anything. Also, updating state in React is an asynchronous function. So we all know how fun asynchronous edge cases can be, so we need to bring in flush sync to make sure that this update actually completes before we start animating anything, right? So this is kind of a pain. And also, like, what am I actually changing? Well, I have to like add like an animation class to the actual DOM node so that my CSS actually works, and I have to pass it into this player component. But I go in here and like there's other DOM elements, and so I have to awkwardly forward a ref, and it's just kind of like gross. And then we heard all about the weird edge cases that you have to deal with when you do that. So we're not going to do any of that. But what if I told you that triggering a view transition anywhere in your tree was as simple as starting a transition in React? No longer need to flush anything. And this is pretty cool because view transitions just work automatically with any update that is triggered within a transition. Underneath, anything that updates a component, if that update is started in transition, everything underneath that view transition should work, right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my video player here, and we're going to see we've got a few. Let's go ahead on enter. I need to actually find this. I thought I had this queued up, but there we are. All right, so we've got these two state set functions that update some stuff for us, and this is where we want to trigger the transition. So I'm going to call start transition, and this can work too if you get start transition from use transition and you need to use that pending state. And if you don't need to use the pending state and you just want to import it from React directly, you can totally do that too. And it will work either way because in either event we just trigger a transition. And so we want to do that when we enter the playing or the theater mode. Boom. That's it. That's it, right? Like, that's all the code. And what I love about this is that we didn't have to reach into the guts and like pipe through refs or do any like weird DOM manipulation. And also, like, React takes care of a lot of things that we would normally have to think about, like loading assets. Like, what if the video wasn't loaded yet? And when it came in, we've got this like weird loading state. And yeah, React's gonna actually wait a couple seconds to make, or a couple milliseconds, hopefully not a couple seconds, to load async things in the background, like images, fonts, so you don't get weird flickers or inconsistencies between the entering and exiting state, and it just kind of works. And that is so cool to me. And we can do the same thing. No, I don't want to print. That's silly. We can do the same thing here when we exit theater mode. And all we have to do is start a transition. Amazing. I love that. I love that so much. Cool. I've got 2 minutes to blow through some other things here, so I'm going to make this really, really quick. But, another cool thing about this, let's go back into our video component here. Actually, let's take a look at our metadata. So, like, right now, the metadata may or may not actually, maybe we want to transition here, too. Maybe we want to, like, shift this up. And so how might we do that? So let's take a look at our video meta component. We might want to do something similar. But maybe we've got like 2 different React trees here, kind of both being potentially rendered. And so these are going to have different DOM elements within. So like, how can you animate 2 completely different React trees and have them like seamlessly connected? Let's check that out. So we're going to go and add a view transition here. We're going to pop this guy up, and we've got one there. And of course, this is already going to be updated in a transition because these things move and whatnot with or without, or as soon as we update this theater mode thing. And so, if we slow this thing down a little bit, let's go into the animations panel. Whoops. And let's set this guy on super slow. And so let's check this out and see, uh-oh, why didn't you actually go down? We get a weird Chrome bug. This is obscuring my, oh, come on. Come on. Come on now. There we go. All right, now we can slow down. It's hard to zoom in that far and actually get anything to work. So we can see this thing kind of like jumps down a little bit, and that's not exactly what we want. So let's go ahead and say, let's see, our extended metadata is when we are, I think it's when we are in theater mode, right? Or no, that's when we're not in theater mode. So like, that's this little guy up here, and this is just kind of jumpy here, and we don't like that. So what I'm gonna do here is we've got these cool little props called enter and exit, where you can actually control the class name, the CSS class name that gets attached at different phases of the animation. And so we might want to do a slide up or a slide down, right? And then in our CSS somewhere, we're going to have some class selectors that are going to handle this kind of animation for us. And we're going to save that, and I'm going to go into theater mode, and it's not going to work. Maybe I didn't actually write the CSS correctly, or I'm holding something wrong. But hey, this is live coding, right? This is what you get when you decide to live demo at React Conf, of all places. So my CSS isn't actually functioning as I would have intended. But what we're going to do here is we want to share a transition between the metadata that lives up here in the tree and the metadata that lives down here, so that we have a little bit more of a seamless flow, since these two pieces of text are sort of related. And one cool thing that you can do with the view transition component is that you can share a name here. And we could do something like name meta. I had another really cool demo for this particular feature that we're not going to have time for, unfortunately. But you know, we got to let other people talk. There's a lot of stuff to cover today. It's 19.2 is a big release. I'm pretty excited about it. This is probably, yeah, that's not going to work either. That's cool. I think it's because my CSS is busted, which is my fault. I should be a better CSS developer. But I'm really excited about these features. And as you heard, View Transitions is now available in Canary. Activity is now available in the stable release of 19.2. There's a lot of really cool things you can do with them. I really highly encourage you to go check them out. And yeah, join me in clapping for 2 new amazing APIs in React 19.2. Oh, love you, buddy.
Y'all redeemed yourself. There's when my boy Chance had to ask for applause the first time, I was like, oh, I'm gonna come out there and put a hurt on these guys. But y'all did great. You rallied. You pulled it back the second time. So anyway, let's give another round of applause for Chance Strickland. Live coding is crazy hard. Okay, so Chance and I actually have the privilege of working together, and who here uses the library Radix, whether bare bones or under ShatsEN? Who's using it? Yeah, okay, cool. There's a lot of you. Now, we do a like bi-weekly stream where we just kind of talk about the using the library, kind of maintaining it, doing some cool stuff. So we have some our friends on the WorkOS design team. It's some really cool shirts for us. And so if you want one, hit me up. Chance has some contributor ones, exclusive contributor ones, if you have contributed to Radix. So if you've done that, we would love to honor you with one of those shirts. Okay, so let's see. I think we're good. Next thing up, a big part of emceeing is just telling you where to go and when. And we have a break coming up. Actually, that break is right now. I stand corrected. The break is right now. So this is an opportunity for you to coffee up, Coca-Cola up, whatever your beverage of choice is, and use the restroom so that you can endure the full next session without needing to leave. Thank you so much for being here, and we will see you in 30 minutes. See you soon.
Welcome everyone to the 125 live goes for the rest of the stream. I lucky me with Seth, head of React. who had a very, very exciting announcement earlier today. Seth, do you want to tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely, Jorge. I'm so glad you're running the live stream too. This has been awesome. The announcement that I made, I think the big one that everyone's going to be thinking about or talking about is the announcement of the foundation, the true formation of the React Foundation in partnership with a bunch of the folks that have been contributing to React for years.
Cool, that's great. And if people want to learn more about this foundation and kind of see what we're planning and what we're going to do going forward,
there's a brand new blog post on the react.dev site that you can check out in the blog. Has a bunch of more details than I shared on stage. I really focused on how we got here and the future of kind of how this is going to protect React and keep it community driven and so forth. But yeah, that's where you can find more details.
Cool, and I'm sure that people at home and all over here actually have a ton of questions about how the foundation would work. What are we doing about the technical aspect of things? Do you have any answers to that, or?
There's some details in the blog and also in the press release that's going to come out from the Linux Foundation, but the details, a lot of it's going to be worked out as we work with the community to figure out the best way to interface. Over the past 4 years, we've made a huge number of changes internally to make ourselves more compatible with working as a foundation. We've introduced release stages. We've introduced, as you very well know,
yes.
Jorge, doing far more releases per year in smaller chunks and so forth. And so that's given us, those are just two examples, but that's given us the ability to do a better job of being able to incorporate community feedback and community members into the process.
Yeah, great. And we had some questions from the audience come in. And one of them was actually about React Native. They were wondering if the foundation includes React Native, but obviously it does. A lot of the companies that are starting this are actually React Native.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it includes React and all of its related technologies. So if we have React, React Native, React Compiler, Relay, those things are all included in the foundation. And super excited that that's the case. Those technologies are important. I think many people know this, but one of my main things is that to me, all of it is React, right? So when I say React Foundation, I think of all of the things that are part of and make up React as a technology.
Yeah. And definitely, of course, React Native is a big part of all of that.
React Native is huge.
Yes. Cool. Well, another question that came up from the audience, and I mean, I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask you anyway. What is your personal favorite React 19.2 feature?
Probably gonna have to go with view transitions. The number of times I've myself built a view transition interaction in an app, and the pain that you go through to get that right, and the brittleness of those transitions, I'm so excited to see us bake that into the core of React.
Yeah, cool. You know, me and the team are working on our keynote for tomorrow, obviously.
You're not done yet?
No. You're kidding me? And
we were... Get those pixels right, man.
Yes, exactly. We were working on our transitions on keynote, and I was like, we could have just coded this whole thing.
Exactly, yeah.
Right?
Magic move. It's like magic move for React.
Yes, amazing. Well, Seth, thank you so much. Is there any final thoughts you want to share with our live stream audience?
I would just say, this foundation's really new for us. We're probably going to get some things wrong along the way, so please keep the feedback coming in. Join us, help us shape the vision. This is a big deal for us to be moving in this direction, and so anything you can do to help us be successful, we are welcome at the table. And please come find me either at the conference, find me online, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Help us shape the vision.
Great, Seth. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
And coming up next, we have our React Keynote, folks. We're going to talk to them a little bit.
Sweet.
Yeah, so Seth, thank you so much. They're going to come in.
All right. Thanks.
Welcome back to the live stream, everyone. We just had a great chat with Seth, and now we have with us our keynote presenters for today, Mofe, Lauren, Jack, and Joe. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us a little bit about all the exciting announcements you've all made today. And before we get started, I think I just want to ask each one of you, what is your favorite 19.2 feature? We've asked Seth. He had some interesting answers. You don't have to answer now, just think about it. But if you already have an answer, anyone? What is your favorite 19.2 feature?
Yeah, I'll take it. For me, it'd be performance tracks. I think, like as we see in the talks, Ruslan's is coming up shortly. It's just like one, super powerful to debug, and also super powerful to learn more about the way React works. Like when we're debugging things, we're actually using it ourselves, so it's pretty great.
Cool. Anyone else has a favorite feature?
I think view transitions are super cool.
Oh yeah.
It just really levels up the user experience that you can bring on the web. And I'm just super pumped to give it a try in my side project now. So,
cool.
Yeah, super cool.
Awesome. So let's get into some of the questions we had from our audience, unless anyone else has a favorite feature. Mofe? No? Okay. I'm guessing activity, but we'll see. So speaking of activity, a question that came from our audience today was, why is it called activity? Do we know, or did we just made it up?
Yeah, so it's inspired by Android activity. I think it's like one, or at least one of the inspirations. That's like, just kind of an independent, sort of semi-independent unit, right? That can activate, deactivate, and just yeah. I don't know.
Okay, pretty straightforward.
Naming is hard. Okay.
Okay. Well, next time let's find a more interesting name. Cool. So. View transitions are in Canary. People are wondering how to test it themselves. Just use the Canary.
Yeah, I think it depends on how exactly you're trying to test it. If it's just something you want to play around with, you can just install the Canary from the Canary release channel in a code sandbox or in any application. I know Next.js also has an experimental option within the config, and they have docs on their page. And they also, at some point, will ship the Canary, so you'll be able to use it there. And if you're feeling risky, just install Canary in your application and see what happens.
Cool. Well, let's move on to some compiler questions. There's still, a year in, there's still some questions about what the compiler is for. And one of the questions that came up was, is the point of the compiler for us to remove all memoization and callbacks, or just to catch instances where we've missed it?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the idea of the compiler is that you don't have to memoize. The compiler does take into account existing memoization that you have. So, so for example, if you have an effect and you want to make sure that it doesn't run more than it needs to, you may still want to manually memoize your effect dependencies. But in general, the idea is that you don't have to memoize. The compiler will take care of that for you. If you do have manual memoization, we try to maintain that and just add kind of additional memoization on top of that. So it's for the most part, you can just write code and not think about it. But if you do want to use memoization to really fine tune, you can, and the compiler will just do kind of an extra. It's up to you.
I also want to add that I think the compiler we expect to raise really the floor for all performance, to turn JavaScript into how we'd expect, like if we had a language made for React, how we expect that language to work. So instead of your code always running, you kind of get reactivity by default, which is super neat.
Cool. So if you're on 17, 18, or 19, just turn it on. And worst thing that can happen is you're going to get some good stuff. Right? Okay. Cool. As long as you follow the rules of React, of course. Okay, another compiler question. So, of course, the compiler does a lot of stuff for us. And what's the trade-off? What's the catch? Is it using more memory? Is the bundle size bigger?
So in our investigations, we found that the compiler actually keeps memory usage neutral. One thing that you can expect to see is the bundle size increasing a little bit.
Okay.
Because the compiler compiles to like a lower level form of memoization compared to just you writing use memo, use callback. So like just in terms of like pure lines of code, there's like much more. But there's also another interesting trade-off where because the compiler is doing a lot of very fine-grained memoization, even on initial render, we've seen that React apps will actually re-render components multiple times. Like for example, you have effects that need to flush. So despite there being like a slightly bigger bundle size, that trades off against faster startup because like that whole re-render loop for the just initial load is actually a lot faster as well. So a little bit more bundle size, slows down startup, but that is traded off against faster startup with actually running the code much faster. And we've seen that trade-off is actually positive, right? So it actually makes your app faster.
Cool. All sounds good all around. The best thing ever. Okay, we got a little question about the activity demo. In the movie app, what happens if a really quick user just clicks back to try to reveal the hidden tree before React finished rendering?
Okay, so this case you have like a really fast user. You have, I guess, right. Yeah, the activity hidden render is updating the view that's not currently visible, and then we're now re-rendering to show like navigating back to that view. So currently React will restart that render at a higher priority. Activity renders in what we call the hidden lane. This is like lowest priority. Transitions, which is what you do for navigation, happens at a slightly higher priority. So we'll restart. This is not really ideal, but we'll restart the render at that higher priority. And this is also a state update, right? Because activity reads from like the router. So now we'll propagate both kind of the color theme and the router state in that new render. Ideally, we'd be able to resume.
Ideally what?
Ideally, we'd be able to like save the progress from the activity hidden render and kind of resume it with, just the router changes. That might be something we'll look into in the future.
I think one solution is probably just to make the users slower. Cool. Okay. Yeah. That's pretty much all we have from the audience. I have one last question for each one of you, just so our audience can get to know you a bit better. And you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but for each one of you, what is one thing about you, hobby, thing that happened, something in your life that doesn't come up in normal conversation and you think would be interesting for our live audience to learn about?
I guess, so my fun, not fun answer is that I think I'm a stereotypical software engineer. Like if you go to the Bay Area, everyone there is like going to the bouldering gyms, they go to hikes on the weekends. Okay. Now they're starting to run.
Yeah.
That's me too. So like I started bouldering when I started coding, and then started hiking after that, and now I'm getting into running just when it's getting trendy.
Awesome. Follow the trend. Sounds good to me.
My interesting fun fact is I learned how to code through Excel.
Oh, whoa.
I didn't go, so I went to college for finance, not computer science. So my introduction to programming was going for this financial modeling class where my professor taught us how to do Visual Basic VBA macros for Excel. And then I was like, wow, this is so much fun.
Awesome.
And that was my introduction to programming, and
many such cases. I've heard a lot of people that started that way.
Wild, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Lauren. Jack?
I'd say for me, my favorite hobby is skiing, which I'm starting to think more about as we get closer to winter. Maybe not so much as we're looking at palm trees in the sun right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, getting very excited for winter, hoping to get a lot of skiing in.
Cool. That's awesome.
Thing that doesn't come up in casual conversation. I lived in Japan for about 5 years.
Oh.
And speak Japanese.
Wow. So the affinity to languages is not just in the computer science aspect of it.
Well, I think that's actually pretty funny because like so many people over the years on Relay team and React team have been bilingual. So we just seem to kind of attract. Yeah.
Cool.
Do you speak a second language? No?
Unfortunately.
How did you?
Okay, folks.
Yeah, not pulling your weight, yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us today and answering the questions of our live stream audience. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you for all the nice, incredible, wonderful announcements today. I really liked all the cats, Lauren and Mofe. Yeah, I'll see you around here in the conference. Thank you, folks.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have...
Welcome back, live stream. Another speaker with us today. We got Chance. Chance, you had your talk about view transitions and activity earlier today, and we got some questions from the audience for you.
Sure, yeah.
Will activity get more modes beyond visible and hidden?
I think that's the plan, yeah. So there's a lot of cool things that you can do with activity that they haven't introduced yet, and that's the whole reason you have like the enum prop, right? So there's a couple of things that I've talked to some of the team members about, and one that comes to top of mind is you might have something like a stack dialog situation where you have things that are technically visible but in the background, and you might want some of the performance benefits of having it unmount the effects, clean everything up, and not doing a lot in the background, but it's still technically visible. So I could see like a mode for that.
Yeah.
There's some other cool things you can do in conjunction with certain types of transitions, where you have something happening while a transition is in flight. So there's there's a bunch of different things that I think they could do with that.
Okay, cool. And people are wondering if there are default transitions that are available out of the box to choose from without having to break out CSS keyframe.
Yeah, so the default transition, if you just wrap a component tree in view transition, what you're going to get is like a nice crossfade, and that's, you don't have to touch any CSS if that's what you want. So, but yeah, if you want some finer grain control, you just use the built-in view transition selectors, and you add your own class names. So there's a lot of granular control you can have over that, but by default, you should get some nice animations right out of the box. Some cool things I didn't really get a chance to touch on in the talk is the default behavior can actually change a bit depending on where the element is on the screen. And this is one of the cool things about view transitions is because it's so declarative, you don't have to think about these things, but if you have something that's like at the edge of the screen, and you want like it not to like sort of create this jarring effect and like animate halfway off the screen or something like that, React will by default sort of know where to put it so that it's not super jarring of an experience. So that takes some custom CSS on your part, but you don't have to do anything to like optimize that behavior, which is nice.
Cool. People are wondering if there are any performance costs using start transition when the player component is not wrapped in a view transition.
No, I think actually the opposite, because start transition is all about setting up tasks that happen in the background without blocking other renders or even like slowing down other effects. So it's totally queuing up a background task, which is why you have this asynchronous pending state while that happens. So no, if it's not wrapped in view transition, I think you shouldn't run into any performance issues.
Okay. Chance, are there any other things you'd like to make sure our audience knows about or is aware of?
Sure, yeah. I would just encourage everyone to go read the docs. It's like, I had 20 minutes, and so I was kind of speed running the two APIs. And view transitions especially, there's so much cool stuff you can do with it. And then in conjunction with activity, actually, there's really cool stuff you can do with it, especially animating across routes, optimizing certain things in the background while transitions are happening. It's such a cool, robust API. You have more granular control by you can use view transition to actually opt out of transitions in like a subtree that might be triggering its own transitions. So yeah, there's a lot of fine-grained control that we didn't get a chance to show. I would just really encourage folks to go check out the docs and read them thoroughly because it's just such a cool API.
Cool. And one last question I'm asking everyone. What is your favorite ever React API?
Ooh, okay.
And you can say view transition activity if you want, but anything else?
Use effect. No, just kidding. Nobody likes that one. It's the coolest React API. Oh man, probably use reducer.
Which one?
Use reducer.
Oh, okay.
I just highly slept on for state management. I mean, so much. Like the second you start introducing like 2 or 3 use states, we all know what it's like to start having to try and synchronize things, and then you just get like this giant list of. I mean, it's just like maybe it's just from my like Redux days back, but like when I saw that get integrated directly in React, and to be able to manage that state all in one place and like set up your own like little state machines, it's slept on. People don't use it enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you heard it, folks. Use reducer.
That's right.
Thank you so much, Chance, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the conference. And folks at home, we'll be right back with more interviews and more exciting announcements from people. Thank you so much, Chance.
Yeah, thanks, Jorge.
And I'll catch you later.
Cool.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
You know everything. I know that when the conference starts, there's a lot of excitement. You might miss a few announcements, so we're going to recap a couple of those real quick. First, this is being live streamed, which is super exciting. Jorge Cohen and his team are doing an amazing job during the breaks. If you're watching online, even though we're taking a break in person, there is much more content with the speakers, some Q&A happening live. And if you're here, you can kind of huddle around and hang out and make them all nervous. It's great. It's great. Second, we have a Discord. If you had questions that you wanted to ask of our speakers, maybe you're a little nervous to ask them in person, or you don't find that right moment to interrupt them, you can ask those online, and we will do our best to get an answer for those. Finally, if you would like assistive closed captions, you can get those on your device. We have a QR code right here for Wordly. We'll leave that up for a second so that you can snag it if you need it. Now, while only about half of you are here, I want to give you a React 19.2 joke that's going to absolutely slay as someone comes in and takes the seat next to you. Are you ready? Come on. You can do it. Are you ready? Okay, and you can say it quietly so everyone here can say it and no one's gonna know any better, okay? So this joke is gonna slay. So someone comes up, they need the seat next to you, and they're like, hey, can I sit there? And I'm like, oh yeah, no problem. But then you just scoot over, you're like, you can have this one. I've been sibling pre-warming it for you. That's good. Thank you for the pity laugh. You're getting better at the pity laughs. I like that. All right. You know, let's see. Yeah, we have a little bit of time. How was the break for everyone? Good? Okay, cool. Did you get to meet some people, shake some hands? Yeah? Okay, cool, awesome. Let me see, I want to ask real quick, where's the furthest that someone has come from? If you think that you might be a candidate for the furthest to fly in, raise your hand and I'll call you out. Right here? Where from? I'm sorry? South Korea. Whoa, that's a good one. Okay, awesome. Yeah, put your hands together for South Korea. That's super exciting. Awesome. We're glad you're here. Thank you for coming. Anyone think they can beat South Korea? Okay, got a quick hand up, I must say. Bangalore? Ooh, how long is that flight? 16 hours to be here. I live in San Diego, so I had an hour-and-a-half flight. So I'm definitely not a candidate for this award. Your award is air high fives, by the way. Here, air high five for you. Air high five over there. This is great. All right, let's get into our next series of talks. I hope that you are well prepared to just receive some incredible information. We have some exciting topics ahead. Now, I want you to be super honest with me for this one, okay? I'm going to ask you to raise your hands. Be super honest. How many of you are actively profiling your applications? Hands up. Hands up. Okay, there's maybe 25. And this is a big room. This is a big room. 25 people. Now, keep your hands up real quick if you raised your hand. Okay, put your hand down if you were lying because you thought more people were going to raise their hands. Okay, cool. You're the honest ones. Thank you for your honesty. And everyone who left their hands down, thank you for your honesty as well. We have an incredible talk. I am definitely not one to judge on performance profiling. I'm definitely one of those people like, you know what? The functions are meant to spawn. Just let them go. The browser will handle it. And I think most people kind of profile their apps by like finding that it's slow in the web browser and then going to GitHub and asking, why slow? It's a very fast and efficient way to profile your apps. Well, hey, that ends today because React 19.2 has some incredible new tools that will help you profile your apps, be the smartest person in the room, know exactly what's happening in your applications at any given moment. So please give a warm round of applause. Let's welcome to the stage from the React team at Meta, Ruslan Lesyutin.
Hello, React Conf. How are we doing today? My name is Ruslan. I'm an engineer on the React team at Meta, and I'm super excited to be here today to tell you about the React Performance Tracks, the feature that we've just shipped in the latest release of React. So my goal for the next 20 minutes is to explain how you could use it to understand how React works under the hood and how you can leverage it as a tool for debugging and profiling your React applications. And we're going to be doing the live demo. So you should see my app here that I've created for the purpose of the live demo. It's a simple like e-commerce app where you can add an item to the cart. Here, for example, it will show the checkout, like the cart, and then you can click the checkout button to show it will show the checkout form. So on the left column here, I have the code execution panel, which shows what was happening in real time in React and in JavaScript. So for example, here, when we were handling the hover event, we were updating the state. So let's start again. So when I hover my mouse over the Add to Cart button, we can see here on the left that state update happened. When I click, there are multiple events happening at the same time. Let's take a look at each one of them. So when I clicked on the button, you can see that we updated the loading state, and we started rendering the loading state of the button. Then we started a transition that kicked off an asynchronous action that sent the request to the server. Then once the request is finished, we started a new transition to update the state, which opens the cart component on the right here. And at the same time, we started rendering the footer fallback. So we displayed this fallback while we're fetching the information about the discounts and total price of the items in your cart. Once the network request is finished, we display the actual content of the suspense boundary, and then we actually start pre-rendering the checkout form in the background with the newest API called Activity. And in the end, when the user clicks the checkout button, this form will be displayed. So that was a kind of crash course into how my app works. But would it be nice to have such tool that we can see here on the left, like this time travel debugger, in your browser DevTools? Well, turns out with performance tracks, it's no longer a theory. You can actually have all of this in your performance panel. So let's record a trace with the performance panel and see what it can offer. So when I open my Chrome DevTools, I can start recording a trace. I will do the same steps, add to the cart, wait until the server request is finished, click the checkout button, and stop the trace. So I'm going to hide a bunch of unnecessary things here. And then move it to the left and zoom in a bit. So what you will see and what we call React performance tracks are these custom tracks that are prefixed with the item Unicode symbol. Let's discuss each one of them separately. So scheduler is an internal concept of React that was introduced with concurrent rendering. Think of it as like a work orchestrator that has a work of different priorities, but it can only work at one task at a time. All these priorities are actually listed here as a subtracks under scheduler. So you can see blocking, transition, suspense, and idle. Let's discuss each one of them. Blocking is a default priority that runs any synchronous work. So for example, if you need to synchronously update the UI when the user clicks on a button, you need to instantly show the loading state of your button. Transition is basically any background work that happens under the hood and does not kind of stop the browser from painting. For example, this happened here when we clicked on transition to update the visibility of the card component. Next, suspense. So suspense is a unique priority for any suspense-related work, like revealing the actual content of the suspense boundary. And lastly, idle. Idle is the work of the lowest priority. Basically, it will only execute if there are no other work scheduled with a higher priority. And it's actually used in the newest feature in React called activity. So all these priorities and subtracks are actually ordered in a way of the way the schedule will actually execute them. Whatever is on top will be executed first. So yeah, that's it. Now, let's take a look at the other track called components. So components is a bit more intuitive track that can display you the component renders and effects and their corresponding durations in a flame graph order. You might have seen something similar in the React DevTools profiler panel. OK, now let's actually take a look at what these tracks show. Let's try to see where this interaction is on the timeline, the handle of the onClick event. Actually, no, let's start with the hover event. So the first thing that I'm seeing on this timeline is this, on the blocking track, is this event. So when the browser registered this event on a mouse move, we actually were going to display all of it on a scheduled track with a corresponding priority, because this was happened with a blocking priority. Now, you can ask, how do I know if this was actually this update that was caused by this set state? So when you click on an update entry or any entry on this set of blocks here, the bottom panel will actually show you all the metadata about the actual update that happened in React. You can see things like the component name that actually scheduled an update. You can see the name of the method. It could be like setState or like dispatch. But also, you can see the full stack trace in development mode, which can help you explain what actually scheduled an update and what caused it. So if I, for example, click on the handle mouse enter, I can see that here the set hover was called. And if I go to the performance panel and use my custom use is hovered hook, I can see that the set state was called here. So now, how can I understand what actually was re-rendered because of this update? So both scheduler and component tracks are aligned vertically on a timeline. So if you zoom in a bit, you will see the render entry here. Everything that's under the render entry on a components track is actually the subtree that was re-rendered because of this update. So for example, the add to cart button was re-rendered, and the hovered cart item was mounted. So this yellow entry that you see here, you can think of it as like a UI indicator of whatever is below it actually was mounted. So like the subtree below this mount entry, it was actually mounted. This is what we did to show the new icon when we hovered the button. All right, let's continue. So once we click on the button, we actually do a lot of steps here that I was showing you. So let's find these events. So one of the cool things that I love about performance tracks is that there are multiple data sources on the same timeline. I don't need to just look at my React performance tracks. I can also use built-in tracks from Chrome. So I can find where the click event was actually handled, and it happened here. I can see the pointer event here, and if I zoom in to this point, I can see where exactly the pointer event was happening and when it was handled. And now this is interesting. So we see two entries on different tracks here, both on blocking and transition. So basically the same event caused the work of different priorities. So let's try to understand what happened. So once again, I click on the update entry, and I can see the name of the component and the set state and the stack trace. And if I jump to my custom hook here again, I can see that there was another set state that updated my state of the component and switched it to true. So I started rendering the loading state of the button. Now, on the transition track, I can see that some action was kicked off. Again, if I look at the stack trace, I can understand where exactly it happened. So let's start from the bottom. It was kicked off here in the start transition. That kicked off this asynchronous action on line 31. And then in the end, it was scheduled this update to update the visibility of the card component. OK, so one thing to notice is that at the same time, we rendered some components here at card button, for example. And we kicked off a network request to actually add this item and synchronize the state with the server. Because I have the network track on the same timeline with my React performance tracks, I can actually just scroll to the point of time where this network request has finished and see what will happen next. So if I take a look, so there was multiple events scheduled again, both on blocking and transition. And we can take a look at same at this update entry and see what happened, what caused it. So when we finished the network request, we actually updated this local state of the component with the new with the item that was added to the cart. OK, so at the same time, we actually rendered the cart component. And here we also another thing, let's take a look at the render entry here. So you can also understand which subtrees were rendered with which priority. So for example, aligning with this render entry on a blocking timeline actually tells me that this subtree was re-rendered with a synchronous priority. While at this point of time, the new render of the app component and the corresponding subtree happened in a transition. What I also like about React performance tracks is that they can show you additional information about your app and why some things are rendered. So for example, if I click on this card component on the components track, I can see which props changed to understand what caused the re-render. Now, I can see that there's a new component that was mounted, cart footer callback. And it kind of correlates with the network request that happened, again, in the background. So that's where we were rendering our fallback for the suspense boundary, and where we actually kicked off network request to fetch the total cart value and possible discounts. So let's just jump straight to the point of time where this request was finished and see what happened next. You can see that the network request finished here, and there's some work that happened on the suspense subtrack. OK, so something's rendered. And I can see that the cart footer and some subcomponents of the children components of this has rendered. But there's this strange reconnect entry on a timeline. So basically, you can think of reconnect as something as a mount for something that was pre-rendered in the background. You can see it, for example, for activity components or your suspense boundaries. Now, as I've previously mentioned, my app is structured in a way that when the checkout button is rendered, I start to pre-render the checkout form with the new activity API. So you can actually see it on the idle track. There's this green bar called prepared that actually shows what was actually being rendered in the background. And we can see that the checkout form was being pre-rendered. You might have noticed this red entry on a timeline called cascading update. So what is this? So cascading updates is usually a symptom of a performance bottlenecks and unnecessary re-renders. It could be described as like an update that was running during the previous render or effect while React was performing all the work. So React has to throw out the previous update and start new one again. Actually, with performance tracks, we can just now see what caused these cascading updates. So I can jump to I can see that this happened in my cart footer effect here in the handle footer ready callback, which scheduled like a set state again. So this is how you can also use React performance tracks to find all these performance bottlenecks and the necessary re-renders and updates. And it was never easier than today with React performance tracks to find these. All right, now back to some slides. Sorry. So we also have server tracks, which are like server component tracks and server requests that I did not cover as part of my live demo. These could be really useful if you're using server components. You can learn more about them on docs at react.dev. These are really great. So going next, it was a really kind of long and bumpy ride. And I wanted to give a shout out to Chrome DevTools team for all the amazing work and collaboration on the performance accessibility APIs. Without these APIs being supported in Chrome, none of it would be possible. So like, round of applause for the Chrome team. We really hope that other browsers are going to implement these APIs as well and collaborate on the standardization of them. So how can you use it today? So as I said, it's enabled in 19.2. You don't need to do anything if you just want to use them in development builds. They are enabled by default. For profiling builds, performance tracks will be enabled for the subtrees that are wrapped in a profiler component of React, or for the whole app if you have React DevTools browser extension attached. So now, another point worth mentioning is that we are actually not removing the panel, profiler panel in React DevTools, but we are replacing the timeline feature of it with the React performance tracks. Profiler panel of React DevTools still offers a lot of useful information about React. So yeah. Now, speaking of DevTools, there's another thing that I wanted to mention while I'm on the stage. We are actively working on a new panel that will be called Suspense, which will offer advanced debugging capabilities of debugging suspense boundaries of your React applications. And I have a quick demo that I wanted to show you what soon will be possible with it. So on this demo here, I have a suspense panel opened where I can see all the suspense boundaries visualized in the UI. We are also going to be showing the reasons why a specific suspense boundary has suspended. It could be like a network request, like a promise, or it could be like a React.lazy wrapper. Another feature that Suspense Panel can offer is the timeline of the suspense reveal order. So on the bottom here, you can see that I can switch between different timestamps in my between different time points on a timeline, and I can see how my app looked like at a specific point of time. Or I could use the replay button to just reveal the contents of my app in a document order and see how it looked like at any point of time. So all these features that I mentioned today related to React DevTools, some of them are already available in React DevTools 7 that we've just published in the Chrome stores. We're actively working on the Suspense panel, and we're planning to release it later this year, so stay tuned. And that's all I had for my talk today. Thank you so much.
That React suspense panel is so cool. It reminds me of, I'm old enough to remember a time before Chrome DevTools, Firebug, all that stuff. And so it kind of reminds me of that moment where it's like, I can actually see the DOM. I can actually see the suspense components rendering. This is so exciting. Also, I wanted to say, y'all did a fabulous job at that spontaneous applause. I heard some wooing in there. There's some brave attendees out here, and I want to give yourself a round of applause for how brave of attendees you're being. Whew. Man, that's good. That's good. You put some heat on that. I love it. All right. Let's see. What is next? What is next? Okay, so Cody asked that I kind of warm up the topic with a couple of jokes about performance. And I am not the brightest component in the monorepo, so I had to ask ChatGPT about performance. And so I have a couple jokes for you. Here's the first one. Okay, I once ripped out every used memo in my app. Performance didn't change, but I shrunk the bundle by 30%, and it works great on my machine. Thank you. Okay, I got another one. I added use callback everywhere for performance. Now I have twice as much code and the same number of re-renders. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so for those of us that did not get the memo on use memo, we have a wonderful talk by a fabulous developer, principal engineer at Sanity. I want you to welcome with me to the stage, Cody Olsen.
All right. 1 year ago, we started using React Compiler in production, and we joined the working group at Sanity. Sanity is a content operating system. It's used to drive how Riot Games pushes out lore in their games. AT&T uses us to push out new phones after Apple events. RBI uses us to push out burgers. You get the idea. There's a wide spectrum of the way businesses run their content ops. And there's a lot of React apps involved when pushing out all of this content. And the most important one we have is Sanity Studio, which started as a CMS. It has since then grown into becoming a React framework built on top of Vite, as our philosophy is that your content creation should adapt to your business and not the other way around. We also don't have the luxury of having a save button. So if you have your CMS today that has a save button, maybe you should consider upgrading. Now, the studio itself is not a new code base. It's the brownest of brownfields. It started out when we were using React 15 and even used flow type at some point. And even though we have been performance-focused from the start, come 2024, we started to feel like we were hitting the wall. We had to send a PR to increase the payload so we could even look at the perf traces and all the data when looking into large studios. And then when we could look at the charts, there was just way too much data to look at. It felt pretty much like dying to like a death to 1,000 cuts, tiny little re-renders. So I'm Cody. I'm supposed to be in sunny Greece right now in the Sanity All Staff, all hands. But I'm here. I'm excited to tell you our story. And I can see why you like having React Conf here. It's beautiful in Las Vegas. So 2024, on this stage, React Compiler got introduced. And it seemed like it could be the solution to the problems we were seeing. We got very excited. At the same time, there is no free lunch. There's always a catch. And the catch that we saw the React compiler had was that you needed to have code that was correct, that followed the rules of React, so it has to be pure, and follow all of these principles. And if you think about it, those are the same principles you should have if you don't want bugs in your app. So even though the compiler was experimental, we decided, no, let's use the linter everywhere right off the bat and see what kind of bugs it can detect with its advanced new static analysis. And then, stage 2, let's figure out how to use it in production and memoize our code, and of course, then profit. And on our first trial run on the Studio Code base, on one hand, it's great to see over 1,000 components memoized, but still, there's like hundreds of components that were not memoized. And the linter told us why. We started looking at them. And it was just really effective in finding bugs that we knew were hiding there somewhere, but we weren't able to find the cause. One of them is in our rich text editor. So we had known for quite some time that for some reason in strict mode, it was suspiciously slow. We couldn't really figure out why, but now with the linter calling out that you can't disable this ESLint check, just want to check, this is a safe space, but everyone that has written this comment that says ESLint disable next line React hooks, exhaustive depths, I want you to raise your hand. You don't have to look around, just raise your hand. All right, there's 2 types of React developers. First one is you have done this. The second one is you're a filthy liar. So that's just how it is. And strict mode, seeing a problem here, is no longer like, this is no longer a strict mode problem. It's also a problem when you use the new activity component, because you don't really want, like in this case, the sync range declarations to happen just because the visibility is hidden, right? So the fix, run it on a condition, do it during render, and now that's solved. And these are kind of fixes that we started rolling out before we actually shipped pre-compiled code on NPM and started letting our customers use it. But again, everything has a catch, right? And the catch the compiler has is that your code needs to follow the rules of React and be resilient. That's a good catch to have compared to other solutions we had before. So that's a thing you will realize when you use the compiler. We were expecting to find bugs since it was experimental, but the bugs were ours all along, and we had quite a lot to fix. On top of that, since Sanity is used on a whole lot of different frameworks in different ways, because we're not just talking about the studio, but also how you render your application, shipping React compiler code on all of these different platforms required some research as well. Just one thing to know about. If you're shipping something that is supposed to be a server component, in server components, then you need to have 2 exports of that library, because you cannot use React compiler on code that is being server rendered, which makes sense because a server component doesn't have state, it doesn't re-render. Why would you memoize it? So that's just one of those things we had to figure out. But it worked out really well for us. As of today, we've been using it on NPM, or on our NPM libraries for almost a year. And what's really great about when you publish code on NPM that is optimized by the compiler, there's no changes to your consumers. You just push the code out. Your customers will update the version, and it's just faster. There's nothing to do on their end. Of course, on our Studio or React framework, we also allow you to use the compiler on your custom React components and hooks. And we, of course, also use Next.js on our applications around in our org, and we use the compiler there, too. We also have a success story where we launched a brand new product on top of the experimental React, so we could use activity to keep iframes alive instead of destroying them and then having to load the iframe as you switch between apps. And with the compiler, which was very risky, but it worked really well. It's surprising how something that is called experimental can be quite stable. So after doing all of that, I want to share my 3 favorite unexpected lessons coming out of it. The first one is that there's a lot more to auto-memoization than you think of initially. Because when you think about no longer having to write a use memo hook, it makes you think about the times you wrote those hooks. But that severely undercuts the value of the compiler, because it writes memoization that a human should absolutely never do or couldn't do. So here's a simplified version of our studio provider. It's way more nested than this. There's not enough screen space to show that. And when the compiler is run on it, you can see how it's very granular. So there are auth boundaries, studio theme provider, workspaces provider, color scheme provider. It's doing a really good job of being extremely granular. So if you were to do that manually, it would look something like this. But if someone sends you a PR and they've done this, you need to ask, are you OK? Do you need a break? Because a human should never write this, even though it would give you similar performance benefits, because you also lose the ability to actually see what the tree structure is anymore, right? Like T4, T3, no idea how it's composed anymore. It's just all flattened. And then my favorite thing, it can memorize stuff that you cannot, like for real. So if you look here at the merge theme call, it happens after a return. Now, if you know the rules of React, you're not allowed to put a use memo there. You can't. So you would have to change your component. The compiler, it doesn't care. It can do that. It will just memorize what happens if you do have children. And when you combine it with the use hook on a context, you get this really powerful benefit of conditionally subscribing to a context. And then those branches are also memoized. I want you to think about all of those code paths you have where you could leverage this conditional nature of context subscriptions, which is great for performance, and pair it with the compiler with that, where that is also memoized. Now, the second one is, I thought I knew React. And now I'm humbled, so I know that there's a lot of stuff that I had to learn and still need to learn. And that's an effect we saw internally as well. With this new powerful diagnostics that is able to detect things that would just fly under the radar on PRs, it's a lot of stuff to learn. And I'm going to show one of those. A lot of us have done this. In our case, we have public APIs where we expose hooks and components where we don't control how our customers write them. So sometimes they provide unstable values that have negative consequences, like maybe it will trigger a resubscription if a dependency change. We don't want that, so this hook tries to solve it. And now the diagnostics you see here is, if you like Rust, you'll recognize how friendly and educational it is, and then it points to documentation. Now, if you follow that documentation and you land on a page called "You might not need an effect," if you haven't read it, you should absolutely read it. It's very good. Yes. And it points to solutions like this. So you see the solution is that we should have just have it in state, and then we can compare it during render. And on line 11, there's an extra little perf trick where we returned a new value right away instead of waiting for the next render to do it, which helps with the memoization as well. So, third step. You might have thought that you could blame React for a lot of problems in your application. Turns out it might not be. In our case, after the compiler was enabled, the style component-related components were very overrepresented in the flame chart. So we had to dig in and figure out why. And long story short, there is a new hook that came in React 18 called Use Insertion Effect. Great name that Rick named it. It's a good name. And style components is not using it. And here we build a little benchmark that will show you what happens when you don't use the hook. So what you're looking at now is the baseline. Tries to render all the tiles in React transition. There's a little radar in the top left corner that Dan used when he talked about time slicing years ago. And everything is fine. Now, in our fork of style components, we use the new hook. And when we trigger the condition that is not ideal when you have concurrent render, You see the letters are shaking a little bit, but it's still able to actually finish most of the tiles. So it's not ideal, but it's still fine. Now, check this out. It just stops. And then the deadline hits, and it's like, oh, render everything synchronously, causing jank, really, really bad. So the reason I'm highlighting this is just to give you an idea of the kind of perf work or time that you can spend on solving much more interesting issues and much more impactful issues when you no longer have to spend so much time either debugging things that could have been caught by the new linter or manually memoizing things. So, how to adopt the React compiler from the perspective of someone that is new to perf work. You haven't spent a lot of time doing that. First step is you need to think about where you need it the most, of course. The compiler doesn't speed up like initial render. It's about re-renders. So you can think about maybe data tables or charts or things where a lot of stuff is happening and you have a lot of re-renders. And when you have that, my favorite thing to do is to enable the FPS meter in Chrome, and then in React DevTools you can turn on highlights on the re-renders, which gives you an idea of what is happening. And as you can see in this application, there's a suspicious amount of re-renders, because ideally it should only re-render when I hit fetch, right? But it's just re-rendering all the time and a bunch of components. And as you can see, this is before we got rid of style components, which is also not great. Then, if you haven't enabled the linter already, you should definitely do it to get an idea as a pre-flight check of what will happen when you enable it. If the linter is just like all good, nothing to see here, then you should get really good results, right? But if there are some issues, then whatever that issue is, because usually the compiler will just not optimize something if there is an issue. But then, if it does that, you might not get the perf results that you're expecting, but the linter gives an idea why. Maybe the component it's skipping over is on a hot path, and then it's like, oh, well, of course, it's almost no benefit, right? So then you set up the compiler. There's a lot of different ways of doing it, depending on what framework you use, of course. But then let's measure the gains. Let's go back and see what happens. So with the FPS counter, we can see there's better FPS. And now when you hit fetch, it re-renders. You don't hit fetch, nothing happens. That's the way it should be. And then you also see these amazing little memo badges with the cool little sparkle, which tells you that this component is memoized, which also helps if something is slow. If it doesn't have the badge, then it's not being memoized by the compiler, right? Now, at Sanity, we've been in this performance game for quite some time. We have this thing called the EFPS suite, which it's like, it measures editing frames per second. Oh, there. Why is Discord here? There we go. And what it does, it measures the frame rate per second when you're doing editing activities like a rich text field or inputs, the kind of stuff that content creators does. And the point is that it should be as high as possible, and it runs on PRs. So when we enabled the React compiler, we saw that it gave us a 20 to 30% boost. And these are like worst case scenarios on average. So that's very good. We have customers telling us that they see much better results than what we've been measuring. And yes, that's great. And this happens multiple times. Like in our case, we don't have full coverage. But as we see, we get more and more coverage. We see this happening again. So recently, we got our design system 100% compiled, and we saw again a 20 to 30% boost just by reaching 100%. So even though it takes time, you get like a gradual improvement as you work through issues, which also fixes bugs. So it's interesting to think about how this has affected how we write code in AI, of course. So in the before times, without the analysis, you want to be in the make it work step, where you're having fun, you're in the zone, it's a very short feedback loop, and you have everything you need to build your feature. But maybe you fucked it up on one of those rules, and now you have to come back to make it right when Sentry tells you that there's a bug, And now that's also very slow, because without the static analysis, you have to put console logs, debugger calls everywhere. It's not fun. And likewise with Make It Fast, someone complains it's not fast enough. You have to go back in. Why isn't it fast enough? And you have to do manual memoization, and it sucks. Now, with the new flow, you spend a whole lot more time in Make It Work. And while there's still a Make It Right flow, that's integrated in the Make It Work step, since you have the new linter rules that are right there in your IDE while you work. And over time, as you learn React fundamentals and fix issues, you get the bubble that says Make It Work just continues to grow, and the Make It Right just shrinks, which is awesome. So, in addition to being a tool that makes your application faster, you see that the surprise benefits is that you will find bugs you didn't know existed, or maybe you did know it existed, but you couldn't find it. You will be able to learn React fundamentals that will help you fully leverage new features. Activity is one of them, but there's more underway. And you will be able to find dependency bottlenecks. In our case, we had style components. There's more. And you don't have to pay Claude for writing shitty code anymore, which is also really good. So should you use it? Absolutely. Why aren't you already? Go use it. Thank you.
That was amazing. Incredible. Dude, those slides were the best we've seen today. I love those. Those are like flashbangs of color. I saw it from the side. I apologize for all of your eyes. I'm going to have Cody stay out here for a second, and we're going to do what I think is a React Conf first. So I'm going to need you to stand. So everybody stand with me. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate your effort. You're seen, and I know it's uncomfortable to stand sometimes. So what we're going to do is we're going to sing Happy Birthday to our friend Cody. Yes, because I got a memo that it is his birthday today. So, but I don't want to just do a crappy happy birthday. We're gonna do a good happy birthday, okay? So I used to be in chorus, and so I'm gonna teach you how to sing a little bit. So you're gonna stand tall. I know it's super hard for us. Stand tall, kind of like get your neck up, okay? And we're gonna sing. We're gonna do a little practice first, real quick. Let's see. Happy birthday. Okay, let's do there. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Okay, great. That's a good start. That's a good start. Okay, and so you want to sing from, get a deep breath. You want to sing from your chest, right? It's going to be awesome. Okay, so we're going to do happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cody. Now, when we get to that part, we're going to do a big happy birthday. We're going to slow it down. We're going to really juice it for all it's worth, okay? All right, ready? Everyone ready? Okay, cool. Let's do this. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You're about to be serenaded. This is gonna be beautiful. Okay, I gotta get this for my little video for today because it's just gonna be so good. Okay, everyone's ready. Okay. Happy birthday. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Here we go. Happy birthday, dear Cody. Happy birthday to you. Yes, that was amazing. Oh, man. Great job, everyone. You're my favorite React Conf yet. I love you all. You're awesome. Yes, you especially. We're long hair crew. We're connected. All right, cool. So this is super exciting. So if you've been around React for a while, sometimes between versions, it can be a little bit hard to keep track of what the appropriate version is for asynchronous or concurrent or synchronous. I think we've had periods of async React and concurrent features in React, and making React more synchronous so that it can be more asynchronous. And it's gone through different phases, and we appreciate that you all have kind of rallied around each phase. And this is all in service of creating new APIs that work better across all of the platforms, both web and React Native. So today we have a really exciting opportunity to hear from a good friend on the React team at Meta to really clarify where we're at today in terms of Async React. So please invite to the stage with me, Ricky Hanlon. Thank you.
Hey everybody. How we doing? So while preparing for this talk, I dug deep into some of the history of React and found some old meeting notes from 2015 and 2016. Ten years ago, we started an ambitious project to rewrite the entire architecture of React to support incremental rendering. The team knew it was important and had conviction that it was the right direction, but there were a lot of ideas and opinions about what it would look like, and we had to understand it for ourselves. We also knew that there was a risk that it would be hard to understand. This is an entirely new model with APIs that weren't invented yet. So in 2017, Sebastian shared a vision for where React was going. He had visions for where we needed to go to innovate React, and even though we didn't know exactly what it would look like or how we would get there, we needed to enter the innovation window. So if you don't know, the innovation window is a term from research into how innovation happens. Every innovation tends to follow this trend where a previous idea hits a local maximum of maturity, and then it's replaced by a new idea, which necessarily takes one step back before hitting a new maximum. Sometimes this works in the case of cassettes moving to CDs, sometimes it doesn't, such as Betamax or Minidisc. See, when you invent something, the expectation from people on the outside is that it progresses linearly from the idea to the solution. But in practice, real innovation doesn't work that way. Real innovation is messy, because you don't know exactly where you're going or how you'll get there. The time between 2017 and today was messy. It wasn't clear what we were working on or how we were going to use it. And the truth is, you didn't understand it because we didn't understand it, not fully. But we knew we were onto something, and we continued pushing ahead, solving one problem at a time. We announced hooks to make it easier to write async components, but it introduced rules that were sometimes hard to understand, like use Memo and use callback, that were annoying to use. But we knew we could solve those problems in the future with a sufficiently advanced compiler, which we have now. Then we shipped concurrent rendering as an opt-in with APIs like start transition and use deferred value. But those were hard to understand and use without a suspense-enabled data fetching library, whatever that means. But this was an important milestone because it meant users didn't need to rewrite their entire app. Last year, we shipped use to support spending on data and improvements to transitions by supporting async requests and use optimistic to make it easier to show user feedback. And today we announced activity and view transitions to deprioritize hidden content, first-class support for animations, integrated into the scheduling features that we've built. This means that today, we've shipped everything that we promised in 2017, and we're kind of out of the messy part. As a team, we know how these features work and what the next evolution of React is going to look like. But using all these features is still hard to understand. Users are still in the messy part. Users don't understand how transitions work or how they relate to suspense or optimistic updates or server components, and it's not clear how all these features work. Often what I hear is transitions are a one-off feature for improving some performance issue with rendering. It's probably because of all of our time slicing demos. But these features like transitions are not one-off APIs to solve a specific performance problem. They're a completely new structure for your app to support asynchronous by default. In fact, Dan's talk about time slicing. Before we called these features concurrent, we called them Async React, because they're primarily about handling and building responsive asynchronous apps. So today I want to reintroduce these features and show you how to use everything that we have in React today to build responsive asynchronous apps. I'm Rick Hanlon, and my talk is Async React. So, no React talk is complete without a UI's F state or a drink. So we've talked about UI as a function of state a lot, and this makes a ton of sense for synchronous updates. You have an event, schedule an update, which computes the new state, and then you render that update with a function to give you an output, and then you commit that output to the UI. But what happens if you add async? Well, you have an event, and then there's some network time in between, and then you have the update, and you figure out your new state, and then you have some more network, and then you render it, and then you have some more network, and then you show it on screen. So what do you do in the in-between state? Well, we can take a look at HTML. Just use the platform, right? Well, if you, in raw HTML, you click a button, nothing happens. Document loads in, it's blank. And then finally, as the document gets processed, top down, it reveals the content. So by default, HTML will give you one state. You get nothing on the button, you get nothing in between, but you do get the result. JavaScript was invented to solve this problem. JavaScript allows us to add some interactive code to update the button. Let's see what that looks like. You click the button, you get a nice little spinner, but you still get the flash of content. So this is an improvement. Now we have some busy indication, but we still have nothing on that page load, because we're using a multi-page navigation, and the browser works the way the browser works. Client-side libraries were invented to solve this problem. So let's do some signals. Or any client-side library would work the same. So we click login, and we get a lot of spinners. So we have a busy state, and we have a done state, and now in between, we get a lot of loading states. What are we doing? We started with too little feedback, and now we have too much feedback. And our core insight back in 2017 is that this is not a performance problem. In the example that I just gave, we were updating the page as fast as possible. But it wasn't coordinated, because this is a coordination problem. So if we kind of take a step back and think about, for these 3 steps, what is the ideal loading sequence? And I claim that you should focus on 3 panes. When the user interacts with something, you should show an immediate busy indicator. Then when the content is loading, you show a loading indicator. And then when it's done, you show the content potentially animating to it. So this is what an ideal loading state would look like. You get a loading indicator on the button while you're making the post to log in. And then once that's finished, you begin loading the content and show the user a nice shell of the app that they can interact with and use features like streaming to stream in content as it loads. But fundamentally, it's a single loading experience. And then you have your done state that you can animate to. So how do we do this? How do we get rid of all these intermediate loading states? We think we had a solution that we've been building for a while. We call it Async React. Async React is async by default. So one of the key insights is that by structuring your app so that everything is async, then you're able to handle fast network and slow network. So when the network is slow, you have the nice loading states, but if it's fast, you shouldn't have any loading states. That's an entirely new way to structure your app that is asynchronous by default. Okay, but how do we do it? You want to see a demo? Okay, can everybody see? Okay, so here we have our login page. And we're doing what we were doing in the last example of setting pending true, and then we log in, we set it to false, and then we navigate to the page. And that gives us this experience. Do you see the flash of content there? That's not great. So let's fix it using React features. So we can remove this pending state, and we can do a start transition. And let's see what we got. Sweet.
Ricky, can you bump up your text?
Yep.
Thank you. Beautiful. Perfect.
Oh, we didn't use our pending state. We can get rid of this now. Yeah, that was the problem. I already imported it. So now we have a transition for our login button, but we're still getting that flash of state. So on our home page, we're fetching data in an effect. So on initial page load, we set some state, and then we fetch it in an effect. And you couldn't see it before, but there was actually still a flash of nothing. So let's convert this to use suspense. We can move this up here. And instead of our effect doing this, we can do lessons promise. And set and I'll deal with this later. Well, we can just do it. What did I break? Lessons is not defined. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is kind of the point of the talk, isn't it? So, point is, these APIs are hard to use out of the box. So what if we did it differently? What if we added some of these async features into our router? Well, then we could just get rid of this. It's the wrong get lessons. That explains why it didn't work. Don't need this. Might need that. Now when we go from the login page to the main page, it instantly goes to the content. So I could have implemented this without a data fetching library, but it's kind of hard to do that today. And that's because it's kind of a hard problem to solve. It's very complicated to implement async into your application. So you really want to reach for something that does something like caching. But what we have in this case is the login button holds back the content until the list is ready. Which is nice, but it can create some delays because now the user can't interact with the shell of the app. You don't have the loading states as they come in. So we can fix this with a suspense boundary. My data was still cached. There you go. So now you get a suspense boundary. And let's say we want to add some animations. Come in. Didn't work. Oh, animation's true, huh? Now when you log in, you get this nice crossfade animation. Oh, I have 1 minute left. It's not going to be enough time. All right, let's skip ahead to some things. Let's handle the on-complete. So we have this issue where when I click complete, it's going to look nice because I turned on transitions. Let's undo it all. So in a synchronous app, when we check these done, let me do that again. We got these 3 items here that are incomplete. If we go to in progress, we can see they're incomplete. And if I check them done, and then navigate to complete fast enough, you get these janky paints. So I'll mark all these incomplete. What? That's not my mistake. This one is not my mistake. The issue is that coordinating all of the data mutations in the UI updating requires a bunch of work. So you could imagine fixing this with like a use effect. It's like, oh, when this is done, then in this change, set some state in an effect, fire the effect to refetch the list. But you shouldn't have to do any of that. Let's fix this problem with modern features. Sweet. So we'll go back to let's just refactor this whole app. We're out of time to use the new stuff. Okay, and then in handle complete, make sure this is still working. So if we just go back to where we were with use, we get this loading state, but what we really want to do is update the complete in a transition. We want async by default. Let's do a router.refresh here. Now we get a glimmer state on the tab, and it holds it back until the items are complete, and then you get a smooth animation into the list. Let's see that again. And let's, yeah. 1, 2, 3, complete. Go to the complete list. We see everything's complete, and we can mark a couple here. It's complete. Go to in progress. And it's just coordinated. But let's see. But let's see if we speed our network up, what the experience looks like. It just feels instant. So it's automatically scaling. I get told I have to wrap up, but I think one of the key points here, and you saw me kind of like struggling with it, right, is that like writing all of these individual features is kind of a pain in the ass, if I'm honest. So how do we solve this problem? What is the next phase of React? We have all these moving parts. How do we make it really easy? And I claim that if we integrate the async by default into our router, data fetching, and design components, then everything gets a lot easier. So for example,
all right, Ricky, thank you so much. Everyone give Ricky a huge round of applause. Live demos are wicked hard.
Yeah.
Great job, Rick. Okay, everyone, that wraps up the first half of our day. You've been wonderful. Thank you so much for just giving so much attention and excitement to our speakers today. I don't really have much for you. We're going to take a break for lunch. It's 90 minutes. One thing you absolutely need to know is be back here by 2. So however much time we actually have until then, 2 is when you want to be back in your seat. We have an AI panel. We're going to talk about the latest and greatest in UI. It's going to be absolutely incredible. You will not want to miss it. I'll be handing out Radix t-shirts during lunch. So come find me if you want a Radix tee. And yeah, enjoy. You got about 90 minutes. See you soon.
And here, a rare moment. The React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass. Growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity.
Welcome back, live stream ReactConf 2025. Wow, what amazing talks we had so far. And obviously, we're going to do some interviewing. We're going to get some of your questions out there to our speakers. And we have Ruslan with us today from the React team at Meta. Ruslan, how was it? How did you feel?
It was great. A lot of people here, really excited about it. Yeah, felt like it was great.
Cool. So we're going to ask you some questions from our live audience. And yeah, you try to answer as best your ability. And then I'm going to ask you some bonus questions at the end.
Got it.
But let's get started. People are asking a lot of stuff about performance tracks, and one of the big questions is, does this require an update to the latest React DevTools?
So React Performance Tracks is a part of the React, not part of the React DevTools. So once you upgrade to React 19.2, you will have performance tracks in your performance panel traces. So yeah, you don't need to have a React DevTools installed and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, cool. Part of React, so every React app should just get it straight off. Awesome. So another question we had from our audience was about profiler in debug mode. People are wondering if they can trust it for their production. How different is it from production?
Well, it's not really different from production. Like the way React kind of works in dev and product is a bit, of course, different. But the way we show like all these entries on timeline, you can trust that it will be the same like if you run your app in production mode and in debug mode. But if you care about like absolute timing values, like how much time React spends rendering something, you should only use profiling builds of your app, which are the closest to production. So.
Cool. And I'm asking this to everyone, so I'm going to ask you this too. I did give you a little heads up. First off, what is your favorite React API ever? Could be from the latest release, but it could be from anything.
Well, I could have said performance tracks, but I think the capture owner stack.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, from 19.1 is probably the favorite one, because like there was a lot of work to make this happen, and it feels a bit kind of like a magic the way this thing is implemented and how it works, yeah.
Okay. And this is the trickier one. What is one thing about you that doesn't usually come up in normal conversation? It could be a hobby, it could be something fun that happened to you, it could be anything that comes to mind.
I used to be a ballroom dancer when I was a kid. So yeah, I used
Really?
to do the ballroom dancing
Can you bust some moves now?
I'll pass. So
Okay.
yeah, I was doing it for like 8 years or something. So
Whoa, that's amazing. I know you for a while, and I didn't know this.
Yeah.
We should talk more.
Definitely.
Anyway, thank you so much, Ruslan. The performance track stuff looks great. The talk was awesome. I really appreciate you taking the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Welcome back to the live stream, folks. And, we wouldn't have such an amazing video experience for the live stream today if it wasn't for Mux's support and help throughout this whole process. I think there's nothing about this this whole live stream situation that wasn't supported by you guys. So I got Dave with me from Mux today, and he's going to tell us a bit more about Mux, what it is, and just tell our folks on the audience.
Yeah. Thanks for that kind introduction. So yeah, I work at Mux, and we provide video infrastructure that helps with video delivery. So our involvement here is all just about making sure that the live stream gets delivered successfully through our video APIs. That's part of the area that we cover. We also have video on demand playback and really the features to turn video files into video functionality on the internet.
Cool. Super exciting. Video's always been something that's fun to work on, but tends to get you get bogged down with the details and making it really, really, really good. But obviously we're at React Conf, and we got to ask the question, what does Mux offer specifically to React developers? And can you tell us a bit more about your React component?
Yeah, absolutely. So we will handle a lot of the video infrastructure on the back end. And when it comes to showing that video in your application somehow, you need a player. You need to have some piece of technology that you can put into your application that can take that video stream and make sure that it's presented to your viewers wherever they are. And so we support our, especially React applications, with a open source React component that you can drop right into your React application. and supply a little bit of extra metadata about what video you want to play or what live stream you want to show, and it all just kind of works. It's all set up in a way that makes it so you don't have to think about compatibility with the different browsers and devices that are out there. The other part of this is that you're able to take some of these players and break them up to componentize them and show the player in the way that you want to visualize them. So maybe you're not down for the exact format or layout that a video player typically looks like. You want to customize it to remove controls or customize the way the controls look. All of it is sort of broken up with some of the libraries that we offer to give you the control over the presentation layer.
Right. That's awesome.
It's a fun
I
product.
wish I was building a video like app or something now.
Hey, you could. You can start tomorrow.
I could. Someone bring me my laptop. So I was looking over at your website earlier, and I saw there's a lot of focus on developer experience and really helping developers with their tools when it comes to building this stuff. And I'm curious if you can talk a little bit about your philosophy around all that stuff.
Yeah, sure. I think this is maybe kind of a common answer here, but the only way to really know the struggles and the pain points of a developer is facing is by being a developer yourself and going through the hardships of working with different tools or different libraries, or understanding how much complexity goes into some of this stuff. So that's first and foremost, that we built Mux as engineers that have gone through this before and want to reduce some of the complexity and some of the challenges that come with building with video on the internet, which is a lot of fun, but very complicated and can get pretty hairy pretty quickly. Where this is when you suddenly you're 6 months down the line and you realize, I'm no longer focusing on what I was building. I'm focusing on video integration. And we just want to remove that and make it so that the developer experience is just as easy as working with some of your other favorite tools, so you can get back to building the business or the product that you had in mind.
Yeah, definitely. There's nothing like having that experience yourself so that you can make it easy for others. Any common challenges you've been seeing React developers deal with when it comes to video?
Common challenges, I think the biggest one is going to be compatibility and presentation layer. Making sure that the video is showing up as expected on different devices across TV and mobile and all these different network conditions as well. And so we have a library called MediaChrome where you can take all of the different player components and basically assemble them in a way that makes it build the player of your dreams, really. Build the layout and present it in the way that you want to, which is really challenging to do on your own and make that compatible with the different browser APIs that are available. So I think that these players that we offer and the player ecosystem, the support there, makes the life of a React developer a lot easier.
That is awesome. And like I said, I'm definitely going to build a video app right after this.
All right. Yeah.
Canceling all the interviews, going straight to coding.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Awesome. Any final thoughts or anything you'd like to share with our audience before we sign off?
Final thoughts. I mean, we're just always investing in the video ecosystem, especially in React. We use the technologies, in our own products as well. And the other thing to look out for, there's been a video library that's been around for forever called Video.js. It's probably 15 or 20 years old now. And we are taking the initiative in the next Q4 and Q1 to revitalize Video.js for React compatibility. That is going to be native. You don't have to write that compatibility on your own anymore. So there's some pretty exciting changes that are happening in the player ecosystem in the next 6 months.
That is awesome. Is it anywhere people could go if they want to check out Mux? What's the website URL?
Yeah, it's super simple, mux.com. That's mux.com. Check it out. And I'm also available if you have questions, dave@mux.com. Send me an email.
Great. Thank you so much, Dave.
Thank
and
you.
Enjoy the rest of the
time.
conference.
Yeah, I will. Thanks.
Bye. Okay, folks, we're back with Cody. First of all, Cody, happy birthday. It's pretty fun where everyone was singing to you over there. And thank you for joining us at ReactConf on your birthday.
Well, it's been amazing, so I can't complain.
Cool. And obviously, we have some questions from our audience for you after your talk, and we'll just jump straight into it. What do you think?
Let's go.
Cool. So, first question is, how do you deal with dependencies that aren't following the rules of React?
Well, the easiest way to deal with it is there's a directive you can use that is called use no memo to opt out of the component using that library. There's a couple of known cases like TanStack table, like TanStack React virtual, and then you can report them because the compiler has a list of known issues with certain libraries that need to be updated, and will opt out of those automatically. And if there's other cases that you are aware of, we can build up that list so that it will automatically be opted out. That said, the kind of issue that we see happen is that something is unexpectedly stale. We thought we would see crashes, but it's just like in the case of React Virtual, it will memoize it a bit too hard, so it doesn't update when it should. And it's because of how the library is built, and that will need to change in order to follow those expectations.
So you use that directive?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And that just leads us to the next question. It's kind of related. If I haven't fixed all my errors and all my lint errors, and will enabling the compiler break my app?
Well, it depends on the nature of the error, right? Because if we define breaking the app, the things we've seen, again, is that things are unexpectedly stale. In our code base, we had a use time ago hook, and it was suddenly stuck. It didn't update increment on the ticker. And these are extremely rare. Like, we used it on so much code, and we had a couple of those cases. It's very unlikely that that will happen. The most likely thing that will happen is that the compiler will just skip over it, and the linter will tell you why.
Right.
They have been using so much code as a reference point of different React patterns and when to opt out and what is supported. So at this point, it's very good.
Cool. It's good to hear that they've done a good job. Is it possible to integrate the compiler for PRs only to lint code? Do you have any recommendations?
Yeah, we did that. There's a couple of projects we have that uses Biome, for example. Okay. And on those projects, we don't want to force any engineers back to ESLint when they clearly hate it.
Right.
So on those projects, we actually do that. We just have a simple ESLint task that we run on the PR. And if you use the ESLint formatter GHA, you get super nice inline annotations on the PR diff view of errors. So it makes it very easy to look over any issues.
Last question. You ready for this? And then we have two bonus questions.
All right.
Okay. So, question: is there a way to extract the metric components are used by the compiler versus those it was not able to compile?
Yes. Easiest way is to write your own ESLint formatter and then export the data on the all of the components that are not optimized, and then you can compare the two. So that's the easiest way. You can also use the health check to give you a high-level view, but that doesn't tell you which components are skipped over.
Okay.
And I don't know if anyone has done it yet, but you could also just, at the generated code, look at all of your components and hooks that have the React compiler runtime in it or not. Because if the runtime is there and used, on every component, you will see a little call with a number, and the number is the allocated memory it needs for that component. So if you have a component that has 2 use memo, you will see a call C and then the number 2.
Oh, okay.
So you can look at those. And of course, you can also look at it in the DevTools, but yeah, that's not very useful to gather data from. But if the DevTools can do it, you can...
It's possible to just... Okay, awesome. People were wondering if you can just get a list of all the skipped and uncompiled components. So I guess you can if you just dig around for a bit.
We did that early on when it was experimental, and we had quite a lot of components that were skipped over. and use that as a task list of what components we should prioritize looking into.
Yeah.
Since we saw that more often than not, if the compiler was skipping over it, there was other problems in there that needed to be fixed anyway. So it was like an automatic triage for us.
Right.
And then if the compiler optimized something, then we knew that, well, then it's probably not worth our time diving into it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was all the questions we got from our audience, and thank you so much for all the answers and the insights. Now I have 2 questions for you. Number one, I already asked you this, so you're not surprised. But the number one was your favorite React feature of all times?
All right, it's view transitions.
Oh, yeah?
By far, yeah. I've always wanted something that could survive through DOM elements disappearing, like magic move.
Yeah.
And now we have that, and it's just fast by default. You can't make it slow. And it's been so much fun to play with. It blew my mind when I used it the first time to animate an iframe. Because if you've ever tried to animate an iframe resizing, it's difficult because on every pixel change, there's resize events and whatnot. It gets very janky very quickly. But with view transitions, it's buttery smooth, regardless of how much stuff is inside of that iframe.
Yeah.
So it's
You're not the first person that mentioned view transitions or magic moves specifically, actually, which kind of makes me think maybe we need to build our own React-based Keynote. Maybe someone's side project for later. Okay, last question. What is something about you that doesn't come up in normal conversation?
It's the fact that I absolutely love really bad movies.
Really bad movies?
I can't get enough of them. They have to be, we're not talking about Transformers bad. That's just painful. But things like the classics like Trolls 2, Birdemic, and those kind of really, really bad movies, because it's just something so delightful when something is just exceptionally poorly made. Like you can tell that they tried really hard, but they just can't act, they can't shoot, they can't record audio properly, right? And it's just so entertaining.
Have you ever watched Sharknado?
Yes,
okay.
Of course.
That's the first thing I thought of. Awesome. I'll ask you for some recommendations after this. And again, thank you for taking the time. Happy birthday. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference and lunch, I guess. And thank you for joining us today.
It's been great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, thank you so much for joining us on the live stream so far. The conference here is out for lunch, and we're all going to go have lunch very, very soon. Before we do that, I just wanted to thank you all for your amazing questions. And I also wanted to let you know that if you don't know where to ask them, just go on the conference Discord on the channel Ask Questions Here. And you can just type your question there. Someone from the team is going to get it to me, and then we're going to ask our speakers whatever it is you want to know. Thank you again for joining us, and we're all going to go have lunch now. See you later.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access.
This is your friendly React Conf MC inviting you gently to come back in and join the show. We're starting in, I think, less than 2 minutes, so find a seat. You're not going to want to miss this panel. It is absolutely cracked.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps.
Hey everyone from lunch. We're glad that you made it. How was lunch for everyone? Did you have a good time? Meet some new friends? Yes? Great. Okay. I wanted to ask, early on in the day, I, asked you to kind of commit to some type of intent to get you out of your comfort zone. And I just want to ask, in singing happy birthday to a new friend totally counts, who did something already today that kind of took them outside of their comfort zone? Oh man, that's just okay, it's just half the day, you were hungry, I get it. So you have another half of the day to really get on it. I want to hear some great reports about things that you did that excited you or just gave you an opportunity to meet somebody new. Okay, cool. So we have a couple of housekeeping things, and I have a bag of candy that was given to us by our staff. We want to thank Ross Waycaster, who found something for us and gave it back to us. And so if you're here come get candy. I have candy for you. No? Yes! Okay, yeah! Sick! Thank you so much. It is very important that if you lose something, we find it for you and get it back to you. So we just wanted to demonstrate, some good citizenry. So thank you, Ross. If you find something as you're getting up and leaving, we're gonna set up a little station. You can just drop things off in this corner by the water over there. Our staff will pick it up and we'll try to get it back to the rightful owner. We have Bree back there waving her hand. So that's our spot right there. Okay, cool. I think that's it. So a couple things I just wanted to bring up. Wordly again. If you want captions, you can get those from your device at any time just using the QR code. Yep, there it is. There's the QR code. And tonight, this is the other part of my job, remind you of things to come. Tonight, we're doing a party. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be right out these doors where you had lunch, so you should be able to find it. This was the precursor to the party. It's going to be great. There's going to be games and karaoke and just general frivolity and having fun with each other. One of my favorite things about React Conf is that it feels kind of like a camp because we're kind of locked away from like all the craziness of the strip, and we just get to, we have a really good excuse to hang out and get to know each other. Okay, let's get into this. I'm super excited. Okay, who here, raise your hand for me, if you are using AI to write React code. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are still shy. I know that some of you are just, I'm not going to raise my hand no matter what I ask. That is a lot of hands. And it's a lot of hands because a year and a half ago, when we had this same conference, AI really wasn't on the board at all. I don't remember a single talk about it. The React compiler came out, which was, groundbreaking, and we didn't talk about AI at all. So it's just bewildering to me. That's just a year and a half later, most of us are using AI in some capacity, and even to write our actual component code. That's absolutely wild. So we're gonna have a really, a panel with just an absolute stacked deck of people. I couldn't imagine a better panel. So in order to kind of do this, kick this panel off right, we have someone who knows both React and AI better than anyone, I think, on the planet. So please help me give a warm welcome to the VP of Developer Experience at Cursor, Lee Robinson. Thank you. Dude, have fun. I'm dead. Yeah, thank you. All right. We even have this special chair here for me. So yeah, React Conf first. We're going to get to talk about the intersection of React and coding with AI. And we've got a stacked crew here. So please welcome out. We're going to go in order here. We've got Chris, Kent, Swix, and Theo.
It's all mixed.
Woo!
Interesting.
All right, so we're going to we have a short time here, but we're going to try to mix it up and do a decent amount of questions covering coding with AI in general and the intersection of React. And to kick things off, I'd love to throw it to Chris. I'd love to hear more about how Meta is using AI internally to code with React. It sounds like there's some pretty interesting progress.
Yeah, thanks for asking this. So one of the things is we've been really using AI a lot for coding in many different slices. One of the things that intersects the most with React is if you start wanting to fix a bug or change something in your app, the first thing you're going to try to do is to load your websites and then try to figure out, okay, this specific component, where actually is the code for changing it? And so we're all React developers, so we are probably all using the React dev tools and clicking and finding all of the right things. But the AI doesn't know how to do that. And so we implemented a Chrome extension that's not public yet, but internally, where we can use the React component stack and get all of the names of the components that are done for rendering this specific element. And from this, we can actually grab the code base, find the files that are like responsible for this, and now we can send the files, the React components, and the prompts for the AI. And all of the new AIs, LLMs, and everything so far are able to like take the work on from there. And so this has been like a small tweak, like using the internals of React that has really like helped a lot of people, not only engineers, but we're also seeing a lot of non-engineers like PM, designers, managers start like actually coding again thanks to all of this. So this is one thing I wanted to call out.
We got to get that open source now.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
So Restland, what are you doing?
I know, Kent, you spent a lot of time teaching beginners, especially not only to coding in general, but those who have been coding for a while, now learning how to use AI, adopt all the latest tools, a lot of time on MCP. What do you feel like is the thing that devs are kind of most getting wrong right now or still learning with AI?
Oh, man, I think that we're all getting things wrong with AI. That in a year in the future, we're going to look back and think we're doing all of this wrong. I think one of the things that I find is that I hear this a lot, that people say the more context, the better, right. Which is, there's a thing called context rot, where you get too much context and the LLMs get distracted by that. And this is one of the things that I love about Cursor, VS Code, and these editors that are just optimizing the mechanisms for finding the right things to include in the context and making it easier for us to include those things in context. So I think identifying the right things to include in context. Another thing that I see is that it seems, I get questions from people a lot, from beginners, which I literally just take their question and I put it into ChatGPT, and then I take that and I say, this was what ChatGPT said. It's like, let me ChatGPT that for you.
Yeah.
And so, like, I guess you could say that's another thing people are getting wrong, is they just aren't asking. And so the more that we internalize AI into our workflows and then give it the right context, I'm really impressed by Sentry, for example, and its ability to get the error messages right in context. Cursor now has the browser feature, so it can just like pull up the browser, and of course there's the Playwright MCP server. The more we get the right context in, I think the better it's going to perform for people.
Yeah, to your point about just ChatGPTing things, it's like you realize you have so much agency now with AI where you can go solve your own problems, look up your own results to issues you run into, and teaching people that skill I found has been really helpful.
Not to say that I don't like answering people's questions. Feel free to ask me questions, but
Everyone
I might just
send your
ChatGPT for it. You can borrow my tokens, I guess.
Yeah.
I have a suggestion. Ken, you should make like a Kent C bot. Then you can like answer questions for people.
Ken GPT. I have kind of done this actually with the workshop app. You can ask it questions about the material in the workshop. So if you ever go through, if you've got Epic React or something, check out the Epic MCP server.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much content there.
Yeah, there's a lot. It's fun.
Well, we have so many people here who are library builders or in the open source ecosystem, and of course, framework builders here too. What do you all think are some opportunities for the intersection of AI and React in the future for how we can design these tools better? Maybe Theo?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot. I think that historically, changing your APIs is always a really scary thing. There's the combination of legacy code, but also legacy knowledge, people needing to write things differently than they did in the past. The two things I think are going to be really important now is that, like with AI, the need to maintain a stable API is greater than ever, because you're not going to teach the LLM like, oh, we deprecated that API, stop writing that. Like, hypothetically, it could get better at these things, but it's just more context to give it to keep it from going down those paths. In an ideal world, all APIs in the past would work, and new APIs would be simple enough to adopt. But most importantly, improvements in these tools should be able to occur without API changes. That's why something like React Compiler is so cool, is that whether I have an intern, an experienced engineer, or an AI agent writing this code, all of us benefit from the compiler. And I think the future is going to be more of these tools that can make existing APIs and solutions work way better, give you better insights on what's going wrong, and also tools that support old and new versions. The fact that I can take a React component from the original React blog post and mount it as a subcomponent and compose it with other components using server components in modern systems. Yeah. There is no framework or tool I know of that's had that level of innovation while maintaining complete backwards compatibility. It's truly incredible. incredible. And I think that's a big part of why React has become the default for all of these AI tools for building. Making sure we don't lose that as we continue to innovate, and also making sure that we can take all of this existing code, existing knowledge, existing training data for these LLMs and make the code that they're putting out faster without having to make us all have to learn more.
Yeah, to your point about the compiler, the more kind of high-quality inputs we can give back to the models, whether it's better TypeScript errors or TypeScript support in frameworks or compilers, it just makes it much easier for the agents to fix themselves.
The amount of these AI developer tools and background agents and CLIs and whatnot that don't have LSP access and can't see when there's a type error and they have to run like TSC build to even see if there are mistakes in your code is hilarious to me. Like, it's amazing how many of the tools still default to that.
Yeah. Swigs, you have probably the most experience of all of us in going deep on AI and a lot of the ML work and talking to a lot of really smart people in the field. Do you think there is something in particular that is holding back the quality of the code generated, the quality of the React code generated by frontier models? Because it's not really a I mean, maybe it's a pre-training problem, but it's mostly just like, how do you get good data for post-training to spit out high-quality React code?
I feel like most models are really good at React, actually. So like, really the question is define quality. Like, what is good React versus bad React? If you ask, David Khorshid, he'll say anything that uses use effect, right? Anything where you have a Boolean somewhere in there, he's allergic to Booleans. But that's all code style, right?
Yeah.
Like your opinion is as valid as mine, except where use Booleans is concerned. I agree. I agree with David on that one. So really the problem here is what is the reward policy that you want to give to the model to bias it towards some form of correct React. And I don't think we as humans know that, so it's like very hard to teach models that. And as models train on a large code base, like they're going to regress to the mean, not the max. And you kind of need, we're sort of exhausted the sort of average developer performance, and we kind of need to elevate all of us to what a good React developer looks like. And I don't necessarily know that we know that yet. I do know that I think a lot of people mostly just care about design.
Yeah.
And they care about instruction following and promptability. Like the sense that like your default output, it could be like, let's say like this 50th percentile, 60th percentile React. But if I prompt you, you should follow my instructions and get me exactly what I want in my code style. And if someone else with a different code style prompts you, you should also give them what they want. And that is actually good. So a multi-dimensional concept of quality is much better than a unidimensional concept of quality.
Yeah, because if we go around here, and it would probably be hard for us all to agree on the exact definition of what quality React code looks like. There's probably some shared tenets between all of them.
We all agree on prettier.
Yeah, we all agree on prettier. You have to have that. I've been thinking about this because I've seen some people take like parts of the React docs, like you might not need an effect, and like pass that into the models to get better output. Do you feel like there are kind of commonalities across when you're writing React code where pretty much every time you're wanting to give certain rules or context to models?
I find that for myself, I like to use cursor tab complete, and so that way I can direct it. So like the code that I'm writing is the prompt. Of course, like sometimes I want it to just build out a whole thing for me, but and that often works pretty well if I have some reference like routes and say like, hey, here's some how I do routes, go do it over here. Like when I am less certain about the final result or something, tab complete does a really good job, and it just allows me to sort of prompt the model with the code that I'm writing, and I get a much better result in situations like that.
Yeah. And one thing we found within Meta is the concept of the LLM rules has been super, super powerful. So within the company, there's a lot of like a big code base, and like there's a lot of like pockets. So for example, hey, are you on Facebook.com? Are you on Instagram.com? And all of them have like their own idiosyncrasies, and being able to have like a markdown file that like whenever a file is being rendered, we inject it into the context has been like super powerful. So this way we can say, hey, this specific part, like for Instagram, like we're going to work with the Instagram like foundation team to help like actually write those, and then we can do like some evals and some graders to make sure like all of the codes that follows this is very useful. So being able to break it down and steer the model in that direction have been like really like for big code bases like a huge godsend. So
one thing I want to maybe I hate when panels everyone kind of agrees and is friendly. We need to spice it up a little bit. So I'm going to disagree with Ken a little bit, just for the sake of argument. I think that there's a kind of developer which is our generation of developers. I'm putting myself included with you, where we tend to use tab complete a lot because we want to stay in control of the code. We want to almost write just see every character appear together. I would say the newer generation, the Gen Zs, are not doing that at all. And one of the biggest shifts I've seen over the last 2 years is the move from tab complete coding to agentic coding. And obviously that's like Cloud Code, Codex, Devin, and all those other guys where you're not prompting it with the code that you're writing, and you're not doing line by line. You're just doing entire file changes all over the place. It is very messy. It introduces sometimes more problems than it solves. But I do think that is a change that is coming because it is so effective, and it is opening up development to so many more people than it used to be. So I think the people who can be productive with agentic coding are much more productive than the people who are productive with tab coding, I think. Especially because those rules that Chris Shadow was talking about, they tend to scale more in agentic coding just because you can apply more things in those kinds of models.
I think I'm somewhere between you two. I'm going to do a weird comparison here and talk about TypeScript for a second. When I first got into JavaScript, it was for plugins for a broken WordPress site. I didn't really use, or to be frank, like JavaScript. I started writing it more seriously in React as well in 2018, so when I actually sat down and used it to build real stuff. So I got in post-TypeScript, not pre-TypeScript. And I feel like on one hand, that means I'm behind as far as people would be concerned, but from my experience, it's actually quite the opposite. I felt like I didn't have all of this baggage in my brain for how you had to write your code in such a resilient way because you couldn't trust any type anywhere because there weren't any. And I was able to move much faster because I didn't have to unlearn these previous things that slowly the industry shifted away from. I didn't have the same testing patterns because I wasn't checking what happens when you pass a string to a function that expects a number. By getting in late, this new abstraction let me not waste my own context in my brain on things that we have solved with tooling. And I think more and more, as we look at the layers of technology that we build with, where we have assembly on the bottom, then a language like C. When C happened, people would look at the assembly code coming out for a while. Obviously, we don't really do that anymore. Then we start building engines like V8 for JavaScript. Nobody's looking at how the ops are handled underneath the JavaScript code that you're writing now. They did for a bit. I'm sure Google still does, but most people don't. React code was interesting because for a long time, people knew what the React.createElement calls would look like for their JSX. Who in the audience has used React.createElement for anything other than the root in the last 5 years? I see 5 hands maybe. Yeah. As we introduce better solutions, the need to know the details of the previous era fades really fast. And I think we're at that now with AI, where that's the abstraction on top of React, where in one hand, we care, we know how the code should look, we expect that, but as the tools get better, the need to care about that is going to go away. So it's almost like our parting gift to make sure that these things are good enough that the people in the layer above don't have to waste so much context in their brain on the things that we have been doing for the last 10 years.
Yeah, I'm curious where this plays out next because it seems like the models are getting pretty good at React code in particular. Obviously, there's plenty of HTML and CSS in the world and Tailwind, which makes most front-end things or your library of choice pretty easy. So what does it look like now as we get further down the line? Is there some kind of ceiling we're going to hit with generating React code where it's good enough, or what's going to be next?
I'm curious about your answer.
Yeah. I think for my answer, going back to your point around breaking changes, I think that is the hardest part with ecosystem churn right now, where different versions come out. It makes it hard to have an agent just go run and update your whole code base. So you need this mix of the non-deterministic AI agents that can go do a bunch of stuff, and then they can call the deterministic code mod that does the bump from version 14 to 15 and so on. So I feel like the models are good enough at writing most React code now for most things, but once you get the very large code bases with very unique business requirements and constraints, like that's where you really have to go hard on the rules. It's like, no, I never want code like this. I really want it like this, and try to provide more examples. And then in the most extreme cases, it's like actually encoding that into a model. It's like we have so much opinion that we actually want to take a model and distill it down to something that's just for what we need.
Yeah. So you were talking about migration. One of the things that blew my mind is, so like 10 years ago, like Christoph Nakazawa was talking about like JS code shifts, and like, okay, how do you do AST transform to change from one side like to the other? Yeah. The good thing is last year we've been able to like actually generate, like using AI, this kind of like code mods to do it. Yeah. But the next step that blew my mind is, right now within the company, we're doing a lot of code mods that are like markdown based. And so you give a markdown file with like, hey, this should look like this, like before it was this, now it's this, before it was this, now it's this. And like you give a bunch of examples like in plain text, like a documentation, and you send it to the LLM, and the LLM is going to actually do all of the code mods. And this kind of like thing like really blows my mind around like how it widens the like potential of people able to like write this kind of like transformations. And so I think like a lot of the work like in tech is code migration from one system to the other. And so I think this is going to really be super helpful, even though it's not super flashy around like, hey, I built like this brand new like 0 to 1 app.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll also say, so like Cognition does a lot of migrations. That's like the vast majority of the business is just migrating like some Java 8 to like Java 10 for some Windows Enterprise thing somewhere. And like, don't forget like, don't try to stuff everything in a prompt. Sub agents are good. Like a verifier agent is good. And that's basically, I think, a core principle in AI of like it's much easier to verify something than it is to generate something. And if you actually have LLMs on both sides, this is what we call the generator-verifier gap. It is actually a much more productive process to play those off against each other, which is one thing that we exploit in Cognition.
Yeah, building off that, we only have a few minutes left, but it would be interesting to hear like some pro tips on working with React and AI from you all. Like one small thing for me is like when you know some of the tools to use, you know the right tokens, you can just more effectively steer the agent. So let's say you're trying to do cleaning up unused code or cleaning up unused dependencies, you can just say like, hey, go use nip, which is a really great tool, shout out to nip, and it can just go and run the deterministic code for you.
Can you spell that? NYP?
It's KNIP.
KNIP.
Yeah, it's a good tool, open source. Any other ideas or pro tips, best practices that you can take back?
Use the React compiler linters.
Yeah.
Really good.
AI code review is super, super helpful. There's a ton of good options now. Just having that, like, not just because it like will catch a bunch of mistakes that no one else will, but it makes me feel like less of a burden to my team when I put up a vibe-coded PR, because I'll get the first pass from an AI telling me everything that's screwed up before my team looks at it and tells me that I wasted their time making them review it.
Yeah. If you haven't tried it, it's actually good now. Every company has some kind of code review bot. Actually, my tip was more a career tip, guys. The AI people don't know how to write front end. Right?
So true.
This is why I like started AI Engineer as a movement, because like this is a one-time career upgrade for React people to go over to these Python people and say, okay, like you guys are good at the back end stuff. Like, well, we'll take the front end from here.
Right? Don't look at the Comfy UI code base; it'll hurt you.
They
work really
they're
hard.
Horrible. They're horrible at this. Their best thing is like Streamlit. Like you can do better. They have no idea. Like this is so easy for us. It's a one-time career upgrade. Like so, my thing is like it's a career shift for a lot of people. And so, more than any individual like coding tip, it's just more like if you are kind of not seeing the opportunity here, I would encourage you to jump into it. They want you. They find it hard. They find it hard to hire front end people that are good.
Yeah.
And everyone here is like self-motivated enough to be good.
Yeah. That's an amazing, optimistic note to kind of end on. So thank you so much. Please come find us later if you want to talk more about AI.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good time reset. It went to 0.
Incredible! Oh my gosh. Great job, everybody. Great job, Lee. Man, leading a discussion like that is with so many strong, opinionated characters. I love it. So shout out to Lee. Let's give Lee another round of applause. Great job.
Good job. Those were all really good.
Took literally every brain cell in my brain to not say Lee Robb, to use his full name, because it's always just Lee Robb to me. I wanted to keep Chris on stage. This is Christopher Chadeau. Say hi, everyone. Now, if you don't know, Christopher Chadeau made the first React Conf, like out of literally nothing. So in 2015, he had this idea. It's like, hey, can we put a conference on for people who love React? And so, one, I just wanted to, let's give him a big warm round of applause for that. We're so grateful to you. You are the OG. And I just wanted to give him a minute or two to talk with you about how this thing started and what it means.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Mike.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So this was so I was at school in France, in Paris, and I got contacted by somebody at Facebook, and they were like, hey, we want to hire you, go interview. So I flew all the way to the US, and I ended up getting hired. So I moved all across the world, and at this point, I was 20-something, just out of college, and I talked to Jordan Walk, and that showed me React, and I was mind blown, oh my god, this is the next best thing, and I basically dedicated the next 15 years of my career around hey, how do I spread the word for React to the rest of the world? And so we ended up open sourcing React, and then I think 1 or 2 years later, some people were on Twitter was like, hey, there should be a React conference. And so I was 1 or 2 years out of college, and I was like, oh yeah, I think we should have a React conference. So I asked Tomo, I don't see him in the audience, but oh yeah, hey! And so I'm like, hey, can I organize a React conference? You're my manager, I don't know. And he was like, yeah, sure, you need to commit for the next 3 months, and if it's good, yeah, let's do it. And so he put me in touch with the people from the events team, and we ended up making a website and figure speakers and everything. And then we went to actually announce it and say, hey, the tickets are live, and we actually broke down the website that was selling the tickets. So many people wanted to come. And then, I think a few weeks later, the CTO of Facebook sent me an email. Hey, I have this very important VP from another company that is begging to get tickets. Can we give some? And I'm like, no, we're the fire marshals are telling us that. And we're out of capacity, out of capacity. So this has been crazy to make this happen. And I was watching the Mr. Beast video, he made a video 10 years ago around what now would actually look like. And he was like, please, 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 I want 1 million followers. And I'm like, yeah, at the time, I don't know if you remember, Tomo were like, hey, I think React is good enough for everybody in the world to use React. And we're like, yeah, it's never going to happen, but let's actually try it. And look at this 10 years later, hey, you're 600 people here are using React and are excited, and now all of the world is using React. So we're chatting in backstage around all of the Gen AI tool, ChatGPT, all of the things you can think of, they're all written in React. And so this is so mind-blowing to me, and thank you. I know we said it in the keynote, but thanks everybody here. You really made this community happen. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Christopher. Oh. It's so beautiful. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Christopher. I actually have some stories about shutting down that site. We did a little bit of black hat hacking to get some tickets. So I'll save that for a little technical difficulty or something. Now, at ReactConf, we love to shroud things in mystery, and this talk is no different. I have been prompting all day to get a little bit of information to kind of seed your interest in this talk, but all I have heard is that it is spicy. So I hope you brought your Pepto-Bismol, your indigestion medication, because apparently this one might be a little bit too hot to handle. So please, welcome to the stage, Joe Savona.
Have fun. Thanks. All right. I'm Joe Savona. I'm on the React team at Meta. And I do not have a UI equals function of state in this talk. So I've got to do the next best thing. In this talk, I'm going to do a deep dive into the world of React performance. On the React team, we take a holistic approach to performance, looking at the big picture of where time is spent in applications. And then we develop features and APIs accordingly. This is why, as Rick discussed in his talk, we added support for concurrency. Concurrency helps optimize our apps, whether they're I/O-bound, CPU-bound, or both. But in this talk, I'd like to zoom in a little bit more on rendering performance specifically. As part of developing React compiler, we wanted to thoroughly understand exactly how well React is doing on rendering performance. You hear a lot of things online, and as we all know, a lot of things we hear online are not necessarily true. So we wanted to get a really solid understanding for ourselves. So we kicked off what has turned into a multi-year exploration into React rendering performance, and that has meant diving into the world of incremental computation. For those who aren't familiar, incremental computation is an umbrella term for software systems that can efficiently update their outputs when their inputs change. Common examples are things like spreadsheets. You change one cell, only the cells that actually use that update. Build systems, and UI. React is an incremental UI system, despite what some folks might claim. Now, our approach on this was to create a series of benchmarks that are representative of different real-world scenarios. One of the challenges with benchmarks is obviously that you kind of end up focusing on one specific case, and we don't want to over-optimize because that's not representative, that one case isn't representative of all apps. So we created a whole bunch of different benchmarks. For this talk, I'm going to focus on just one, but I'll share kind of some of the broader results at the end. The draw benchmark that I'm going to focus on here is a highly, highly, highly simplified, can't emphasize the word highly simplified enough, prototyping app. I don't know why we didn't call it prototyper, we called it draw, anyway, we're not good at naming things. It supports creating text labels and boxes, and that's about it. And the UI is very simple, it's designed to be automated. Now, right away, there's a very, very important thing we can take away from this. Yeah. So for this benchmark, we have a script, as like I said. This is designed to be automated. We have a script that drives all the interactions to create the React logo. My colleague, Jan Cassens, actually took the SVG file and was able to extract out the commands from that to actually write this. Yeah, it just keeps on going. So we're gonna skip ahead a little bit. You get the idea. It's a logo. Now, might be hard to tell in there. That was actually to create the full logo at that resolution is 5,000 interactions, simulating clicks, simulating typing in the width and height fields, changing the X and Y positions. 5,000 interactions to create that logo. Now, the way the benchmark is set up is that each interaction synchronously updates the DOM, but we don't yield to the browser. So there's no layout or paint happening. So when you actually run it, so I was kind of running it in a mode just to let you see what's happening. When you actually run it, you click run, and the browser appears to hang for a second, and then all of us, you just see the finished logo, right? Because we're just going to do layout and paint once. In other words, this is measuring pure framework performance. Right, that's the whole point of this. Is we just want to see how fast can we make those updates. Okay, so we're computer scientists. We can set up an experiment, and the one thing I remember about experiments is that I'm supposed to change one variable at a time. So let's change one thing at a time. Well, what are the variables to choose from? In an incremental system, there are kind of two key architectural choices: the data model and the update algorithm. So for the draw benchmark, we chose a data model approach that a lot of folks in the community have asked about. We stored all the state, all the data for the app in a single state value, and then passed that down via context. So each component reads the data for its entity from context, and then accesses whatever properties it needs. Right? You might have heard about context, the idea of context selectors or things like that. This is kind of the rough idea, right? We're just going to have this giant bag of data in context, and we'll kind of pluck out at each component what we care about. At the app level, we're going to set this context. and then just pass down the ID to each entity, right, so that it can in turn go actually read this data from the context. And again, this is just a giant hash map stored in state and then set as the value in context. OK, so that's our data model. As we can see, this is basically a giant stress test for state and context as the representation for all your data in an app. How fast can we make it? So this is the variable part of our experiment. So we chose to experiment with different update algorithms given the same data model. React, React compiler, and, well, we'll get to the other ones in a second. Let's just look at the results for these two first. So our hypothesis was that React compiler should, hopefully, fingers crossed, we spent a lot of time on this thing, be faster. But it could only be so much faster, right? Because we're changing the context, and every single component pulls from that context. So how much faster can we really get when every component has to update, at least somehow, right? OK, so baseline, first, the results for React. Now, this version has minimal manual memoization. And remember, this is 5,000 interactions taking just shy of 4 seconds on my laptop. And here's the result for React compiler. Yeah. Not bad, right? We were pretty happy. Like, whew, OK, we can probably keep our jobs. So that's awesome. How, though? What exactly is happening? I just said every component has to update with this new context. So how did it actually get faster? So in React, when we render our UI, React creates a tree of what we call fiber nodes. The fibers correspond to components. So you've probably seen diagrams like this in the past. And our mental model is that, oh, the component is re-rendering. Right? So if draw updates, then we have to propagate that value down, and that means updating everything. Well, with React compiler, that's not really what's happening. For example, we only have to rerun the map if the entities change, right? If some other property of context changes, we don't have to rerun the map operation, right? The compiler is actually splitting up this component into smaller pieces of logic. And actually, we do the same thing on the item too, right? Breaking it up. So for example, we only have to update the style property maybe if the width and the height of that entity have actually changed. And then of course, we do this for all the other components. So in the benchmark, if we've updated a single entity, sure, the context invalidates, the entities invalidate, we have to rerun our map, but then most of these entities are just going to be a no-op, and things basically stop there. And we actually spend time updating here. So as you can see, as the number of entities grows, we're just mostly skipping the work for all those entities and just focusing on where we need to. So this is how React compiler is able to make this type of application faster. So first takeaway, React compiler can significantly improve the performance of context-based apps. Now, this is going to be a recurring question in this talk. Can we go faster? Yes. She's cheated. You saw the dry run. Doesn't count. Now, there's been a lot of noise about signals in the community. What if we use signals? I heard they're fast. So we built a prototype, a brand new approach to React, ground-up rewrite of the runtime using signals. Or, well, not quite signals, close. Pull-based or lazy incremental computation graph. We extended React compiler to emit the code for this, translating existing React components and hooks to use this new runtime. Pretty cool, right? I'll talk about how this works in a moment. Signals. We've heard so much about signals, and I'm sure you are all really, really excited. Are you excited to see the results? Want to see the results? OK. Yeah. I'm just as excited to show them to you, and not for the reason you're expecting. Our results so far . Yeah. So this is when we started to question our life choices. Maybe we're just not cut out for this. And then we regained our senses. And we double-checked. OK, what if we just made a mistake? Because, that happens. So we took a signals-based virtual DOM-less library that scores well on popular benchmarks. And we ported draw to that library. The specific library doesn't really matter, as we'll see in a minute. Again, this is an experiment, so we're changing one variable at a time. So we're going to change the rendering, the rendering algorithm, which means keeping the data model the same. So we use the same approach, state, passed down via context. And I want to call out, if you were to go and use a signals-based library, this isn't how they'd recommend storing your data, right? And so you might say that, oh, this is an unfair comparison. But the whole point is we're doing an experiment to compare, given this data model, what performance characteristics do we see given for this rendering model? So, how does it look? OK, maybe they're really fast, right? Signals are fast. All right, our results so far. Wait, that wasn't. Oh, huh. So what's happening here? Well, in both our incremental prototype and in a typical signals graph, you end up with something that looks very vaguely like that. I got tired of drawing boxes and aligning them, so I'm sorry. That's the best you get today. On the left, we have our context, which really there's a state going into the context, but you get the idea. There's one giant input, and then we have a whole lot of derived computation. And then over here on the right, we have our places where we're going to use these values in our UI tree. See, it looks sort of like a tree over there. So to propagate a change, we need two phases, because these nodes in the middle, we only want to compute them once, right? If a node has two inputs, we don't want to compute it twice, first with only half of the inputs updated, and then again when all the inputs are updated. We want to make sure we compute each node at the right time, only when its inputs have been updated. So there's a very specific set of nodes in this case. You need to pay close attention to this, that are affected when this context changes. So watch closely. It's all of them. OK, so first we'll just mark them as changed. We're not actually recomputing here. We're just marking them as changed. And then we'll go walk this tree and say, give me the latest value. And so we'll actually pull back along this tree. And so that if there's a fancy algorithm here, you actually want to go depth first. And then if one of the nodes doesn't change, you kind of stop. And it's fancy. You can look it up on blog posts and stuff. But maybe ChatGPT can explain it to you. We're just going to skip over the high level here. But the point is, we're actually visiting the graph again. So we're visiting the whole graph, once to mark things as changed, and then once to recompute. So once you start thinking about it, you're like, that actually doesn't sound fast, does it? OK, so the signal-style pull-based approach wasn't getting us the performance that we wanted. But again, can we go faster? We actually got to the point that I just described a couple years ago, before we even shared React compiler at the conference last year. The existing incremental computation literature wasn't getting us faster, but we have a lot of experience with incremental systems at Meta. In my 11 years at Meta, I've worked on Relay, which is an incremental in-memory database, Relay compiler, an incremental compiler for GraphQL, Skip, which was an entire programming language for incremental computation. The compiler for Skip was, guess what, written in Skip as an incremental compiler, and now also working on this. And in addition, I've had the privilege to look closely at other incremental systems at Meta, like Hack and Flow. And one thing that has stood out across all that experience is domain-specific approaches can often outperform generic incremental approaches. Signals are a very general-purpose algorithm for incremental computation, but we can do something a bit more fancy. So fast forward at least a year. Numerous prototypes created and thrown away with, gotta say, amazing engineering work, incredibly clever designs that just did not pan out until we hit upon a variant that we're calling React Fur. It's a novel approach to incremental rendering that uses a hybrid eager-lazy algorithm. Now, it's important to note this prototype does not support all the features of React. But it does support a lot of common patterns, more than enough to render the draw benchmark. That said, before you get too excited, this is a constrained prototype. It is a long way away from shipping. But we wanted to see, if we do kind of strip things down to the core, how fast can we make it? And that was the idea here. So this time, you're probably excited for the right reason. Yeah. Couple years of work to get there. We were pretty impressed, pretty happy. Now, a new React code name, a novel incremental algorithm. You probably have a lot of questions. You have questions? Yeah? Okay. I guarantee the one you're thinking of is not this. That's right. We're just going to move right along. We got to make things fast, people. We got to keep going. So up until this point, we've kept the data model the same and experimented with just the different approaches to propagating updates. But what if we change the data model? So throw it all away, back to the basics, React. React compiler, a simple external store. What do I mean by that? Well, we'll define a store that looks something like this. It's got a get function to look up the current value of a drawing entity, a function to subscribe for updates to that value, and a way to publish updates to a few records at a time. And then we'll write a little hook that lets us read and subscribe to this store. Basically, I'm writing my own use sync external store here. There's a bunch of to-dos, but you get the idea. All right, so again, our results so far. And now, oh wait, that's right, I forgot. So this is a comparison now. We've broken the experiment, right? Because the whole point of the experiment is you change one variable at a time. We're changing the wrong variable now. So this is not an experiment. This is just a comparison. But still, what are the results? Oh yeah. And we barely, we slightly rewrote things to use a store, but we're not like dramatically rewriting the code. And in particular, because of the subscribe function, we can do very targeted updates in this store. So why is this so fast? Well, if we go back to the incremental computation graph that we looked at for kind of the signal style graph, the issue was that the context was kind of upstream of everything. And so when that changed, too much work downstream got invalidated. When we shift to a store, it's kind of like we can see inside that context. And so now, when one entity changes, we're just invalidating way less work and doing a lot less downstream. But we're far enough along in the talk that you know what I'm going to say next. Yeah, there you go. All right. In particular, what if we combine these ideas? Because I just said when we changed the rendering algorithm and we changed the data model, I'm like, can't you do both? You can. So React for similar external store. Here's where we are so far. Yeah. I did not believe that number when I saw it. Really hope it's right. OK, now this is the point where we have to go back. Remember how I emphasized the highly, like triple, highly, super simplified at the beginning of the talk? This is a highly simplified benchmark. That makes it really great for optimizing the innermost workings of the rendering algorithm, but it also makes it less representative of real-world scenarios. So we also created other benchmarks that have a richer set of components and a more realistic data model. The draw was basically a key value store, as we saw. Now, these other benchmarks are, again, not all the way to a real app, but they're much more representative, and the results there were not quite as good. So this is a different benchmark, again, with React compiler in a store, and then React Fur in a store. And we can see that it is still a performance improvement, but not quite the same magnitude as we were seeing on the draw app, right? This is just as we increase the complexity of our app, the rendering algorithm just becomes less critical to the performance. And there's just only so much we can actually make faster. And there's another aspect, too. Yes, it's faster, but it's not the full React. Right? And from a couple of years of experiments, we know that adding back some features that people rely on every day with React would, or at least could, eat into these wins. All right. But what am I going to ask next? No. No, it's time for a break. OK. There's so much more that I wish we had time to get into, but let's kind of wrap up. So first, key takeaways. We've seen that the data model is just as important, maybe more so, than the particular incremental algorithm we choose. Second, our results suggest that domain-specific approaches to incremental computation can be substantially faster than traditional incremental algorithms like signals, which are pull-based or generally lazy. But also, as we saw with that last slide, improvements on one benchmark don't necessarily translate to other benchmarks. And in some cases, or even if they do, they don't translate to the same magnitude, right? The draw benchmark is almost too simple, and a richer set of benchmarks stresses more cases. Worse, during those couple of years of experiments, we had actually identified a few different ideas that looked really promising on benchmarks. When we ported them to real apps, the wins just disappeared. And so ultimately, these numbers, we really have to actually push them further to get into a real app and see how things are going to play out. So what does all this mean for building fast apps? Well, it means using React to take advantage of all the performance features that we've built. First, as Rick showed earlier, we can use transitions and optimistic updates to ensure that we stay responsive. Regardless of the library you use, even if you're writing native code, for mobile, for example, you will run into situations where it just takes more than a frame or more than a frame or two to render a very complicated surface. Not to mention, you can be waiting on a network. So transitions and optimistic updates and things like suspense allow us to quickly respond to the user while preparing content in the background. Second, bound updates to what's visible. Use virtualization and the new activity component that Mofe showed to avoid wasting time on components that aren't even visible to the user. So many benchmarks out there will do things like updating 10,000 rows. You can't fit 10,000 rows on your monitor. Don't waste time updating them, right? Bound work to what's visible, and that will help your app stay fast. Finally, where appropriate, carefully consider the data model that you're using for your application. Good data modeling is critical for achieving peak performance. Now, if you've tried using an external store with React today, you know that it can be a little bit tricky. Use Sync External Store can de-opt out of concurrent rendering. So inspired by the research I've shared here, we're actively working on a new API to support concurrent stores. Specifically, we want to support concurrent stores that can do very targeted updates, which, as we saw, were so beneficial to performance. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Woo! Great job. Great job, great job. I love that. So React code names for projects always start with an F. I don't know if you've noticed that. And so I was excited to see a React fur up there because it just means we're that much closer to React for real. And I am so ready for that moment. I'm impressed. I mean, like, you know, he named the API that shall not be named at a React Conf. You know, signals. I mean, you get up here, you talk about signals. There's going to be some excitement afterwards. So later on today, we have a panel that you will not want to miss. All of your questions are going to be answered there. And I believe we're going to have some kind of real-time questions. So get your questions ready now, and you can kind of throw those in when the time is right. We're going to do a quick break. This is a short one. This is just a 30-minute break, and I'm going to let you go. One thing, if you are with Meta, Callstack, or a speaker, we're going to take just a photo around, I think, 5:15. So just keep that in your mind. Mark that time, because we want you back here. It's time for another break. We'll see you back here in 30 minutes. Bye.
Welcome back, live stream React Conf 2025. What the hell was that? Did you see the last talk now from Joe? Mind blown. And Joe, we're not going to have any questions here today. The one thing I'm curious about is this whole journey of making things faster and faster and more performant, all the different prototypes you guys built. Just tell me more about that. And really, mind blown here, Joe, so please.
Well, so it all started, I think it's in August of 2023. So Peter van der Werf and I flew out to London. We're both on the West Coast. We somehow managed to convince our boss to fly us out to London to hang out with Satya, who was on the compiler team as well. And it was kind of my idea was, let's just get out of our usual comfort zone, all hang out. I mean, Satya's in the office, but at least, it's kind of a different experience having folks out of town, and just spend a week hacking on what if we compile React to signals was like the kind of brief. And at one point, I went for a meeting, and Satya and Peter decided to name it Forest while I was out of the room. So I came back, and the project had been named. So I didn't have a choice on that one, but learned to love it. Not kidding. It's fine. And by the end of the week, we had the basic version of compilation working. We had a basic runtime working, and a week or two later, we were at the point where we had enough of a benchmarking infrastructure set up that we can get some numbers. And pretty quickly, actually, no, I think we spent a bunch of time working on. We had like some early numbers. I'm trying to remember it's like 2 years of stuff here. At some point, we finally got everything actually like working in the benchmark. And that's when we realized, like, it's not that fast.
Right.
I mean, obviously we hear a lot about signals being fast. I definitely have like a background in incremental computation. I know that the approach can be fast. But then we, kind of dove in and like looked at what was happening. Numerous iterations to try, different approaches to creating the graph. Like, can we dedupe nodes? Can we reduce the number? A lot of work in the compiler to see, okay, can we statically optimize the nodes that we're creating? I didn't have time in the talk to get into the details. Sorry, I'm just going here. You told me to go.
You go. I'm going to stop you at some point.
All right. So we had already implemented a bunch of optimizations on top of the usual signal stuff. For example, the compiler could statically figure out what the dependencies of a node were, so we don't have to dynamically track that. And that also meant that we could do fun things like, as we create a dynamic derived computation node, we can traverse over its dependencies and check if they were all static known values. We can just run the function once, compute the value, and pass on a static value down the tree, so that with like literally, parts of the computation graph just disappear at runtime, right? You're left with only what's actually reactive, which is, I think you could probably do it in a standard like dynamically tracked system, but it's harder. We can be more optimal because we know the dependencies up front. Anyway, still not getting the performance we want. So just from there, multiple iterations. And so finally this year, I had an idea for a prototype, spent a couple weeks just cranking on it, and that's what resulted in React for numerous other amazing ideas from Peter, from Jordan Brown, Jan Cassens, like so many people contributing to the project. Mofe, Mike Matusik also working on the compiler, made a huge contribution there. And so, it's been a journey.
It is.
Sorry, long rant.
An incredible story. And the thing that, one of the key takeaways for me from this is that people sometimes look at the work that we're doing at the React team and they're like, oh, you guys are not, how come you don't have this or that, and everyone else is shipping that stuff. But there's actually a lot of thought and a lot of research that goes on to these things behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I think part of it is that when we release something, the expectations are very, very high.
Right.
And even if we show something early, that creates tons of expectations. And so we kind of have to be a little more guarded about some of the R&D we're working on, just to avoid thrashing the community and raising expectations to a point that we can just not realistically achieve them. So we've been keeping quiet about this until we got to a point where we felt we had more data. And I think now we kind of have just a really good understanding of, okay, yes, you can make React faster, maybe in some circumstances,
Right.
but it's not as simple a story as I think people seem to think it is.
Yeah. And not a lot of people realize that a lot of React is kind of like a research project, right?
It is definitely a research project.
We do a lot of research about a lot of stuff all the time to figure things out. And look at the results, right? It's incredible, mind-blowing stuff. And speaking of that incredible, mind-blowing stuff, are we expecting to release anything about this?
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
We're definitely not done experimenting.
Yeah.
But like I said, we have an idea that on some benchmarks is faster, but there's definitely a big gap between what that supports and what the full React feature set. So definitely have to do a lot more evaluation. We may see ideas from this come to React at some point, but I think it's probably more likely that we see small ideas over time as opposed to like a giant rewrite.
Right.
Yeah.
Joe, thank you so much. This was great,
you.
thank you for telling us the story of how you got to it.
Of course.
I can't wait to hear more about this stuff in the future.
Yeah, we'll talk more.
Maybe when we're back at the office. Again, thank you so much for joining us to talk about this. Thanks.
All right, cheers.
What incredible stuff we've heard from Joe earlier, and now we have another special treat for all of you. This wasn't on the schedule, but we got a chance to talk to one of the early members of a React Native team, and React in general, right? We got Peter DeBeats here. Peter, you want to tell folks a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'm a software engineer on the React team in London. This is actually my second stint on the React team. I joined early after it was open source originally as an iOS engineer. I was doing work on the Facebook app for iOS, and they pulled me in to actually make React Native work in the Facebook for iOS app. But I stuck around, ended up working on our sort of mobile JS infrastructure. Afterwards, I actually ended up going to build a React product myself. I hadn't done React before, which brought me to the land of VR, where we actually used React to actually build immersive VR applications. After that, we came back and we ended up working on a React-specific framework for VR. And as React Native matured, we figured out we can actually just use upstream React Native now. We don't need this custom fork anymore. So I unforked all of that, got me pulled back right into the React team, and here I am today.
Amazing. And me and Peter work closely at the same office in London, obviously. So I know a lot about your work and a lot about the stuff that we're going to talk about now. But I think that just before that, I'm going to give our audience a little rundown on React Native itself, because I know that a lot of our people in the audience are React web developers. And basically, React Native is just like React Web. It's basically React Web, but it renders to native views on the phone as if it was a normal app, right?
Exactly. It's something we have to reinforce all the time. React Native is not a web view. There's no web components involved. You can actually, if you want to, you can pull in a web view, and there's some really cool things that Expo has done in terms of mixing and matching between web and native, but it's all native components. And you can also means if Apple or Google build new native UI components, you can just pull that right into your native application, and users won't tell the difference.
Yeah, and tomorrow we're doing the React Native Keynote, so we'll see some examples of work Expo's been doing and a few others on actually bringing things like Liquid Glass and stuff like that, which was, it's just using what Apple is giving us. And yeah, cool. So you've been on the React Native project for quite a while, right? And this year we're celebrating 10 years.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's been amazing seeing like it go from like a scrappy like proof of concept of like, look, we can actually take this React thing and enable web developers to contribute to native apps, because that was the big skills gap. That one of the reasons React Native got started in the first place. Like, we need to shift to mobile. Like this company, Facebook, needs to build mobile apps now, and we had all these front-end developers. Like, how do I help this thing? And so we brought this whole new audience to the mobile market, to this point where it's a cross-platform mobile foundation. We are so much better aligned with like all of the behaviors that React on web does. Like, one of the key things about the new architecture when we introduced that was like, now we can actually implement React correctly on native, where it kind of before it was like close enough but not really the same thing,
right.
Which unlocks a whole bunch of new things like code sharing, etc.
Yeah, and well, we're going to see a lot of examples of that tomorrow. So if you're interested in React Native, or really how you can bring some of your existing code base into mobile apps, then stay tuned for tomorrow. But you mentioned VR earlier. You want to tell me a bit more about that?
Yeah, so we've used React for the longest time on VR. There's this great tweet we actually got printed out in our office by John Carmack saying like, yeah, it turns out that React for UI development, or even for in-game UI, not that bad of an idea. And coming from Carmack, that's high praise. So we kept that one printed out. So from the very early days where we were building these UIs in-game, because we always wanted to add that social angle to VR and to these VR applications, and that meant you need that type of UI that we always craft. We found that React is a really great way to accelerate that type of UI development. So we started off with something custom because it needed to run within an existing game engine, and you can't really just pull in Android UI into that. But then, because what we're building with Quests is all Android-based, right now we're just using React Native Android, but we're adding custom enhancement there. We're focusing on things that are really people are sensitive to on these platforms. Like, for example, in a gaze-based operating system, or on a focus-based operating system, it's really important that when a user hovers over an element, that feedback is immediate, that you get a little controller feedback when you're starting to hover over it. So we've built specific abstractions for that to make that fast. And we're also, we already had React Native apps from third parties on our platform working really well, but it's really cool to see Expo has now announced first-class support for VR as a platform.
Oh, yeah.
You can just use your Quest headset to scan a QR code and open it up with Expo Go. So it's really cool to see that, seeing us bringing React, bringing more developers to that platform using React.
Right, and you, since you've been on the project so long, what are your thoughts for the future of all of this?
Yeah, there's so much cool stuff that we're now enabling with the new architecture, by having that common stack, by looking more at the web in terms of how do we shape these new IDs. It's giving us a really powerful foundation to build out the next step. I'm really excited about all of the opportunities for AI to help accelerate that type of development, but then the job for us even becomes more important to help craft the right abstractions to enable AI to build smart component and not allow you to shoot yourself in the foot too quickly. So I'm really excited about the performance tooling we're building around that, and making it easy for people to reason about what React is doing, getting people to use the modern React APIs like transitions and suspense more efficiently. So yeah, I think what Rick was sharing earlier today about we've built all of these great abstractions. Now is actually the challenge is how do we make these accessible to people? How do we make sure that they're using them successfully?
Well, sure. At the end of the day, it's all about the people using this stuff, and obviously React Native has a pretty big and diverse community, and we've seen in the foundation announcement that a lot of the companies that are actually taking ownership of the foundation and the future of React are React Native companies, and I just thought it was interesting to see that. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, no, I'm really excited that we can finally give these companies a formal seat at the table. And we're still figuring out what that's going to look like in terms of technical ownership and technical governance. But the promise of that foundation is that we want to get there. We're going to solve that. And it's not, we don't want things to stay as they are right now. I've really enjoyed, part of my day job is to look at the PRs we get coming in and seeing does this make sense for us to pull in? How do I help shape companies or help to shape developers to do that? And right now, the granularity of those things we can pick in on an ad hoc basis is quite small. It's really hard to get external companies to like build large subsystems for us. And so I'm hoping by like having more upfront alignment, having more like technical alignment with external companies, that we can actually get them to build and take ownership of larger pieces of React Native and help us scale up the development of it.
Yeah, and we definitely have the foundation for that now. Sorry, I had to make that stupid joke. Okay, Peter, is there any final thoughts or anything else you'd like to share with our folks at home?
Like for all the time I've been on React and React Native related teams, this is my first time at React Conf. So yeah,
No way, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm really enjoying it here. It's a fantastic venue, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the talks.
Amazing, and thank you so much, Peter. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the conference. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you,
And live stream, folks, just so you know, we have a full-packed schedule and plan for you still. A few more talks, and we'll be back for more interviews later today. But for now, we'll take a little break, and thank you so much for joining us. See you later.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
Hello. Welcome, everyone, back. If you're on the outside thinking it's a good time to come in, it is an excellent time to come in. It has never been better, actually. It is glorious. Glorious in here. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope that you had a wonderful potty break. I guess we probably don't refer to them as potty breaks as adults, but I guess I just did. I want to give you a handful of reminders. We have Discord, which you can ask any of the questions, any of those burning questions that you have based on the discussions and presentations that we saw. You can ask those in Discord at any time and get some answers. And tonight, following the event, we have a party. It will be right to the side where we had our meals. And yeah, it's going to be great. You'll get some extra time to hang out with people you haven't gotten to talk with yet. Kind of, live all of those things that those commitments you've made to yourself to have a really great conference. And so that'll be a really great time for that. Okay, so this next section is going to be pretty quick, pretty rapid flow. Up to this point, we've had like 20 and 40-minute sessions. These are going to be very fast-paced 10-minute sessions. We're going to keep everything going really quick, and then we will get to the React core team panel at the end of this session, and that'll be kind of the end of the talks for today. So that's what we have in store, and it's going to be great. All right, so I'm going to cue this up a little bit. We've talked a lot about UI, some of the new techniques that we have in React 19.2 to develop UI better. We've talked about AI and how it's doing a really good job at the high-level stuff, but hasn't fully replaced us yet in terms of the more craft-oriented, intentional design that really services humans. And so I'm really excited about this next talk as someone who loves UI, loves taking things out of Uncanny Valley and making them feel really polished and giving users a great user experience. We have, from the base UI team at MUI, Michał Dudek.
Oh, hello, friends. So great to see so many of you here today. I'm Michał Dudek, and I'll talk a little bit about creating great user interfaces. Who doesn't want their UI to feel great? Yeah, I thought so. Me too. And actually, I don't build applications. I build a tool that enables applications to have great UI. And together with these smart folks at MUI, we've been cooking Base UI, an unstyled component library. Can I see some hands if you used Base UI? Nice, awesome, thank you. So for almost 2 years, we've been building this, and as the library caters for the needs of the most demanding developers and design engineers, we've had to discover and learn a good number of techniques and UI patterns, and I want to share some of these learnings with you today. These are the components that we have currently in the library, but I'm not going to go through all of them. I'll focus on just a few. So what's the problem here? Let's say you have a good-looking UI. It looks great in Figma, but when you implement this, something might not exactly feel right. You might be missing something. So what's this secret ingredient that's preventing your good application, your good UI, to be great? And it might be that your UI is missing some small details, some small interactions that are really not noticeable consciously by most users. But if they're not there, or if they are, even worse, implemented incorrectly, users will notice and it will degrade the experience. So let me give you a couple of examples. Let's start with a drop-down menu. Pretty simple, right? You click on the trigger, you move your mouse over the item, you click on it again. But if your users are familiar with patterns of operating systems, they know that this isn't the only way to interact with a menu. So more, let's say, power users can use this click, drag, and release technique. And if they're familiar with this from operating systems, they might want your UI to have this as well. If you implement this, they will feel at home with your UI. Another thing, like speaking about familiarity with operating system patterns, here's where they differ between operating systems. So you can see two examples of select menu. On macOS, the popover appears in such a way that the currently active item covers the trigger. On Windows, the pop-up usually appears below the trigger. So again, if you want your UI to be more familiar to users, you might want to implement a OS check and then render a different UI to different users. How to make users more productive? Avoid unnecessary delays in the UI. So in this case, we have a tooltip, and tooltips naturally have delays. Like if we removed delays from tooltips, they would start appearing everywhere, and it wouldn't help productivity at all. But if we have a couple of related tooltip triggers, like icon triggers in this example, and the user opens one of the tooltips and hovers over another trigger from this group, they shouldn't have to wait another like 500 milliseconds or so. They are already in the tooltip reading mode, so let's display this additional tooltip immediately. Now, chances are your users are human beings. And human beings tend to not be perfect at all times. So it may happen that while moving from one trigger to another, they move their mouse away from all triggers for a fraction of a second. It shouldn't matter. Your UI should consider this and accept the fact that users aren't always precise and not restore this delay. And this is super important. It's extremely beneficial, but at the same time, very tricky to capture users' intent instead of simply their actions directly. And this applies to all components and UI elements. I know we have, like the DOM events is everything we got to react to, but we need to interpret these events to distill the intent of the user and not treat them like directly and account for users not being very precise at all times. And another example of this is the popover. So popovers can open and hover, just like tooltips, but they can also open and click. And if you have both of these interaction modes enabled, you may run into some problems. So let's say the user intent is to open the popover and click. So they move their mouse over the trigger, they click, but like a fraction of a second before they clicked, the popover opens on hover. And if you implemented it incorrectly, it will disappear immediately because they will trigger, if they click, they will change the state from open to close again. So you should also, again, consider this and have your UI components treat clicks that happen immediately after open events caused by hover differently. Also, when you close the popover, or closing the popover should depend on the method used to open it. So if the popover was open on click, you should require a click event to close it. If it's open on hover, it should be enough to just hover out of it to close it. Now a dialog, and specifically nested dialogs. Here it's a good idea to notify the user somehow that there's something more waiting for their input once they're done with the current dialog. And a common way of doing this is to display the bottommost dialog scaled down a bit, so it peeks out from below or above the topmost dialog. If you add a subtle animation to it, you'll achieve a nice effect, and it'll get the job done. And now moving on to more complex components, this is a number field, and it supports different kinds of interactions. So obviously, you can just type in the number. You can press the increment, decrement buttons. And you can also use arrow keys to change the value. Or you can use, or in addition to arrow keys, you can use modifier keys like shift to increment the value by a larger step. But more sophisticated apps, especially design-related apps, enable additional modes of operation, of interaction. So you can scrub, meaning you press and hold your mouse button, move your mouse, and the value updates immediately. You may run into some problems with this, especially if you reach the edge of the viewport, and it doesn't allow you to scrub more. And there are ways to overcome this. You can still enable scrubbing once the cursor reaches the edge of the viewport. You can freeze the cursor in place and not move it at all once you start scrubbing. Or, as shown here, you can teleport the cursor once it travels a certain distance. And last example, probably my favorite because I spent so much time recently working on this, are popovers, multiple popovers. So usually, when you have multiple popovers, you render a different pop-up element for each one of them, but it's not the only way. You can reuse the same pop-up element and just change the content, animating the width, height, and position of the container element. It looks really cool, and it may have a positive effect on performance, because for data-heavy applications, let's say you have a grid with 100 of items, and each item is associated with like 3 popovers, then instead of having 300 popovers, 300 React components, you just have one, and reuse the same element and just change the content. And this is not only used in tooltips. It can be, the same pattern can be used in other components as well. So for example, Google Calendar uses this pattern to show event details, and this is my take on a calendar. And as you can see, events are shown in a way that considers how the amount of space that's available on each side of the trigger element. And I could go on and on. These were just a couple of examples that we built when creating Base UI. Obviously, I'm biased, and I think you should all use Base UI. But it can be fun to craft these interactions on your own, especially if you have a lot of time. So whether you're using a library or not, keep in mind that these little details can massively influence your user's experience. All these demos are available on my GitHub. I'm Michał Dudak, and have a great rest of the conference.
Amazing, amazing. Beautiful demos. Oh my gosh. Base UI, MUI has a booth out here if you want to hang out with them and just talk craft, talk shop, talk about building beautiful UIs. You can go out there and hang out with them. I'm sure they would love to talk about that with you. All right, next up, we're going to talk about MCP. Who here has at least heard of MCP before? Yeah, MCP is like the big topic this year. I have a job where I work at WorkOS, and I make educational videos, and MCP has just dominated our whole calendar. We've been doing these really cool events. If you're in San Francisco, we do MCP night. We're doing a December one. It's going to be awesome. Super, super fun technology, and I have really been enjoying learning it. I think Kent C. Dodds always talks about it being like, building your own Jarvis. And with as bad as Siri is, I'm excited to have an opportunity to build my own. But today, we're going to learn specifically about how MCP can facilitate our developer experience every day, and actually helping us kind of have just-in-time assistance, documentation, as we build great UIs for our customers. So please join me in inviting to the stage DevRel Lead at AG Grid, James Swinton Bland. Have fun.
Hi everyone, hope you're enjoying the conference so far. Let me just step up on this little stool, pretend I'm tall. So for the next 10 minutes or so, you're going to have me talking to you about building an MCP server for React component based on our learnings here at AG Grid for building an MCP server for our data grid. So just a bit of background about myself first. So my name is James Swinton Bland. I'm the DevRel lead for AG Grid. I've been here for about 2 years or so. And here at AG Grid, hopefully you would have heard of us already before, or if not, seen some of the adverts during the breaks and the interludes. but we provide a data grid library that you can see here on the screen at the moment. So the idea is that you take our library, you plop this into your React application, and you're able to take advantage of all these different features that you see here on the screen in front of you. So one of the coolest features that we have inside our data grid is the integrated charting feature that you can see now that lets you build charts directly from the data grid, much like you would in Excel. And all of this is powered by AG Charts, which is our JavaScript charting library, which also has support for React. So you can use this from within the data grid, or you can also use it externally as well as its own sort of standalone library. Anyway, we only have about 10 minutes or so let me just jump straight into the talk. If you have any questions or want to learn more about AG Grid or AG Charts, head over to our booth, and myself or my colleague would be more than happy to talk to you about it. So before we jump straight into MCPs, what they are and how they work, I kind of want to start with the problem that MCPs are designed to solve. And I'm going to call this the context problem, and I think Ken alluded to it in the AI panel earlier as context rot. So just to give you a bit more context about the context problem, here at AG Grid, we have over 360,000 different pieces of documentation and examples that are spread over 4 different frameworks and almost 90 different versions of our product. So in order for an LLM to know everything there is to know about AG Grid, it needs to consume all of this context, which is absolutely huge. And the problem is that LLMs take an average of all of their training data. So this makes a ton of sense in a lot of use cases where you kind of want a nuanced, well-researched opinion from your LLM when it's providing responses to you. But when it comes to coding or referencing documentation, that's not good enough. We want it to be black and white or true and false. We want it to be deterministic. And LLMs can struggle with that. Another way of looking at this is that LLM context is not version aware. So if I'm using a certain version of a product, the LLM doesn't know what version of documentation to refer to in order to best inform itself on how to complete that request. And then finally, I think this is something Theo alluded to in the panel as well, is LLMs don't remove context from their memory. So if we deprecate an API or change the way something works, an LLM doesn't know to stop referring to the previous way of doing things and only use this new improved way. So we're seeing this manifest itself in AG Grid. To give you an example, we moved away from legacy CSS for styling our data grid, and we incorporated a new theming API. The ironic thing is the theming API is much more suitable to LLMs. It's very structured, and it would be easier for them to use. But because we have years and years worth of content on using CSS rather than the theming API, it often falls over and defaults to using CSS. So with the latest versions of AG Grid, that can be a bit of a problem. So what is the solution? Obviously, it's Model Context Protocol. So MCP is an open source standard for connecting AI applications to external systems, and it was proposed by Anthropic. So they have a nice analogy on their website for how you should think about MCP. So in the same way that a USB-C port provides a standardized way to connect electronic devices, MCP provides a standardized way to connect AI applications to external systems, such as our documentation, for example. So let's take a closer look at how an MCP actually works. So the first thing you need to do is you start with your MCP host. So this will be your favorite LLM. It could be Claude, Cursor, Copilot, whatever it is, provided it supports MCPs. And they offer you the ability to install MCP servers within them. After they've been installed, anytime an MCP host is initialized, anytime you create a new session, they'll spin up one MCP client for every MCP server that you have installed. And these clients manage that communication with that server on a one-to-one basis, and they communicate either through standard I/O or through HTTP, depending on whether that server runs locally within the MCP host or externally on some server somewhere. So you kind of have a lot of options in terms of where you deploy your MCP server. The MCP server then, in turn, exposes 3 different features, the first of which are prompts, and then resources, and also tools as well. So we'll touch on more of on each of these in more detail in just a moment. But before we do, it's also important to note the MCP is often backed by some sort of source of truth. In our example, this will be an external database, but it could be a file system. It could be anything, really. So let's take a look at the specific features that are available within MCP, and we'll start with the simplest, which is prompts. So prompts are essentially the same thing a user would put into their LLM, but it's written by the MCP author who is meant to be the subject matter expert in this technology. So rather than the user having to write out prompts for all these common use cases, they can instead just reference the prompts that sit within the MCP, and these will give very clear instructions to the LLM on what to do and how to use it. So in our example, in our MCP server, we have a quick start prompt that lets users very quickly spin up a new data grid inside their application. And they can also pass through additional parameters to this as well, so they can kind of customize it based on their specific use case. The next feature inside MCP are resources. So in the same way that a user can reference a local file from their code base, usually by just atting it inside the chatbot and bringing that into their prompt, you can also reference resources that exist within the MCP server itself. So in our example, we have resources for our documentation, our examples, as well as our API references. So this is an easy way that the user can bring in additional context into their LLM. And then finally, we have tools. So this is by far the most important and the most interesting piece of MCP, at least in my opinion. So tools are executable functions that an AI application can invoke to perform an action. So in our case, we have a tool that enables the LLM to search our documentation. So they simply pass through their query. They'll pass through what version of the product they're working with and what framework they're using. We'll then make an API call to our external server, which then takes this query and returns the most accurate result. And we pass that result in a condensed markdown format back to the LLM so that it can better inform itself to complete the user's request. But really, the interesting piece of this and what we skimmed over is how this fetch search API actually works, and how do we actually let the LLM search our documentation. So in order to do this, we had to build something that we're calling AG Search, which is an LLM-optimized search tool that provides framework and version-specific context in a condensed markdown format. So let's take a little bit of a closer look at how AG Search actually works. The first thing we needed to do was we needed to create a whole new database that is specialized for this use case. So we took all of our documentation and examples, all 360,000 of them, and we chunked it. So we chose to chunk things based on the H2 level within our docs. So everything that sits within a H2 section became its own chunk. We took each of these chunks and we passed them through an embedding model. We use one from OpenAI, but there's lots of others available as well. And what this embedding model does is it analyzes the chunk and it takes the semantic meaning from that chunk and turns it into a vector array. So that's quite an important thing to note here, is it's not just kind of embedding this chunk into a vector array, it's figuring out what is that chunk trying to say, getting that semantic analysis from it, and then putting that into a vector array, which we then go ahead and store inside of a Postgres database, which is optimized for storing and querying these vectors. So now that we kind of have this database set up, this LLM-optimized database with all this vectorization going on, we're able to actually start calling this from our MCP server. So let's take a closer look at how that works. So the MCP server will make a tool call, in this case to search the documentation, and it will send this request through to AG Search. So it will pass through the query, the framework, and the version, as we just saw in that code example before. We then put that through the embedding model so that we can get the semantic analysis of that request and turn that into a vector array. And we also include the plain text request as well, so we can create a hybrid query statement. We then execute this query statement on the Postgres database, and we use a plugin called PG Vector for performing cosine similarity. These are a lot of big words that are potentially a little bit beyond me, but essentially what we're trying to do is find the nearest match in our database to the LLM's request. We get that vector array back from our database, pass that back through the embedding model, and then we get this condensed markdown format of additional context that we can provide to the LLM so that it can better serve the original user's request. So I have a very trimmed down demo here that kind of shows this in practice. So we spin up a new instance of Claude, and here we call the quick start prompt to create a new data grid within our application. And we say that we want to include sorting, filtering, row grouping, and editing as specific features. The MCP calls a tool to figure out what version of AG Grid we're using, and then it uses that to make an additional call to search our documentation for the features the user wants to use. We accept that, and it goes ahead and writes our code for us, and then we have a complete AG Grid React component inside of our React application in a matter of minutes. So I've obviously massively trimmed that down. There's a whole load of steps the AI took that I've skipped there in the interest of time. So that is a whistle-stop tour of MCP servers for React components. If you scan our QR code here, you'll be able to take a look at our docs and see it in a bit more detail. And if you want the slides from this talk, I'll be sharing them on LinkedIn after the conference. So thank you all for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Nicely done. That was so fast. I love it. I love it. Agent Grid also has a booth outside if you want to talk with them. I honestly, when I see UIs like that, like tables with windowed data, I can't. It's like too much. Like I could maybe spend 1 year of my life on one part of that. So I'm glad that they have a solution for that. Tomorrow, we're celebrating 10 years of React Native, and that is wild to me. It makes me feel very old, but also very excited. So tomorrow we have just some killer talks about some of the innovation that is happening in React Native. Don't miss that. Now, for right now, though, we have someone who's going to tell us why that is super important. And if you like making money online, this one may be for you. So please welcome our senior developer advocate from Revenue Cat, Perttu Latinlahti.
Let's go. Thanks. Oh yeah, great. Can I get a show of hands? How many of you have used React Native? Put your left foot up if you also use Revenue Cat. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But for those people who mostly are, I guess, web developers here in the audience, I'm guessing at least, be not afraid. This talk will start mobile first, but then it will take a sudden twist to also be about web. But yeah, let's get into it. Why React Native apps make all the money? So before we get into all of that, I'm Perttu. I'm a developer advocate at Revenue Cat, where I help people, developers mostly, make money with their apps. You can find me on X with that handle, and you can also find all that and the materials actually for the slides from my website, which is just my first name, .dev. So React Native apps make all the money. And what that means, earlier this year, Revenue Cat, we analyzed all the apps that we have on our platform, so we do app monetization. And that ended up being like 75,000 apps making over $10 billion in revenue. And we compared the different, because you can use Revenue Cat on different technologies, so native apps, Swift and Android, React Native, Flutter, and then all the other, for example, Cordova and whatnot. And we compared those apps, like which one of those apps make a lot of money, which make less money, which monetize better, which monetize the best. And it turns out that React Native actually wins in almost all of these categories, which is might be surprising, and certainly something that gets all the native developers very angry. So first, if we take the download to paid, so how many apps, when they're downloaded from the app, actually end up being paid for by the customers, React Native wins in that clearly, as you can see. It not only wins over Flutter and other, but also the native apps. Same goes when you're comparing how much money per install of the app makes. React Native still wins. Then also if we look at the lifetime value per customer of using the app, that too, React Native wins. So it wins in all of these three categories. And the only time it loses is when you start to look at the year one retention. Now you could speculate a lot of reasons why this happens. Mostly it could be, for example, that after users, when they download the app, they pay for it, they get all the value they needed inside of a year, and that's why they don't see value in using it after a year. But if there's something to improve, this could be the category that make React Native apps monetize also a year after being downloaded and purchased. But then the real question is, of course, why does this happen? Why does React Native perform so much better? And there's an interesting article in the Pragmatic Engineer newsletter about multi-platform development or cross-platform development, which basically says that companies are choosing technologies for which it is easy to hire really good developers. And turns out that in most cases, that's actually React Native.
it is way harder to hire good developers in same amount of quality, for example, to Flutter and Swift. So there must be also a reason like why is React Native then the technology chosen for this? Well, it's all about like it being basically a tool set for speed. So great apps are about delivering value fast to the market, because being the time on market beats timing the market. And in order to also like deliver value fast, you need to learn fast. With React Native, that means you have, for example, cross-platform reach. So you get iOS, Android, web, whatever you're building for. Basically, support is supporting everything that you need apps to have apps in. And also the native feel. So apps built in React Native for iOS actually feel like iOS apps. Same goes for Android. They feel like Android apps. And if you're building for web with React Native, that feels like an actual web app and not just some bundled together hack of a mess, like, for example, Flutter for web tends to be. And then this then leads to faster development and time to market. And of course, there's then the last point, the single code base, which allows you to get feature parity. You don't end up spending a lot of time developing individual features for different platforms in separate teams, but you can actually have one single team building multiple different platforms, which then brings like monetization parity. So when you have all the features being same on all the platforms, you can way easier monetize that app, put subscriptions on it, put ads on it, whatever is your monetization strategy. So it unlocks like a whole new level that would have not been previously possible if you had been building apps with different technologies for different platforms. But how do you then make it so that your apps makes money? Simple answer to that is like use RevenueCat. So we provide everything when it comes to subscriptions and in-app purchases as a service, so back in a box. We started out with in-app purchases for iOS and Android, but you can now use us in web as well. So that means that under the hood, we use either Stripe or Battle to handle the payments, and then you just get the subscription management. We have SDK for all the major platforms. We handle the store quirks and validation of receipts. And then on top of that, we provide stuff like paywalls to monetize better. We have analytics. We allow you to target different customer groups and experiment. And we bring all that together, allow you to automate, build things that, well, developers might not appreciate as much, but definitely the people in business appreciate being able to do all kinds of experimentation with the pricing. And it's all displayed in a very nice looking UI, where you can see how your revenue goes to the moon. With Expo, if we want to look at like what this means in practice, with Expo, the value promise could be said that you can build 3 platforms with a single code base. Well, with RevenueCat, you can now you can monetize 3 platforms in a single code base. And it's pretty simple. So you take, for example, an existing Expo app, Expo React Native app, and you just do npx expo install React Native purchases, which is our React Native Purchases SDK. In code, the setup is, I would call, annoyingly simple, because there's not actually much to show. You initialize the SDK, you connect the platforms you're going to use, so iOS or App Store Connect and Google Play Console and Stripe, for example, and we give you a specific platform API key for those, which you then initialize in the client SDK. Then you purchase a subscription, either using our paywall or with this purchase package method that we provide. And then you check that the user entitlement. So after users have purchased something, we keep track what they're entitled to based on that purchase. And we call those in RevenueCat as entitlements, which basically just tells us that, okay, the user is eligible, for example, pro access. In code is pretty simple. So you call useEffect, for example, at the root of your application with the specific platform keys for different platforms. You can use, for example, the platform OS to check that which platform you're using the key for. And that's all that's required. At that point, we will start running the native code required for iOS and Android, and also the web code required, for example, Stripe billing. And then when you make a purchase, you can either call the purchase package and show those packages or products that you have in your app by yourself, check that user successfully purchased that, and show the UI based on it. Or you can call the RevenueCat UI library with the %paywall, which will show this nice-looking paywall that you can actually customize in our dashboard. It has like over 30 example paywalls, and you can also build a custom paywall completely in the web UI, and it's rendered natively. And once you've purchased, or the customer has purchased something, you can just call purchases, get customer info to get what this specific customer purchased. And we keep track of all the customers, so we have the data for that to tell that, okay, this user on this device is actually the same user that is also using the web application. So then if you have a user using your app, your product on web, iOS, and Android, just giving us the customer, the user ID that you use, for example, that user, will allow RevenueCat to tell you that what the user has purchased. And in simplicity, that's it. You can find an example project and a tutorial on how to do that at revenuecat.com, and all the other information also from that QR code. Thank you.
Nicely done. That is the most epic walk-on and walk-off music. RevenueCat also has a booth right outside. You can join them to talk with them. Their booth is delightful, by the way. So many beautiful shades of pink and red. I'm going to head over there in just a second. Now, all of you have just become so familiar with the beautiful developer experience of React. And, you know, maybe at some point you have to send email and you're like, what are all these crusty, gross APIs that I have to work with to send these emails? Well, that is not something you have to worry about anymore. We are going to invite to the stage founder and CEO of Resend, Zina Rocha.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Good. We can do better than this, right? This is React Conf. How's everyone doing? Nice. OK, today we're going to be talking about how to build modern emails using React. It seems like we're all thinking the same things recently, right? Like, what browser should I use? It seems like every single day there's a new browser coming out. And although it may seem hard or difficult to choose, I actually think this is great, you know, more options. I remember when I started building software, there was just one single browser, this one. If you remember IE6, that was the browser that you would build your websites, and you would test, and you would try to make it work. And then, of course, there are a few others that were a little bit smaller, like Firefox and Safari and Opera. But to build a website that would work the same for every single browser was really difficult. You would have to use these super ugly prefixes and all these sort of polyfill JavaScript libraries. So it was not a great experience at all. You would go to websites like Can I Use, and you would have to search every single feature to make sure that it works well in that browser that you're targeting. Well, we don't live in that world anymore, right? We build one website now, it works everywhere, and it's beautiful. And I thought that was the case for everything that was web-related, until one day, until the day that a designer on my team sent me this Figma file. And he asked me, hey, can you build this? We need this email template. And yeah, here's the file. So it's not a super complex template, right? You have some columns, and you have some padding going on, a button, all that. But I quickly realized as I was building this that, you know what, SVG actually doesn't work on email. And border radius, good luck, also doesn't work. Yeah, right? It drives you crazy. And you have to go to caniemail.com, for example, to look at those compatibility checkers. So to create an email that will look the same on Gmail and Yahoo Mail and Outlook and Apple Mail, not only the old email clients, but the new ones too, Superhuman, Hey, Notion Mail, it's still extremely painful. So as a developer, I just thought, you know what? I'm sure someone fixed this problem. So let me just look around. I'm sure there's an open source project for that. So I found this one, and this was a really great tagline. You know, it would help me build responsive emails. So I went to their GitHub repo, and I found that the last commit was 7 years ago. So I'm like, OK, maybe not that one. And then I found MJML, which seemed really promising. And then I looked at the docs, and it was pretty outdated. The whole experience seemed really outdated. So decided to, you know what, let me see if I can solve that problem once and for all. There's so many great technologies today. Let me try to fix that with those. So as an engineer, what do you do when you have an idea? You buy a domain, and then you tweet about it. So that's what I did. I said, hey, I'm building a new side project. There was no website. There was nothing there. Check it out, react.email. And of course, the first reaction was, but why? And that's an actually valid question. Why? I feel like side projects are amazing because they can combine the things that you're really interested on, the skills that you want to learn. And that's where I was back then. I wanted to combine React with this new email world that I was not used to. So let's going to build a template together here with React email. And we're going to take the Stripe email template as a reference. It just looks great. Everything that Stripe does looks great, right? So let's use that as an example. So we're going to do 3 things here. We're going to code that email template, then we're going to test it, and then we're going to send it. Those are the 3 things. So let's start with coding. Well, the cool thing about React email, it has this great email package that generates all the files for you, so we're going to get started with that. And this will generate this package JSON with React email as a dev dependency, and also this email CLI that I can use. And once I run this on my local server, I get this localhost 3000 URL, and I have this environment where I can build my email template. So this is good. It's a good first step, but I still don't have an email template. So let's start coding that. So the same way that Radix has those unstyled components, React email comes with that too. So you have body, container, and sections, and buttons. And you can just import those components and start using. So here we're going to just style them using CSS. So we're going to do like a bright background color, a container as well. Let's create some margins and align to the center. And this is what we have now. So nothing too impressive, but it's a start. Oops. Okay. So let's keep adding. So we're going to add a section with an image, with a line break and some paragraphs. We're going to continue style using CSS. And now we have something. So this email looks great, but no one really writes vanilla CSS these days, right? We all love Tailwind. So what if we could add Tailwind to the game? So here's the Tailwind component, and with a body, and we can just use Tailwind classes. So that's much better. But we don't also use vanilla JS anymore. At least that's what I'm seeing. TypeScript is everywhere. So why not create some variables? Some are optional, some are not. And we can just use those variables in our email template. And we can fail the build if those variables are not there. So this is super cool. The power of Tailwind, the power of React, and the power of TypeScript on your email. So let's start testing that. Here, I'm going to go to the local environment. And the cool thing about React email is that you can toggle between the different mobile and desktop views. And you can send a test email right from this environment. So once you send that test email, you can see that on your inbox. And you can send to Apple Mail and see how that renders. You can go to AOL and see how that renders. You can go to Outlook, and it looks the same. How beautiful is that? With React, with Tailwind. But what about broken links, right? Super common when you're building a template. You go, and then sometimes you might miss an href. So here we have a button with an invalid href. So we can tweak that, and then go to this linter. And you can see here in the bottom that this link is broken because of an invalid syntax. So we can go ahead, fix that. But actually, let's use a broken link again. So this is a URL that doesn't exist. This is going to return a 404. And the cool thing about this linter, once you run it again, is that it's going to show that there was a fetch attempt, but it returned a 404. So when we go and then we fix to an actual link that exists and run it again, it passes. So there are other tools here like compatibility matrix and spam checker, and this is super useful. Now we're ready to send. So we have the template we tested. So React Email comes with this util function called render. So we can just import the function and then pass the component, and then you get a plain HTML file. This is compatible with any service that accepts HTML, so you can use whatever you want. But my dream GX will be importing the component and then just calling and using that React component with all the parameters that I want to use. So why not create a better email API too? So again, I bought a domain, and I just tweeted about it. Hey, I'm starting Resend. First reaction was slowest landing page I've seen in 2023. But it's been a long time since 2023. Resend is now used by Warner Brothers and HBO Max and so many great companies. There are more than 500,000 users. Some of you are actually here. Resend recently raised more than $18 million last year. And when I, thank you. Okay. When I look back at this, I think about, I could have just had that idea for that side project and not done anything, or had an idea for this email API and just said, you know what, next week I can make it, or tomorrow I can make it. But if you have an idea, if you're listening to this online or if you're here, I highly suggest you, I highly encourage you to just start something. Make that first commit, make that first Git push, and see what happens. If you're here at the conference, we have a booth. Come, please say hi. If you're watching this online, hello. We're actually dropping a new React email website to celebrate that we are here. This is a sneak peek. It's going live tomorrow. And yeah, thank you so much.
Great job, buddy. I know that at least 3 of you saw me almost kill myself jumping on stage when you applauded and I thought he was done. It was really exciting back there for a second. I gotta say, one of my just key #1 things that I advise new developers never to do is become the email person at their job. I was like, you just gotta quit that job. They can't check references. Like you're just done with that place as soon as they find out you know anything about email. And Resend, the team at Resend has really done a great job of making that untrue now. So super excited about that. All right, so we got a lot happening on stage right here. Super exciting. As we do that, I'm going to introduce our next speaker for the last of our panel discussions. Things are going to move pretty quickly after this. So last year, I actually had the privilege of doing this panel discussion and interviewing the React team. And I came up here and I was like, you know what? I am not interested in your questions. I don't think you ask good questions. I'm going to ask my own questions. And that was not a very popular thing. And so this year we have a much more bold host. And they are inviting you to ask questions on a Slido. So this will be very, very exciting. And I'm very curious to see what you ask. But there will be a Slido link, and at any point you can insert questions. We won't have time for all of them, but we'll be trying to surface the most common or the most, I guess, opinionated of them up to the top and make sure that we get them answered for you. So if not, we will do our best to answer them later. Okay, so who is this fabulous mystery host? I want to invite to the stage just one of my favorite people on the whole planet. Software engineer, YouTuber, influencer, educator, just everything good. Shruti Kapoor, come on out.
Welcome, Dad.
Well, hello, everyone. I know you're all feeling kind of dead. It's the end of the day. Hello, everyone. All right. Let me welcome on stage my beautiful React Core Meta team. So you have met them all throughout the day, and I'm sure you have tons of questions. So please post your questions to Slido. I do have Slido right here, so I'm going to be taking your questions towards the end of this. But before we get started, hello, everyone. My name is Shruti Kapoor. I used to be a software engineer at Slack. Yeah! And now I quit my job to be a full-time YouTuber. Yeah! Which is way more exciting than people think it is. But today we're going to ask some questions. I represent you, so I have collected some questions that you have posted on Reddit, Twitter, GitHub issues, and on the live stream. But I want you to actively participate by posting your questions there. We unfortunately won't have anybody who will come up here and ask the question, so that is your way to ask the questions. So before we, let's just get in, because I know we only have 40 minutes. So the question that everybody has been thinking today, which is, what happened to your talk, Rick?
I got kicked off stage. There was a little bit of a scheduling issue, but tomorrow I'm going to make up the second part of my talk. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been really looking forward to your talk, so I can't wait for part 2. So we'll do like a little warm-up question, which is, of all the features of React 19 that you have seen, which is your favorite feature? And we'll start with you.
This one's a tough one. I think my favorite is use effect event because I wrote the PR. But also it's like also the same feature that I don't like the most. Should I save the answer for a later question, or
let's hear it.
Well, so use effect event is like a new API. It's a little bit tough because we don't want people to abuse it. And I think if you start thinking about where can I start throwing use effect event all across my code base, I think the question you might want to ask first is, do I actually even need an effect here? And then read the docs on you might not need an effect. And only in the very rarest of circumstances where you do need an effect, the docs also do a really good job of describing the use cases where you might need a use effect event. And so like the canonical example is where you have, for example, an effect that connects to some WebSocket, like a chat room, and you might want to trigger some sort of event whenever the user connects to a chat room, like show a notification. And so use effect event will sort of let you issue that event from that effect without you having to define or declare that dependency in the dependency array. So yeah, it's a kind of a advanced API. So don't use it too much. is the takeaway.
Use effect event is actually one of my favorite features of React 19 as well, because I can imagine a lot of code getting cleaned up. And you're right, like use effect gets abused a lot. So I'm worried use effect event would also get abused a lot. But I'm hoping that people will stop doing that ESLint exception to avoid the dependencies.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely use the linter as well, because the linter, the new version of the linter will tell you, will give you the appropriate warnings if you're using use effect event incorrectly. So definitely make sure to, if you do have to use useEffectEvent, use the linter.
Yeah, useEffectEvent is a weird API, right? It's definitely not, oh, the linter told me I have, I'm missing a dependency or something. Let me just wrap it in a useEffectEvent and move on with my life. It's really understand there's a specific behavior it's meant for, and that's when you should use it. So definitely check out the docs. For me, I guess, I want to say all of them, but partial pre-rendering I think is pretty cool. Just the ability to start work on even ahead of time, right? And then be able to resume that at kind of client rendering time. It's just like a really sophisticated feature that crosses the it's just like crosses time in a really interesting way. So that's a cool one.
Yeah, for me, let's see, at the risk of maybe stealing Rick's answer, I'm going to go back to 19.0, and it's the combination of async actions and use optimistic. I think it's a really powerful pattern. It took a while for it to click for me, but as we start integrating it in more and more places, especially in the framework level places, it just becomes really powerful. Really powerful way to do your async coordination, but still have the opt-out for those times you need the instant feedback.
So for me, I'm a DevTools guy, I'm biased, but for me it's the owner stacks that we added in 19.1. If you think of it, it's probably for the first time we can actually reliably capture all the owner stack tree, all the JSX declarations from the root and down to the element. And there was a lot of technical work done on how it works and which APIs it's using. It's part of the optimizations that had to be done to actually reliably use it. So yeah, owner stacks.
I know I've talked a little too much about activity today, but I think performance tracks are really cool. I think it lets you introspect the React scheduler and really visualize what work is actually important in blocking the UI and what work is not as important, like updating hidden content. So looking forward to seeing people use it.
Yeah, mine is view transitions. We have animation. How did nobody say this? We have animations in React with the view transition stuff, and I was following along with all the work that Seb was doing on view transitions, and I'm going to write a React Labs blog post to kind of explain everything that it does under the hood. But it's incredible what it does to automatically prevent things from animating that you don't expect to animate, add nice crossfades when you want to crossfade, or shared elements when you want to do shared element animations. It's really powerful, and it kind of shows off the concurrent rendering and scheduling benefits the most, so I'm really excited about it.
I spend a lot of time thinking about the user in view of React, developer in view, or developer facing in view, and I agree with Rick. The rest of the answers are wrong. For me, it's about for the first time we can put delight as a first-class citizen in React and have features like shared view transitions that are just incredibly delightful. So all of these other things build up to that and make a lot of that possible. But for me, it's that one. Is Seb actually in the room? No. We'll let him know we were gonna shout out to him.
Yeah, I think view transitions is really cool. It handles a lot of the complexity of animating things, and it's been one of my favorite features, along with performance tracks, which is really cool to see the deep dive in it. But Seth, I'm gonna put you on the spot, and you dropped a huge news today about React Foundation. So can you tell us a bit more about React Foundations and how features will be developed in the future?
Sure. I mean, that's not an easy question, but the basic idea is that we want to open the table to more people. We've created the foundation, and over the past few years, have created a governance system that we've been using internally, thanks to Joe and Matt and a few other folks, Rick and other folks that have worked on that, develop this staging system and governance system so that we actually have an internal process that we use that will follow, mirror what the foundation will use. But there's a lot TBD. We're bringing all of the players to the tables to determine kind of how that's going to work. But for the first time, we're going to have more of an open door, more of an open table. We're going to involve folks from a sort of board advisory perspective, a technical governance perspective, and a community contributors perspective in a much more official way, such that it's going to be easier to understand the sort of rules of engagement. Today it's very ad hoc, and it's someone came up and asked me in the break earlier, it's like, how do I get involved in the React Foundation? I'm like, go understand React and submit a bunch of PRs until you get noticed, and that's pretty much how it's been for years, but we want to actually have like clearer pathways to that, and there's more details in the blog post on the react.dev site.
Nice. And here's a spicy one. In some open source foundations, the companies contributing the most financially have usually the ones with the loudest voice on the table in foundation's team. How do you plan to avoid that with React Foundations?
We have kind of a sliding scale. The basic way it's going to work is that the largest contributor to the foundation actually is Meta, which is not surprising. Considering that it's both putting in 50 people every year as well as the most money to found the foundation. Meta will retain a larger stake in governance for the first 5 years, but it's going to basically, each year we will lose a vote until we are 5 years in, and then we'll have one vote just like everybody else. And so it's going to give us time to continue steering React in the direction that's important for Meta, but also give the community time to start taking over more and more of that so that we find the middle path.
So I know you folks have worked with Meta and Meta's code base a lot on React, especially developing new features, and with Sanity on new compiler things as well. So I'm curious, what insights have you gathered from React 19 early adopters that have been unexpected? And this is a general question for anybody who wants to take it.
I missed the question.
So what insights have you gathered from early adopters of React 19 or 19.2 that have been unexpected?
I wouldn't say it's unexpected, but it's still too hard to use. And the concepts are still so new and rolling it out everywhere. And that's what my talk's about. That's how we're going to get to the next step of making it easier to adopt all these features. They're really powerful and really cool, but I was just talking to somebody in the hallway, and I was explaining action props in components. And they're like, what's that? It's like, well, it's in the docs, but it's not really well understood yet. And so rolling that out more and getting it more usage will be great.
And we talked a lot about compiler today, so I have questions on compiler for Lauren or Mofe, which is, in what cases is manual optimization still necessary?
I guess I wouldn't think that manual memoization is necessary, but it might be useful in cases. There's generally maybe two use cases. One is if you're observing that your app is really slow because of some really expensive computation, and you go in and maybe open the performance track, and you see like a really big time slice. And if React compiler is not memoizing that as optimally as you want to, you can go in and add a manual memoization, just if it's affecting you. And secondly, we've seen that occasionally, if you're rolling out the compiler on an existing app, sometimes you might have rules of React breakages in your app. So you might expect a certain value to be memoized a specific way previously. And of course, if React compiler changes things by memoizing your apps differently, you might want to just keep your manual memoization and not remove it. But that's really an edge case for if you're rolling out the compiler on very complicated apps. So we've only had to edit meta code a handful of times across hundreds of thousands of components.
Yeah, and to add to that, I think we talk about this in the doc as well, but you absolutely shouldn't feel pressured to go and remove all your manual memoization, because the compiler can just optimize your components anyway, even if you've already used manual memoization. So yeah, there's definitely no rush to delete all of them.
And are there plans to deprecate use memo and use callback in the future in favor of React compiler?
No, I don't think so. Maybe Joe, you want to add more to that?
Yeah, so we don't plan to deprecate them at the moment. So right now, the compiler understands use memo and use callback and kind of uses them to help guide its inference. And so what this does is it gives you kind of an escape hatch. So if you, the idea is, for the most part, you don't have to worry about manual memoization. The compiler just takes care of it for you. If you do find, as Mofe mentioned, like a case where, oh, this component is still running a bit too much, you can go in and add manual memoization, and the compiler will then use that to say, oh, okay, I can kind of use that as part of the heuristics to guide the rest of the compilation, and so you're going to get those memos and then additional memoization, for the rest of the component as well. So that's kind of how we're thinking about it. Is like it's an escape, like a manual control escape hatch with the compiler for edge cases where you might need that. We'll kind of see how that goes, and that's based on feedback from the community that was really helpful. So we'll kind of see how that goes, and then see if we want to deprecate from there. But that's the plan for now.
And have there been any use cases you've noticed with early adopters that have prevented them from using React compiler in production?
One thing we've definitely heard a lot is the fact that the compiler is still a Babel plugin, and we know a lot of the community has moved on to like Rust-based tooling, like SWC. So that's definitely like one of the recurring questions we get is like, when is the compiler going to work like natively in my SWC build pipeline? And for that, I think that the team, we've talked about it a lot. I think our current plan is to, so there's this project at Meta that's called Static Hermes, and it's a project to use Hermes, which is our own JavaScript engine, to pre-compile JavaScript into like native code. And so the idea being that we can keep the very flexible development process we have in the compiler, which is written in TypeScript, compile and get the benefits of a natively built binary. But that's still a bit like maybe I'm not sure like how far out that is, but it's something on our radar and something we want to explore. But if that doesn't pan out, then we'll have to think a lot about maybe another attempt at porting the compiler to Rust, and then that can work with SWC. But yeah, definitely though, it's like a question that comes up a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just add, we also are still developing a lot on top of the compiler, adding new features, adding more lints. And so given that we're still developing a lot, it's kind of we're not sure if it's the right time to explore the porting. And so we'll see, yeah.
Oh. I want to change gears a little bit and talk about activity, which is something we announced today. And Rick, maybe this is a question for you, which is, can you talk a little bit about how activity works behind the scenes under the hood?
Yeah, I could talk a lot about it. So we use, I don't know how much detail to get into, but when it goes hidden, we wrap it in a display none, so it's removed from the DOM. So visually, you don't see anything. And then anytime that there is a render that flows into the subtree that's wrapped in an activity, or if there's an update within that tree somehow, we schedule it onto a separate queue, and then we continue processing everything outside of the activity. And then when there's idle time left in the CPU when nothing else is being rendered, we go back to that queue that we stashed, and we render the hidden content. And we do that in a very yieldy way, so that if there's any user interaction at all while we're doing that background rendering, we stop and we give priority to the visible content. And one big controversial change, potentially controversial, but I think it makes sense, is when an activity goes from visible to hidden, we unmount all of the effects. And the reason for this is, let's say that you have like a video on tab 1 and you have tab 2 and you switch from tab 1 to tab 2. But you want the video to stop playing. So if you're already using an effect to toggle your play and pause, that gives you the expected behavior. it gives you a very close behavior to what you would get if you rendered null for the tab. So it matches the complete unmount behavior by unmounting the effects. So conceptually, the way that you can think about it is that React is unmounting the component, but saving the React state in the React DOM, so that if it does come to become visible again, then we kind of bootstrap it with the saved state.
I really like that when we had the different tabs, you could still see what's on the other tab and it's resumed. I'm curious, like if you have multiple tabs, do you notice a performance problem in there? Have you noticed that if you have tons of different tabs that has activity?
Not if you're using activity. The one downside that you can hit, especially for using like virtualized lists, is memory, because if you still have all of that DOM mounted, you're still going to take up space in the document. We have some plans for that in the future with different modes that would be able to automatically garbage collect and remove DOM nodes for things based on an algorithm like least recently used or things like that. But we didn't want to block shipping activity on shipping like all the modes that we want. We also want a mode for like freezing the app. So the use case there is if you open a modal and the content behind it is still visible, you want to be able to not wrap it in display none, but you still want to deprioritize it. And then you also have to decide whether or not you actually paint the updates to that behind the modal. You probably don't want to, you might not want to do that, because then while the modal's open, you got all the flickering happening behind the modal. So there's a lot of different modes that we can do with activity. That's why it has a mode option instead of a Boolean for hidden or not. And it's just like the start of it. And that's why it's called activity and not just like hidden or off screen, is because it's really a different way to start to segment your app into different activities that you can control with different modes.
Yeah, really, really cool. Like the mode stuff is really cool. I can already imagine a lot of refactor that we would need, something that we were doing manually to kind of do the same effect. I'm really excited for those. Ruslan, you showed performance and debugging today, the performance tracks, which was really cool. I'm curious, we already are using React Profiler. How do you see those two working together? Do you see any difference that the React Profiler is giving you currently, which performance tracks doesn't?
Oh, that's a good one. So I think like React DevTools knows, like in general, knows more about your React compared to like browser DevTools still. And the most kind of naive example I can give is like, I don't know, if you see some suspicious render and you want to see like where exactly on the screen this like the component was actually rendered, like React DevTools can do it, whereas like performance tracks cannot. Well, maybe in the future. But like with performance tracks, it's like I think like one of the coolest things is that you see the built-in tracks of like your browser on the same timeline with React-specific information. Whereas like React Profiler panel has more kind of the information about React runtime, which is not like fully like yet streamed to the performance tracks.
And Jack, maybe this is a question for you. Like, what UI patterns do you feel are best suited for activity and view transitions?
Yeah, for activity, I mean, there's a number of ones we've shown today. Like some of the typical ones are wrapping your tabs in activity. But I do want to point out that doing that doesn't mean you have to wrap every page you can navigate to in activity. You can think of like more creative ways to achieve what you're going for. Maybe you have one tab in particular. We do this a lot with meta apps, which tend to be like very feed heavy, and then you go to other places, but feed's really the core of it, where we really want to keep feed active. And we might do that in other places, but like feed's the priority. So that's sort of the tab usage. Some other ones I've heard about are maybe using it for like almost like a least recently used cache of just whatever the previous page is, assuming that's the most likely for a user to return to. So even the tab thing kind of depends on your use case. Other than that, of course, we have the pre-rendering of places you might go. Mofe showed a bunch of that earlier today. And we're also experimenting with virtualization. Like in typical virtualization, you have some threshold. You have like the viewport of the items on screen. Obviously, those need to be mounted. They're currently visible. and maybe n plus or minus 2 so that you can scroll. Those are visible as well. And then you might just render null after that, before and after that in a typical virtualization. Something we're experimenting now is just like adding another threshold there where just off screen we can have activity hidden, so it's just much faster to come online. And then beyond, again, maybe to render null. So I think there's a lot of creative usages. I'm excited to see like what frameworks and libraries, existing virtualization libraries, existing frameworks that handle routing and page navigations do with that.
That's a great point that you bring out about frameworks. So follow-up on that is, what are some features that you feel today are something that are framework dependent? I know in the past React has pushed for framework first. Today, how do you feel that has changed? Are there still features that are framework dependent in React 19, or do you think it's something that the developer can use right outside of, right out of the box in React?
Yeah, I wouldn't really describe it as framework-dependent features, but as I'm going to explain in my talk tomorrow, wiring them all up is very difficult. But it's really not the React features necessarily that's difficult. Like doing routing is hard. Doing data fetching is hard. With data fetching, you do things like caching and revalidation and all these different pieces that move around. You either use a framework off the shelf or you end up rebuilding your own framework. There's very small amount of use cases, maybe for like a widget on the page where you aren't building your own framework and you're just like rendering to a very small element on the page. But we're just kind of not really recommending frameworks as much as we're telling you like you're going to end up building a framework.
OK, I'm going to take questions from Slido. I know a few people have submitted questions. And I love this question, which is probably for Lauren or Mo-Fei, which is, am I truly allowed to add React compiler and delete all my use memos and use callbacks?
Are you allowed?
Yes. Am I truly allowed?
No, we're not allowed.
We can't tell you what to do.
We'll arrest you.
Delete all of them right now. You have to. No, that's a joke. I mean, you can delete your use memos and use callbacks. Just test it first to make sure that none of your effects or whatnot are depending on it. As someone, I think Joe and Lauren explained just now, React compiler does preserve your use memos. So if you delete them, your effects might run just slightly differently. So yeah, if you delete them, test it. But good luck.
I think for new code, definitely you probably don't need to use memo and use callback. But yeah, for existing use cases where you have like code that already works, you might want to be a bit more careful about removing use memo. But again, there's no pressure. You can leave them there. But I think definitely for the new code use case, you can just leave them and just really focus on building user features and hopefully not have to worry about memoization. So yeah.
And just to add more to this, when we first rolled out at Meta, we had kind of a vision where we can delete use memo and use callback from the React APIs. So we chose a rollout strategy that didn't use any information from use memo and use callback. So the compiled code would be the exact same as if you had actually deleted use memo and use callback. And we were pretty successful in rolling out with the strategy. So it should be safe to delete them if you're following the rules of React.
Big if.
Use the linter.
Use the linter, yes. This is a question which I'm sure everybody would have, which is, with the move to React Foundation, what is Meta's relationship with React going to be?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the simplest answer is React's relationship with Meta is going to remain the same. Like, Meta is continuing to invest the same number of internal people and so forth. We are focusing a lot on different things. Like, you've probably seen the recent move to wearable devices and so forth, and a lot of the performance work we've been doing on everything from activity to compiler to whatever has been to enable use cases on super low powered devices, right, that you can wear on your face. So what's good for Meta for all these years has been pretty good for the React community and will continue to be the case. I think that with the move to the foundation, we're actually just expanding the number of people that can sit at the table. We've had an amazing partnership with Amazon and Microsoft and CallStack and Software Mansion and Vercel over the years, even before the foundation was created. But this will give more of a voice to those companies in terms of the direction that React will go. And so hopefully we end up with sort of the sum of the parts equaling something greater. And that's the hope here.
Yeah, I love that. This question is great. Any plans for a core team world tour?
If anybody wants to pay for that, we are totally down.
Seth, can we get a plane?
Yeah, it depends on who's paying.
The foundation.
Yeah.
I thought that's why we did it, so
Matt,
we could get planes.
Where's Matt?
So we now have a compiler. We are considering bringing a new opinionated store. At this point, aren't we building Svelte? This is a question. I didn't ask this.
Get them, Joe.
There's compilers and there's compilers. What I mean by that is we don't have a Babel transform. We have a sophisticated compiler that deeply understands your code. And stores, I think like part of what I was trying to get at in my talk is that really the data model is very dependent upon your application, right? So for example, in the draw app, you can select an entity at a time. And there's a lot of different ways you could represent that. And so I actually experimented and was like, okay, what if I just track selected over here, and then it means I have to do like multiple interactions to read it, and kind of settled on, oh, okay, here's the most efficient way to do selection so that I have the minimal number of updates that are occurring from that, right? So it's really not about like general purpose things. It's about really fine data modeling to think about what are the access patterns, like what are the update patterns, how should I model my data? This is just like, engineering is hard, right? Like data modeling is really, really important. And so, I mean, the question is obviously just, fun and spicy, but like, yeah, it's not as simple as like an automated solution. It's really about like, choose the right data model, and then we're going to kind of build tools to help you use that in React.
And I think that's, that's one of the you asked the question about the relationship with Meta, and I shared last year when we were here that Meta's been an amazing steward. I shared it this year again. One of the things that is really powerful about using React at Meta is that it's used in myriad use cases. We use it for almost all of our internal tools. We use it on Quest. We use it on our calendar. We use it on Facebook. We use it on Instagram. We use it all over the company. And we get to see like all the different ways developers struggle, all of the different ways developers break it, all of the different ways that things can be turned into general practice abstractions that actually work to improve performance. And then we get to see the things that you can never really get into a general purpose abstraction that need to be where people spend their engineering time to get it right. And that's why we build things like the compiler that takes the stuff that we could generalize off your hands and allow you to focus on, correctly data modeling your application so that you're not over-rendering. I mean, the thing is, we want to make it much easier to bring ideas to life, but at the same time, there is still, and probably always will be, the need for engineers who can look at this and say, like, the model is wrong, and we need to optimize the model, right? But let's make the other stuff super easy.
Oh. We can't have a React panel without talking about AI. So, how do you expect, or let's rephrase it, in this era where everybody's building components using AI, what advice would you give to somebody who's just starting out learning about AI and wants to be somebody who wants to, or a senior developer who is currently trying to stay updated and not lose their job in 2 years when all these AI agents will build components for us?
I suspect there'll be a lot of interesting answers from this chairs here. Personally, I think that the best use of AI is really as like a pair, like someone you're pair programming with, and not someone as not a tool to just replace the act of writing code, or worse, outsourcing your thinking. And I think there's a tendency, like, because AI is so exciting, you want to put AI everywhere and be seen as someone who's very, what do you call it, like on the ball, I guess, with AI. That you feel this pressure of like, I gotta increase my productivity, I gotta ship like 100 PRs this week and barely understand what I'm doing, and vibe code my way to a million ARR or whatever. But I think, one of the things that I've personally seen is that although when I use AI, I save some time, writing the code, I actually find myself spending more time reviewing what the AI did and like correcting it. So like I've tried the thing that a lot of people say, like you instead of prompting an AI to just build the feature outright, you sort of get it to build a spec for you first, then you review that spec, and then you do that whole thing. Then it's such a time-consuming process, and if you don't really understand what the AI is doing, then I think you're doing yourself a disservice, because it's like the same way that in school you use a calculator, or you have an open book exam. The skill of being a developer is really in like the knowledge of using tools, and I think when you just completely outsource that thinking, I think that's like really dangerous. But I don't know what other people will say to that. But yeah, that's my personal thoughts.
Yeah, I agree. I think people will continue to be maintainers and like debuggers of apps for a while. I mean, like, you're not going to tell an AI agent to take responsibility for your like website for forever. Like, you're going to ask it to maybe like, help you make architectural decisions or write a component, incrementally improve a function. You might even need to write your own tests or get help writing the tests. But if something goes wrong, I mean, you're the one who has to figure out, like, how do I fix this? How do I use the performance tracks to see what interactions need to be improved?
The best advice I can give you on AI is to not listen to any of my advice on AI. I'm a UI library expert and not an AI expert, and I know very little about what I should tell you to do about it.
I think I've been pretty radicalized by vibe coding. I think, the North Star I shared is I want to see people bring ideas to life. My like North Star is number of ideas brought into the world. The more ideas we have out there for people to be able to, solve problems. I remember when my dad was super sick and he was passing away and he was unable to speak anymore. I like spun up a React app in the same day that would scroll through the most common, it would like flash through the most common words in the English language, and all he had to do is hit space to build a sentence as they would come by. And it would go based on the previous words in the sentence. Basically, it was a GPT, it was an LLM, but it would basically just generate sentences very quickly, and he could say what he needed, right? And like, to me, the fact that React empowered me to do that in such a short period of time, like I built it in the same day when he stopped being able to speak, was really powerful. And to me, LLMs and being able to, use the primitives built in React or use the frameworks that have been built around React, work on all the things that everyone here has built, means that the number of ideas that solve major problems in the world, that time is shortened. And so I'm going to say, that whether it's controversial or not, like, I'm super excited that you can generate amazing apps with your voice and with speaking. In terms of like career, I think get really good at code review. I think get really good at design, at how you would design an app. LLMs make really, really bad decisions without enough context, and when apps grow to a certain size, the context window, even at 1 million tokens, is too small, and then there's the context rot that we talked about. So get really good at making decisions about how apps should be built. Go back to the basics, first principles, read architecture patterns books, and start understanding like how to take an app from from 0 users up to billions of users. Those are the kinds of things that AI is going to struggle with for a pretty decent amount of time into the future. But those things are coming, and those LLMs are going to get better at it. And so, it's about turning yourself into a 5 or 10x engineer by being able to work on lots of different things at the same time, because that's what AI empowers you to do. Yeah, I think vibe coding and being able to use LLMs is the future, and so you can resist it or not, but I would definitely get on board. The other thing, though, is that for me, writing React is enjoyable. And so there's a piece of me that, even when I do vibe code, I love getting in there and actually writing the code myself. So, pick your battles, and hopefully, the one that the thing you want to do, you'll end up getting to do.
That's really good advice. AI agents can write your code for you, they can build components for you, but as an engineer, you need to know how to architect your app. So go back to learning about architecture patterns. I think that's a great advice. And to wrap up the panel, I have a final question for you all, which is, React is really popular. It is adopted by a huge number of developers in the world, and there's a big community behind it. You guys are all doing awesome work in making sure that React is amazing, and you build the features that we all need. Now, from you guys, what is something that the community can do to help you succeed at building amazing React?
You could attach code sandboxes to your issues on GitHub.
Please.
I think beyond that, I tried to shout this out earlier in the keynote. We ship features into Canary, especially. Please give us feedback there. We're looking for your usage, for your testing. We use this stuff a lot internally, but we can't hit every pattern. And so, yeah, please use everything in our testing channels.
Yeah, building on that, so libraries can test using experimental releases or Canary, right? Give us feedback earlier. The Rust ecosystem has a great setup where when a Rust engineer goes to ship a change to the Rust compiler, they can actually go and kick off a run of all the unit tests for the top, some number of packages in the Rust ecosystem to make sure the compiler is not going to break the ecosystem. We obviously are not there yet, but if libraries could, for example, be checking against experimental or main even, at the very, at least Canary, that gives us a lot of feedback. So that's, and then of course just all the things Jack mentioned, and file bugs. Tell us about issues, right? I think there's the bystander effect, right? You run into an issue, you assume, well, somebody else must have reported it. No, probably not. This is probably a unique thing. Tell us about it. There's so many times where I'll see somebody talking about something on Twitter, and it's like, have you filed an issue so we know? Because we don't always check Twitter. So yeah, just let us know. Yeah.
Create an issue and add Code Sandbox to it. Yep. Got it.
I'd say share more with us and share more positivity and wins and the things that you're building. We see a lot of negative comments. It's usually the loudest, which is fine. But we'd like to see a lot more positivity to balance it out. I think we're all very passionate about this, and we all have a lot invested in working on this technology, and we'd like to be able to see that work pay off.
Yeah. Building on Rick's, who stole my answer, be kind. Every single person on this stage and all the people in the blue shirts around the room. In fact, can we get all the blue shirts in the room to stand up? Woo! This is the small, you can sit down now. This is the smallest percentage of representation of the React team, but there are 50 people on the React team, and every single one of them is on the React team because they love working for you. They love working for our community, and every time X goes crazy with some negative vitriolic thread about something that starts with S and ends with Ignals or whatever, the people here take it personally because it's like life's work stuff. And I think approaching this with an open hearts, open minds, and a philosophy of we are all actually searching for the thing that will replace React. To the last person in the group, we're all looking for like the next best thing, right? And so if you approach us with this like academic approach of like, hey, let's find the next fastest thing. Joe keeps asking me all the time, can we go faster, right? Jack keeps asking all the time, can we get more free lunch? There's an aspect of kindness, I think, that's been lost to some degree in the ecosystem, and I think I'd love to see that come back. And one of the things that I've tried to bring to this conference and to our community is gratitude. Like, we're grateful that every single one of you is here. We're grateful that every single one of you writes code for React. We're grateful that you use React and so forth. And I hope that we can expect from you and anyone you interact with to hold them accountable for being grateful too, because everybody here loves what they do and they just want to make you happy. And so I would say that like gratitude and kindness would be something that would go a long way for all of us.
On that beautiful note, let's give these folks a big round of applause.
Hey, thanks so much, everybody. That was amazing. Let's put our hands together one more time for the React team and Shruti Kapoor. I want to shout Shruti out one more time. If you like interviews like that, she does an amazing job on her YouTube channel, doing interviews like that, interviewing cool people, and also prepping you for React interviews, the whole thing. So follow her. She is a font of wisdom for React. Got a couple housekeeping things, and then we're going to let you go. Number one, if you are with Meta, CallStack, or one of the speakers, please join us up here right after we dismiss for a picture. We want to make sure that we get everyone that we can. And then finally, some details about tonight. As soon as you leave here, the cocktail hour will begin from 5 to 6. That'll be right outside here. And we will have dinner from 6 to 7:30. That's when it will start to close down. And then at 8, we will have party, games, karaoke, I believe, or karaoke, I think is the, but I'm excellent. So that was, wow, bad. It's a long day. Yeah, thank you. Today has been a historic React Conf. 2025 is off to a great start. We have a React Foundation, React Compiler v1, new Vue transitions and activity APIs. It's been absolutely jam-packed day. But most importantly, y'all have been absolutely incredible. You knocked my socks off today. So give yourself a round of applause for yourself, crushing it, co-creating this React Conf 2025 with us. Tomorrow, we're starting a little bit later, so you get a little bit of sleep, depending on how crazy you go tonight. We're celebrating 10 years of React Native with some, give it up for React Native, man. 10 years, wild. So we have some incredible talks, some incredible advancements, real exciting stuff, especially if you've never tried React Native. There are some really interesting things to entice you to build your first React Native app. So I'm really excited to get to know more of you this evening. It has been an honor to spend this day with you, and we'll see you. Have a great night.
Welcome back to the ReactConf 2025 live stream interview section, I guess we're calling that now. First of all, I want to thank again Mux for all the support that they've given us throughout the day and over the years for ReactConf. Check them out, mux.com, if you're interested in doing any video apps. And I'm here with Michał, and we're going to do some questions from our audience. On
Thanks
your
for having
talk
me.
and on great UI, UX in general. I think that we'll start with this. So, is there any standard rule book to learn about how to handle user interactions, or any resources you'd recommend for people who want to get more into it?
I'm not aware of any like official rule books or anything, but I would say just look how things are implemented across operating systems or other libraries or other applications that just feel good to use.
Yeah.
So just copy what you think feels good to use. Like macOS is a pretty good example of this, and we took a lot of inspiration from macOS components when building base UI.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome and good advice. I remember when I started out as an iOS engineer, a lot of what I did was just study apps, every single screen, every single interaction, do some reverse engineering maybe if I needed to.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's a great tip for anyone who wants to learn a bit more. And we had some other questions. One of them was, do the interaction pattern you've shown differ a lot for different browsers and platforms? So how do you build something that has craft across all those things?
Yeah, so they generally differ across different like input methods, so to say. So, for example, on touchscreen devices, you'd have slightly different patterns, and this is also what we've built into base UI.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, a good example could be a context menu. So, on desktop, when you have a mouse, it usually appears like below the mouse. But when you do this on a touchscreen device, if it appeared below your click point, it would be covered by your finger.
Right.
So we need to adjust the patterns that we use to type of interaction that
Yeah. I mean, obviously there's a lot, and I guess the number of platforms is growing over time. We also have things like VR now and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's always interesting. And I guess the tip here is still valid to just look at what the system's doing, look at what other apps are doing, and learn from that. Awesome, that's great. What is, I'm going to ask this because I'm asking everyone, what is your favorite React API of all times?
Hard to think of one specific thing, but I can tell you from what I heard, what I've seen today, it's got to be the performance tracks.
Oh.
Because this is probably one of the several React additions to React that we can use as library authors. So we can't use all the new shiny things because we still support React 17.
Right.
But we'll be able to use the compiler, we'll be able to use performance tracks.
Yeah.
So I would say this is my thing.
Well, you know what? I'm super happy to hear that because Ruslan, who presented and worked on performance tracks and performance in general, is from my team. So I have personal connection to this. I feel proud. So yeah, it's good to hear. And one last question. I'm asking this to everyone. What is one thing about you that doesn't come up in normal conversation? Interesting hobbies, something fun you like to do, something interesting that happened to you?
Well, I don't know if it's a fun fact, but I haven't done a talk in like 8 years.
Whoa.
So it's my first time, and I haven't ever been on stage on such a big conference.
Oh, yeah?
So yeah, that's a fact.
Well, I'll tell you what, I couldn't have guessed. It doesn't look like it's been 8 years.
Thank you.
It's just really good, and thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us about this today. Folks, thank you for your questions and keep them coming. And again, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Welcome back, and we have James with us today from AG Grid, AG Charts, and you had a very interesting talk about MCP servers. We had a lot of questions from our audience, but we've narrowed down to a few impactful ones, and we're gonna get started. Are you ready to go?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Cool. So, what are your thoughts on things like a Claude rule markdown file versus just using an MCP? Obviously, people have some concerns about token size, windows, and stuff like that. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think they work very well together with each other. So Claude raw MD file can be really good to help an LLM currently or understand what your application currently looks like, where an MCP is really useful for kind of taking it to the next step and adding new features and making that application more advanced. So I think they work really well together. Start with a raw file so it understands your code base very well, and use MCPs to continue to add to that.
Cool. So what you're saying is that you can basically just use both to get better results.
Exactly.
Awesome. Yeah, so there's a lot of synergy between LLM tools and human interaction. Have you found AG Surge to be useful for humans as well?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. So one of the points I didn't quite have the time to make in my talk was that we would really kind of like advise people building for MCPs and AI to really start with something that makes sense in and of itself independently first, right? So AI and MCP is a constantly changing and evolving thing. And so the more we can kind of abstract stuff away from that, it means the less maintenance we need to do moving forward. So by starting with something like AG Search, which is really useful for human-based search too, and then just adding that AI layer on top, we get all of those benefits in one thing. So we're kind of getting double bang for our buck, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that that's probably a good general approach going forward for a lot of this AI stuff that people are trying to integrate. First, make it useful in general, and then the AI can kind of pick up on that. Amazing. MCPs, we know, are also a potential attack vector. How do you think people should think about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I think it kind of depends on the MCP that you're using. So in our case specifically, we do have access to the entire project scope. So our MCP could theoretically go and make changes that would be a breach of security, so to speak. But our MCP server is open source, so you can take a look at what it does, and if you don't like any of that, you can avoid using it. But it definitely is more of a concern for other MCPs that maybe do more detailed stuff. So some of them have root access to your PC, they manage authentication to external servers. In cases like that, security is much more important. Right. Our implementation's a lot lighter and a lot less intrusive.
Right. Well, I'm a big fan of AI tools. I use Claude all the time. I don't know if I'll ever give it root access to my computer.
Yeah.
I know some people do.
Of course.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you for all that. I'm going to ask you two final questions I ask everyone. The first one is, what is your favorite React API of all times? It could be anything.
I'm going to have to kind of give you a non-answer for this. So like, I'm not a React developer through and through, so it'd be disingenuous for me to give a favorite React API. But what I really like is coming from an Android background and jumping into web development. React was the first thing I started with, and it was so easy to just start building with it. I think that's what I love the most about it.
Cool.
And maybe to be a bit more specific, I know some of my colleagues are going to be super interested about some of the profiling tools that have come out, and that's really going to help us continue to improve AG Grid as well. So.
Amazing, amazing. You know what? The fact that React is so easy to pick up and so straightforward is actually one of its biggest features.
Definitely.
So that's great. And the last one, I already asked you this before, so I hope you have an answer ready.
I do.
What is one thing about you that doesn't come up in normal conversation that is interesting for us to learn about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm terrible at icebreakers, so I probably put more thought into this than I did my talk.
Okay.
Trying to come up with an answer. So I'm going to go with the fact that my birthday is on July 4th, American Independence Day.
Yeah.
So if I'm ever in the States on my birthday, I like to pretend all the celebrations are just for me.
Well, that's fun and interesting. And happy birthday in a couple of months. My math is wrong. Thank you so much for taking the time to spend with us. And all the MCP stuff that you talked about was super, super interesting. So thank you again.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Cheers.
And we're back with Pertu from Revenue Cat, and we're going to talk a little bit about your talk and a little bit of the stuff you've mentioned. But first of all, the audience and me personally, we really want to know what was that epic walk-on music you had coming on stage?
Into the Infinity Castle theme song from end of Demon Slayer Hashira arc. So a bit of a thing for anime nerds out there.
Yeah. Awesome. I think maybe we need to make a React Conf playlist with all the music we had. Awesome. So we'll get right down to the questions from the audience. Yep. So let me scroll here. Okay. So what's your theory on the retention stat you shared? You shared that React Native is low in retention compared to other alternatives.
Yeah.
What do you think that is, and how can we get users to stay?
Well, there's like two possible explanations. One is the fact that we're looking at apps that have been in the App Store for years. So there are, for example, more native apps that have been built over the years who have retained those customers, while at the same time, React Native apps that have been in the market might be way younger. So they've been in there for like a year or so. So they don't, or 2 years. There's less of those apps that have actually like sustained retention. So that's one that there's just more data for apps from like years of users on the native side than there is on, for example, React Native side. But then also another thing is that it could simply be that apps in React Native are more focused on monetization in like specific time frames. So you download it, you use it for a month, and that's like you've already gained all of the like benefits that you want from that.
Right.
Like it could be either of those. There's multiple reasons what could be happening. I'm pretty sure we're still to see, like when we're going to launch the next report next year, we're going to see the React Native numbers jump up because the amount of React Native apps just keeps growing.
Yeah.
And the ones that have been there for a longer time will start to perform better and better with people trying out different monetization strategies on React Native as well.
Okay. What do you think makes React Native such a good target for monetized apps?
Sorry?
What do you think makes React Native such a good target for monetized apps?
I would say that it's a combination of the fact that you can monetize from multiple platforms at the same time. So, well, iOS performs really well. Android, pretty well, not as well. Like we just ran a hackathon, shipathon, like 2 months ago, for the last 2 months. And we have this one app built with React Native. That made, in those 2 months that it was available, well, it's still available, but like in those 2 months that we tracked, it made over $30,000 in revenue. And it made 28,000 of that from iOS and 2,000 from Android. So it's also like, there's a bit of a platform specificity. Android people tend to expect the app to be free. But I would say that in that case, it was just like the person who built that app was able to get it into the App Store like as soon as the hackathon began, which then allows him to like continue to iterating, building new features, and that's how you win. That's how you make the app like perform better, how you make it monetize better, because people are, okay, constantly new features, that's what I want, that's what I'm willing to pay for. And that's where React Native wins over native, for example. Especially if you're like building for two platforms. If we were doing that for Android and iOS at the same time, using Swift and using Kotlin, for example, keeping up the feature parity by developing in two different programming languages would just make it so that iOS probably leads and Android eventually falls out, or the other way around.
Dude, that was a really good explainer of React Native. We should have you on the React Native keynote tomorrow morning.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much for these answers and answering our live audience. I will ask you the two questions I ask everyone.
Yeah.
What's your favorite React API or feature?
I would say from React Native, I would actually say, like React API, I'm not sure, but React Native API I can instantly say the Dimensions API combined with the animated API. Like when I started in React Native, there was no reanimated yet. And I was obsessed with doing these like sticky, stretchy headers. So you need the window dimensions, and then you need the animated API to make it make the image scale as you scroll down and whatnot. And like that was like what sold me on like, hey, I can actually do this, and it's so simple. like it was the animations that was like, okay, I want to keep building with this.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Cool. And one thing about you that doesn't come up in normal conversation?
Sorry, one thing that...
One thing about you that doesn't come up in normal conversation.
I'd say that I have quite a lot of these probably, but I've won 40 hackathons in 2 years. Yeah.
Whoa, 40.
40, yeah. It was a hobby of mine to just go to hackathons.
Go and do hackathons.
Yeah.
Amazing, wow.
I've competed in 70, and towards the end I started winning, actually. So I did lose quite a lot in the beginning, but...
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
spending the time with us today. And thank you, audience, for all your questions.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, and we're here with Zeno, who talked to us about modern emails with React. So Zeno, I think that the number one thing that I'm really curious about from your talk is your whole journey from taking this side project and turning it into a company. You mentioned you just got some funding, right? And it looks like for a lot of people it's something that's totally unattainable. And I really like the part you just told people, hey, you can just go and do this. Go for it. So I'd love to hear more about that and your whole journey.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm super happy to be here. Hey, everyone. I feel like there's something really special about building side projects.
Yeah.
Sometimes we look at them and we feel like, oh, maybe this is just a toy. Maybe this is not going to go anywhere. But I've been building open source projects my whole life.
Yeah.
And this project really changed my whole life now, basically, because like from this little React library, a company emerged. And then from this company, it wasn't just me and my co-founder. Now there's a team of like 30 people on it. You would never imagine that like a little React library will turn into that. But I feel like that's the power of the web. That's the power of coding.
Yeah.
So that's what I tried to show there.
Yeah, amazing. And how was this something you just wanted to work on, or did you do it with the intention of potentially turning it into a product?
Yeah, like I definitely wasn't planning on like changing the world or something. But it felt like there was this place in the JavaScript ecosystem, or even broader, like in the whole software ecosystem, where you have these like established companies, and email is not something that is particularly new, right? Like this is not AI that everyone's like super hyped about. But it felt like no one really cared. And that's when I felt the opportunity. Like, what if you come in with a different take? And what if you show that you care? So when you go to our website, there's this rotating Rubik's Cube
made with WebGL. Like there's no point in having that on your landing page.
Yeah.
But we decided to put it there to show that we care. Like we can write a whole mission page about like, hey, here's why we think quality is important. Or we can actually demonstrate.
Yeah.
And that's what we try to do a lot of times. Like let's demonstrate quality, attention to detail. And if we show that we care, people will give their attention in return. So
yeah, I think that's a pretty good tip to anyone that's kind of looking for something like this. Just find a niche of someone that seems kind of abandoned, and then you'll have a lot more opportunity to grow that into something. And speaking of tips, do you have any tips for anyone who wants to go through a similar journey as yours?
Yeah. There's a lot to be said about, when you have an idea, like, oh, go for a niche, right? I feel like that's great advice, like find an underserved niche, focus on that. There's also a lot to be said about going after a big industry.
Right.
People sometimes feel like if there are a lot of competitors, this is actually a bad thing, and you have to be original. That was my first idea.
Yeah.
I created this app using Expo. It was the cheese app. And I thought I was going to change the world because no one ever created a cheese app before.
Right.
So I was like super excited about it. Turns out, if no one really created anything related to that,
maybe there's
probably
a reason.
not a good idea too.
Yeah.
So just looking at like what's available, and even if it has tons of competitors, and that was the case for us, super established like SendGrid, Mailgun, Postmark, all these guys exist forever.
Of course.
And we somehow found our way into this super crowded market. I feel like, that's a recipe that I would take for me, even if everything went under now, I would start a new idea in a super crowded market that people are not giving attention to.
Okay, that was, this whole thing is super inspiring, and I'm going to go work on my side project now. Don't tell my boss. Last two questions for you I ask everyone, and let's keep it brief. What is your favorite React API or feature of all times?
I actually love hooks, but I'm looking forward to React Markup, which is this experimental package. It's merged, but it's not live yet.
Okay. And what is one thing about it that doesn't come up in normal conversation?
So once I was traveling and I went to Spain and I started to feel sick. I went to a hospital.
Okay.
And I stayed there for 3 weeks. But in that hospital, I created this little library called Dracula, which is a theme for developers.
Yeah.
There are 9.5 million users using this Dracula theme. No one really knows that I created that, but it's something that I'm really proud of.
You created it? In a hospital? Wow, we're learning a lot of new things here today. I am shocked. I'm going to have to talk to you about that later. Also about cheeses.
Yes.
And thank you so much for joining me here today. Thank you again, folks at home, for sending us all these questions. And I think that is it for us today, folks. Thank you so much for joining the live stream and being with us today throughout the day. We're keeping up the live stream tomorrow, day 2 of ReactConf, starting 9:30 a.m. Join us. We're going to have the same wonderful live stream interviews we had today. And I'm looking forward to it and looking forward to asking all your questions tomorrow. Thanks again, and I'll see you later. Bye, folks.
And here, a rare moment. The React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass. Growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10 plus platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.